Here's what you missed on the CDL.
Ultra.
Toronto held that top spot for most of Split 1 until Optic came knocking. Can they bounce back at their home major? Vancouver, Miami, and Minnesota are battling for best of the rest.
Yes.
Meanwhile, LAG, Vegas, and New York can barely catch a break. But we'll worry about them later. Boston's on a mission to win more matches than all of last year. Remember that Purge hardpoint? Sheesh! The Royal Ravens surprised everyone with their hot start. FaZe got 100 point club twice. But now they're sort of back.
Unbelievable.
LA Thieves showed off their super team behavior early on.
And yeah, they're getting it. They're getting blood.
But is the hype already over? Optic lost their first match, picked up Hook, and now they're on a win streak, ruining everyone's day.
Oh my God!
And that's what you missed on the Call of Duty League.
Absolute devastation, and the hardpoint still belongs to Ultra. Things falling apart, everyone getting picks, and that cannot happen. Beezy, Tyler has taken the map into his own hands. More kills for Purge. Cannot stop this man. They can't stop this man. Give me the Hellstar. Give me number 8. Snoopy is doing it all. Unbelievable. Godlike. There's one. His headshots all over the place. Sim. Black Ops 6, we are in for a year.
Buenos dias and welcome to Madrid, the first major of the 2025 Call of Duty League season. We have been waiting several weeks for this moment, and you can see the European fans are here loud and proud as the Gentlemates aren't even playing today, and their fans are already going nuts. Welcome in, everybody. This is going to be such a blast. The tournament brought to you by Toronto Ultra, hosted by Koi. I'm your host, Chris Puckett, alongside Miles the Ross, a very special caster turned analyst for the morning. We've got Ali and, of course, Nameless, a.k.a. Nombreless. And I want to start with you, Nombreless.
Okay.
What are you most excited about here in Madrid?
Listen, we've had so many Game 5s. I'm excited for the competition, but also to experience this crowd. I saw them outside getting absolutely pumped for the matches. They're going to bring that energy in here.
Ali, they just opened the doors. The fans are just starting to trickle in. So while they're walking to their seats, let's catch them up with the bracket. Where do we stand right now?
We stand crazy right now. There's so many opportunities for upsets throughout the entirety of this bracket, but every match is going to be a treat. Specifically, that Carolina Royal Ravens LA Thieves match, that one's going to be a banger.
Miles, if anyone from that elimination bracket is going to make it to the second round, who do you have eyes on?
Ooh, well, obviously Gorilla's mates, the team that's getting improved form. C9 in New York have looked a little better these days, and Rocker, the great sort of unknown, man. No one can count them out. Falcons, though. Can the Falcons get their first big win? The first win of the major, the first win of their run here in the CDL?
Maybe.
Anything can happen.
Get your pick'ems in right now. Reminder, pick'ems are going to be closing here in about 30 minutes, so you got to get them in because they will be locked for the weekend. And you should really just follow what I'm doing on the desk because I am crushing their prediction.
There's a heavy asterisk on that one. Listen, Clint Maven Evans might have sabotaged, but yes.
A little bit. Thanks, Maven, for giving me the lead. We also want to let you guys know about a special treat we have for you all in store. It is our bingo card created by your casters for you all to fill out at home. Miles, what are your favorites on this board?
Well, I'm a little biased. One of my favorites is Maven says sexy. It doesn't have to be about anything in particular. The word just has to leave his mouth.
30 seconds
Also, crowd cheers hand warmers. That's a special cut for the CDL fans.
Chance wears signature sweater. That's my favorite box right there. If he has a Minnesota match, he will wear it.
I like that we added
100%.
card triple kill after the last qualifier match. Shout out production. We got to keep this moving, though. We've got the bingo card, and of course, we've got the best plays in all of Call of Duty. Most of these come from your pros in a segment we like to call Burgers and Fries. Let's kick things off. First play of the day coming from Celium, the King Cobra in a 1v3.
My favorite thing about this clip is it is the longest 1v3 of all time, and he keeps going back to the exact same entrance. So not only is Celium frying, but there are some serious burgers being handed out on the other side.
Yeah, I mean, Mac was like licking the floor there. Sim overchallenged him, and you see the hype. They've had some crazy clutches. A 1v4 from Sim, a 1v3 from Celium, bottom vault, frying for sure.
8 straight match wins. Celium gets our first set of fries. Let's take a look at clip number 2, and we got Hook the Nuke being explosive.
Hey, it happens to the best of us. This is a tough one. I mean, this is something we've seen plenty of here in Black Ops 6. Omni movement's got us all feeling a little different. We're all moving faster than before. It's fine, Hook.
Look, he's not
you
the
see
only
a lot,
one.
Miles.
He's not the only one. I mean, we also got the Falcon Poor Roxas. How's he supposed to know there's a Sun
He's on
text
a
right
6
there?
streak as well, by the way.
This
Yeah,
isn't
poor
his
guy.
fault, bro. Like, this is a 1 in a million situation. Semtex lands, blows up his nade, team kills him and his teammate. Like, this is unfortunate.
You just got to know
cheese
your
on the
routes.
burger.
This one, I don't know if you call it unfortunate, amazing. Somehow, Optic comes back from 5-1, a 1v2 from Kenny to seal the comeback against LA Thieves. Brian.
Fries, burgers. I mean, it was a double patty for the LA Thieves, let's face it. That's a tough one. But it was delicious for us back home.
It was so good.
Optic steals the #1 seed with a win over Toronto just a few matches later, but this may be the player to watch in Spain. Snoopy showcasing his S&D stellar performance, an ace and a 3K round.
Dude, this guy might be the best player walking in this venue right now. He's putting up the objective time numbers. He has been absolutely frying, going crazy. Snoopy, I can't wait to watch him on land. Like, one of the exciting stories this week.
Miles, we love watching Skyline, mostly because all the matches are within 20, but also it's been a bit slippery by the pool.
Yeah, the OHS on this side of the map is not ideal. We've seen plenty of players take a tumble. This is a great one from 04. I mean, yeah, he did everything right there, and then somehow still slides off. So look, hey, again, happens to us all.
That's like the equivalent of hitting your butt on the diving board on the way down. 0-4 makes
Vancouver
up for it,
connection.
though.
Okay.
Frying with the most kills in a single best-of-5. He sets the CDL record at 138 for his performance against Slashers Royal Ravens.
This was unreal. And the fact that he was frying so much after kind of getting some flack near the beginning of this season, 04 is seriously turned up. I mean, this entire series, he cooked up his own fries, put them in the grease. He's got like 4 different dips to work with. This was an entire series fry.
And they banked on him, right? Because they let go of Hoop. So you're looking at like 04's got to be the sub-demon going crazy. And he is right now, man. They've rallied back.
What do you think Ray's thinking right now? We dropped Hoop to challengers. Now he's on the best team and arguably one of the best players in the world. We'll talk about that in a moment. But
Tough one.
first, let's rewind to the last time we were in Europe. Miles,
yes.
it was almost 5 years ago as we were back in London.
We're winding the clock back to CDL London. This was a very memorable event. Again, 5v5, that was one thing. The songs, the fans, the late nights, a massive win. And I mean, it was a special time, man. Everyone knows that the CWO London era really set, it set the precedent pretty high. And I think 2020's London, it was different, but it was still a wonderful, wonderful time.
Now,
and it's good to be back.
I missed this event. I was
Me
overworking Overwatch. So tell me about the hype, because I just
Yeah,
remember
sure.
Twitter saying this is the greatest COD event of all time.
Yeah, I mean, dude, the crowd was electric, like so loud. They're so passionate about Call of Duty, and you can see they're chanting. We're having so much fun, and it just delivers these electrifying moments. And, you know, as a player, when you play in front of the London crowd, you want to bring the best version of yourself and your team so the competition gets that next level. And you can see London, I mean, the vibes are just at an all-time high.
We had a special moment as well where the crowd gave Shotzi some kind words. They said, go back to Halo,
Yes.
go back to Halo, go back to
That's
Halo.
They'll let you have it. Like, if you don't play well, you throw up a stinker, you throw up like a 4-23 like Zuma, you're getting cooked.
How many of the faces that were back there in 2020 are still playing today? That's what I'm trying to sort out.
We've got a
I just
couple of
saw
familiar
Envoy.
faces. Yeah, Envoy back in the Chicago Huntsman. I mean, Gunless, he's in challenges at the moment.
Yeah.
We've seen a lot of players retire. Formal no longer playing in Call of Duty, but again, a lot of familiar faces still. Of course, the King Scum there as well. Prim 6, tons of players who, you know, we still see in different ways here in the Call of Duty world. But yeah, London was it was a special time. You had to
Ali,
be there.
you and I missed out on
We
that first
did.
event. So, Nameless, will we see a louder crowd here in Spain than what we saw in London?
Listen, talking to some fans, talking to Ulysses, who you guys will get to know very soon, they say it's going to be loud in here. It's going to be epic. The doors have just opened, so as they load in here, we'll see if they can match it. I think they can, honestly. By what we saw outside with General Mates, I think they can do it.
For all those who just walked into the venue, let's take a look at the bracket one more time, because all 12 of your favorite CDL teams are here in action. Today, though, it's all about that winners bracket where we have Optic, Texas taking on the Miami Heretics, the Spaniards. We've got Royal Ravens versus LA Thieves. Ultra takes on Surge, and Breach takes on Atlanta FaZe in the opening round. Nameless, we're doing a lot of predictions.
Yeah.
Were you surprised to see this was the final bracket heading into Madrid?
Yeah, I mean, I guess from the beginning of the season, I thought Gorilla's mate would be better. But after we saw all these teams in the first couple matches, it makes sense. I love this bracket. Could be a ton of upsets. Maybe Boston make a good run.
Boston Breach.
Maybe.
You think if you
It'll-
pick them, they'll actually win, though, or do you have to pick against them for them to win?
Every time I picked against them, they've won. So I'm going to keep rolling with that.
Allie, the fans are starting to roll in. Anything you want to say to everyone? I know you've been practicing your Spanish.
My expectations are so high, and no, I do not actually. I've been bullied for my Spanish all weekend by definitely not the fellow members on the desk, so might not get too much out of me. Not yet.
We've been Duolingoing on the plane. We're going to practice up before we go live with it. For now, though, let's take a look at one of the most excited matches we have. We have Optic Texas, the #1 seed, facing off against the local legends, the Spaniards playing for Miami.
And there's some serious historics here against these two franchises. Back when Miami Heretics was also Florida, the ghosts of Dave Patty have haunted the boys in Dallas. Texas does lead, though, 5-2 over Miami, but the last time they matched up on land was a Major 4 last year, and Miami got the win in a Game 5 to knock them out. So them boys in green are looking for some revenge.
Yeah, if you remember last year, it was Pred who just dismantled them every single time they matched up. Well, what's the difference here? There is no Predatook on the team, and now they play round 1 of a tournament once again. You know that these fan bases have always went after each other. Vickle kind of cemented that, Miles, when he just stood up there, and I think he had some choice words.
I think he had, what did he say? Something about the green and something about Optic. I can't remember, but it was very good. I think one of the best interviews we've had in
Hopefully
CDL
he's here to tell us what he was thinking.
It's one of the bingo cards.
He has to be.
Gotta
Great
keep your
call.
eye out.
All right, let's roll it to the next matchup. This one should be exciting for everyone to watch at home because if you look at it on paper, it is a one-sided affair. If you look at their latest matchup, it was a one-sided affair. But statistically, this is #3 for Boston, #6 in Atlanta FaZe. Is Boston truly the favorites coming in, Miles?
I don't know about favorites, but I think they're a team with a tremendous amount of potential, and we've seen that a few times. Purge is playing fantastic. Snoopy has found himself in Cameo and Awakening are starting to find a degree of consistency. I think this is a really good look for Boston. They can take it to FaZe. They can beat FaZe. But whether they can do it in front of this kind of crowd, that's the question.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about this Boston team, and like they've been great. I mean, through everything in this first stage, and then even after this loss, which was pretty bad in games 2 and 3, the response was a match versus LA Thieves where they go Game 5 and they win it, right?
Yeah.
So Boston definitely, like when faced in front of adversity, they can bounce back. And having just played them recently, obviously you got to beat on what you want to do in the veto process. I think they'll come prepared and we'll get a good match.
You looked at the numbers, and Celium and Simp took over in that series against Boston. Celium in particular, a new player in January. Walk me through, how do you drop a 1.4 up to a 1.52 in your last 4 matches?
I mean, we literally have something called the Celium Index, which is why it was so shocking at the beginning of the season, not seeing this guy topping the leaderboard. So now that we saw after that one before from Simp, the confidence that's back in the FaZe boys, and it's not just Celium, it's Draza too. The ARs are lighting it up.
According to the pickups, about 80% of the fans are expecting Atlanta FaZe to win that one. How many do you think are going for Vancouver Surge in their first round? Because Vancouver barely made it into this winner's bracket. Let's take a look at their showdown, as this could be an upset in the opening round over the home team playing here in Madrid. Toronto Ultra went all the way to a round 11, but that was back in week 1 of our qualifiers.
That's exactly what I was going to say, Chris, is like you go all the way back to week 1. You know, Vancouver Surge has been very vocal about playing from Vancouver and it being kind of difficult, and we've saw kind of their trials and tribulations the past couple of weeks. They've gotten so much better at respawn. This was already a Game 5 versus one of the better teams in Toronto Ultra, and they are the home crowd right now, but Vanguard Surge can absolutely make one of the biggest upsets of the weekend.
I have a really strong feeling that this is going to be a tougher match for Toronto than they think. I think they're in a bit of a downward spiral at the moment after that loss against Optic. We'll see how things go, but right now for me, I think Surge, a decent team, strong looks from them. I mean, and best time to play Toronto by far if you're Surge.
Yeah, 100% the best time to play them, and especially like in the first match on land, because you talk about Toronto, like Beans, he has a ton of pressure.
Frijoles!
Yeah, did not have a good year last year. Obviously, wasn't on a great team, but now this is the best team he's ever been with. You're playing on land. You're asked to go out there and be the Super Slayer. Like, he's filling in for Scrap, right? Coming in, trying to put down damage, and so far, it's been pretty good throughout this stage. Only 1 loss against Optic Texas, so still feeling good about it. But on land, we haven't seen it that often.
I love that Beans also talks the trash. You know, like he's really one of the best players to fill in Scrap shoes.
He really
He's been
is.
laying down the damage. He's been talking the smack. He is entertaining the fans. The question is, can he continue to put up the same numbers when we get to land? We've mentioned it. Vancouver feels like they've been playing at a disadvantage online. Is this a series that will go to a Game 5, Miles?
I think this could definitely go to a Game 5. And that for me is very exciting. It depends on what maps we're going to see, but Toronto have looked so good in Search and Destroy for most of the year.
Yeah.
And again, looking at the way things have gone so far, strong start, strong teams, finishing up against Optic in that 3-1. Again, that's more testament to how great Optic are looking right now to as bad Toronto have been. But I still think this is such an interesting series. This is absolutely one for me. Again, we're a little biased because they're the host team. It's going to be lovely to watch them, but regardless, a super important matchup for both squads.
Yeah, Vancouver got a lot better, too.
A lot of eyes are on Toronto this weekend. We'll find out how far they can go without their star slayer. Scrap from LA Thieves had something to say.
Oh, big storylines. Let's see. You know, obviously you got the me versus draws. That probably won't ever end for the next 5 years. You know, obviously me versus Optic. People love watching me play Optic. Obviously, honestly, also me versus Toronto. You know, I feel like it's just me, bro. Like, we need some more people talking shit. Like, let's get into this. Like, come on now. Let's boost this shit up.
Love him or hate him, Scrap has been on top for most of the matches. You can see against the league, he drops a 1.14, winning 69% of his games. But Ali, when he plays against Draza, he goes to a whole nother level.
He's got a little bit of that extra fire in him, and honestly, I think we're going to fill out half of our bingo card just from Scrap alone.
Will LA Thieves be able to face off against Draza and Atlanta FaZe? Well, it's not going to happen in the opening round. Let's take a look, though, at this whole Thieves lineup. Nade shots, boys. They emptied the bank to bring in this star-studded lineup. Have they lived up to their expectations?
I don't think it's paid off yet, Chris. It really hasn't. Outside of what? K-Sun's throwback tournament, that was the best tournament. Yeah, that's the best they've looked so far. I mean, they've played decent teams. They've had really tough runs. They've also had some bad moments. This matchup against Optic was a calamity.
It was a collapse.
If they finish 6-1, are we looking at Thieves in a different light?
Yeah, we are.
Oh, yeah.
I think the big thing is, like, they just came out of the break looking so flat, and the other top teams look so much more improved. So, like, when we talk about this LA Thieves team, and like you said, they paid top dollar for this roster, you're expecting them to be going above and beyond to prepare and get ready for these matches. Well, they didn't do that. You could see the difference in their matches post-break.
It's really tough. I mean, 3 game 5s in a row, and then not only that, their HP was slipping, and now also their S&D is following right behind. So for them, it's all about what they can do here at the Major, because they've been talking and talking and talking, and now we're kind of waiting for the show.
Today, LA Thieves faces off against Carolina. That is number 5 versus number 4, the closest seeding matchup, and that battle will be going down around 7 p.m. CET. But our first fight of the night is Atlanta FaZe and Boston Breach, and we had our own Yuli, our stage host for the event, catching up with Snoopy behind the scenes. Here's what he had to say.
First of all, Snoopy, how you feel? It's been a great year for Boston Breach. Last year wasn't that great, and this one, you're shining.
Thank you, appreciate you. Yeah, I mean, definitely last year was pretty tough. It didn't go the way we wanted to, but I feel like I learned a lot, and definitely have like improved as a player, as a teammate. So, you know, sometimes you have to go through tough times to become, you know, better and the player I am now. And I hope I can keep improving even more.
You're already a sophomore. This is going to be your 2nd year on the CDL and also competing for Boston Breach. How you feel with the team? Which is the secret? Because you're involved in so much.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I feel like we have a really good environment. Like, we vibe with each other a lot. We go out after practice. It's not all about, like, playing. It's also the things outside that we do. And, yeah, I mean, I'm just happy to be playing with them and grateful to be in this position right now.
I'm sorry, but I have to ask you for the secret. I mean, you have a secret, and we know it. Because you hit the record with the ace on Search and Destroy on the last map you played. Yeah. Let me know how you did it. I want you to do the same.
Honestly, I don't even know. When the map ended, I didn't realize I had that many kills. And then after the match, I was told that I got the record. So, I mean, I didn't even realize I was killing that many people. But it was a team effort, to be honest.
And this is going to be your first time playing on a stage, on a Hispanic stage. Let's swap into our mother song. Let's talk on Spanish. Vamos a darles una lección de español. Y oye, lo primero, vas a tener aquí mucha gente hispana que seguro que te van a estar apoyando. ¿Quieres mandar un mensaje a toda la gente que te seguirá tanto desde casa como también los que te siguen aquí en el escenario?
Sí, no, claro. Es un honor poder estar aquí en Madrid con mucha gente que pues apoya obviamente Heretics, pero pues también he visto que algunos me apoyan a mí. Entonces, pues les agradezco mucho y pues quiero demostrar que sí podemos ganar, llegar lejos y los aprecio mucho. Les mando un saludo a mi familia que está en México viendo, Monterrey, los quiero mucho. No estaría aquí sin ustedes y pues muchas gracias. Esperemos darles un buen espectáculo y una victoria. Muchas gracias.
Perdón. Esperemos que así sea. Muchas gracias, Snoopy. Un placer.
Un placer.
So great to have Yuli part of the show, and of course, awesome to hear Snoopy speaking his native language. So happy he is right now on this Boston Breach team, and you heard it from him. In-game, he doesn't even notice how much work he has put in. Let's talk about the Boston Breach and how they've built around this star player, Miles.
Well, I mean, he was a gamble, I think, in that roster, and he obviously a player with a tremendous amount of individual skill, and there's promise there. He hadn't delivered yet. I think this is the rise of Snoopy. He's more confident in game. He's more confident out of game. You can tell that his communication skills have improved. His game game knowledge. Everything is there. He's surrounded by good coaching staff, and he's surrounded by good players.
Miles, as good as Snoopy is, Ant was saying it's maybe the best Boston Breach lineup we have seen in franchise history. Ant, why do you feel that is true? They've had world champions on the roster in the past.
Yeah, I mean, I think just the roster composition makes sense this time around. I mean, you talked about it before, like Priesta and Slasher, they're accustomed to being on championship teams. They have a really good system, not building around a young rookie, right? You look at this team, and they're going to cater to his play style. And they've stayed together since last year after EWC, and they look phenomenal. You can see in the interview, he even said, like, we just hang out. We have a good time together, and it's paying dividends.
It helps that you have Purge on the lineup. We'll talk about him throughout this series, but right now let's turn our attention to Celium Draza and the Tiny Terrors on Atlanta FaZe. This is a squad that is known to top the regular season leaderboard. They're always in that first seed. This weekend, they enter with their lowest seed in CDL history, number 6 overall, technically the underdogs.
It was actually unreal. Like, the beginning of the season for Atlanta FaZe caught all of us off guard, I'm pretty sure, and the biggest thing was that the ARs just weren't performing. But then we go on break and we come back, and they come out, slam everybody, and win the minor, and they beat our best team, Carolina Royal Ravens. So it's putting everybody on watch. Atlanta FaZe, possibly favorites, even though they're technically an upset.
Last time these two teams met up, it was just a week ago. It was a 3-0 for Atlanta, including a 3-0 on this same map, Protocol Control. Boston Breach, you feel good. Do you with the red cards?
Yes, the double red card to start off. I mean, one, you got Snoopy, like we said. He's in his sophomore year. You want to get him confident and comfortable early on. These are their best hard point, their best search and destroy so far, so you feel good there.
Ali, we have seen so few 3-0s. This was one of them. I expect at least a game 4 in the rematch here. What happens on Skyline and Protocol? Who has the edge?
I completely agree with you. Honestly, it just depends which of the SMGs are going to come out hot to me. I have to lean Atlanta FaZe just because of that Protocol we saw from them was so dominant. But Skyline is a big opportunity for Boston Breach if they get there.
It's time to make it official and lock in our Scuff Pick'ems. And I will go first as I'm dominating with a 1-game lead. Atlanta FaZe is going to win this one. Miles, the Ross Cross?
I'm also going to lean FaZe. I think they've got what it takes. A hot Snoopy is one thing, but I think as a team, FaZe just got it all.
Ali, you got some time here. Walk me through how this series plays out.
How this series plays out, I think it becomes an early lead from the Atlanta FaZe. I think Boston battled it a little bit in the search and destroying the control, but I think FaZe closed it out on that Skyline hardpoint. I'm going to go with the FaZe boys.
3-1, and which game does Boston win?
Boston's probably going to win that map number 3.
Nameless.
If you know, you know. So I'm going Atlanta FaZe.
What does that even mean?
Chris knows.
Do you know?
What did you say?
If you know, you know.
If you know,
I'm
you
going
know.
Atlanta FaZe.
What do you
If you've
know?
watched, you know.
Yeah.
Atlanta
If you're a
FaZe
real
does
one,
not go
no.
away. We got the crowd filling in. What's up, everybody? Thank you for making it out to day 1 of 4 here live from Madrid.
Woo!
This is the first major of the 2025 Call of Duty League season, and we are about to kick off this first match in just 30 seconds. Yuli's going to be bringing out our teams. There's a lot to look forward to. Nameless, for anyone at their very first LAN event, what do you need to do while you're here in Madrid?
You need to stand up and get hype, okay? Let the players know it when they make an incredible play. They feed off that energy, and the match just gets that much better. As a former player, I loved it when the crowd got into it. In the middle of maps, after games, bring that energy, man.
Ooh, and stay quiet during the 1v1s in the search and
No.
destroys, guys.
No.
Give away?
Just
No,
when,
don't give it away.
Listen, when they're defusing the bomb, all right?
That's what I'm talking about.
That's
Yeah,
fine.
yeah,
But
yeah.
in the 1v1, like, build that tension, okay?
Yeah,
But
the
also-
silence is tension.
Well, between the noise and the silence, make sure to take care of your voices, because by the time Saturday rolls around and you're like, hey, Miles, who's going to win this series? I'm like, you need some water and you need some kind of like tea. You
honey.
need something warm and safe on
And
that
if I
floor.
see you leave the restroom without washing your hands, we're going to have a problem,
Yeah,
Spain. Let's get into
Yeah,
this
daps,
one here in
daps
just a
only.
moment. But first, a reminder of the bracket. Here is where we are at. Our teams have made it into the top 8. They're in your winner's bracket. What does that mean? They have 2 lives. You lose once, you drop down to elimination. You lose there, you're out of the tournament. We have some serious money on the line, but this will also impact your overall COD champ seeding. Boston Breach versus FaZe. Loser of this one drops down to Cloud 9.
Oh,
Is that a tough next matchup? Are you worried for either of these teams?
I don't know. I do know that Mac has actually injured himself. Thankfully, it's a below the waist injury. That sounds weird, but he hurt his knee playing basketball. He's absolutely fine to play, but he's in a degree of physical discomfort.
Below the waist injury.
No, wait. But the last time Mac was injured and sick on stage, he had a flu game and was like absolutely slamming. You guys remember that 2
back
years
in
ago?
Vanguard. That was
Way
a long
back
time
in the day.
ago.
That was a long time ago.
I don't know if this one counts, but hey, look, Cloud9, we'll see. we'll see how they perform. Again, they've had some interesting runs online. We'll see if we get another triple out of a Van nade. I don't think it's going to happen, but hey, we'll see.
I think I'm most excited for the Gorillas, man. They have a lot of fans here. Like,
Yes.
we're talking about teams in the losers bracket, and also, like, they're just a roster you expect to be a lot better, right? We've seen good moments in maps, but
3 world champs,
like,
bro.
can we win some series? And I want to see them go crazy.
What do they have? 1 win coming in?
Yeah.
It's not been good.
It's not. It's
not
bad.
looking good for them.
Has their work cut out for them. All of our teams, though, from today will be coming from your winners bracket. Up next, we'll have Toronto facing off against Vancouver Surge. You're going to see Carolina versus LA Thieves, and we'll close out the day with that top match, Optic Texas taking on Miami Heretics. I'm told we're just waiting on one player who got nervous before the match. We are almost ready. Let's talk Atlanta
sure,
here for a moment.
It's for sure Selly.
Sell him?
Yeah, 100%.
We're taking bets.
You think he gets nervous?
I think everyone gets nervous.
That guy
He's
is
nervous
dialed.
because he cares. That's why. But again, I think right now Selim is in possibly the finest form we've seen so far, especially in Black Ops 6. He's a force to be reckoned with in every situation, every single mode. The Selim index is something that, again, is such a deep cut, but it truly is a statistical anomaly, an individual who does things that no one else can. We love Selim.
Do Simp and Abizi both need to go positive for Atlanta to win?
No. No, I think for me it's probably Draza. I think when it comes to Atlanta FaZe, he has not only had the most pressure, but also the most impact when it comes to this team. Because you talk about filling in that 4th player role that they've been shuffling for so long, and they thought it was going to be Draza. Then they fell short. Then they go to EWC. Then they win EWC. They start the season. It's really slow, and now he's performing once again, and they're winning. So I think that's going to be their X factor.
I like that call out. On the other side, we got Purge from Boston, and this is
Damn right.
We used to call him the
Damn
unsung
right.
hero, but then we all started hyping him up. He's actually living up to the hype, and then some. We saw a 45 and 20 game from him on Vault. This guy has takeover series, but how do you get a consistent performance from him on LAN?
You've had a consistent performance from him online. You just got to bring that right over to LAN, right? Bring that same energy. I mean, when you talk about this team in HP, he's leading the team in damage, something that nobody would have expected
Look at the hops.
when you looked at this roster composition. He just looks comfortable, looks confident, and more importantly, he's been taking over search and destroys, like taking over. And even in some of their search losses, 14, 15 kills for the L, so Purge is that dude.
The players are ready. We hope you have your pick'ems in because they are locking right now. It's time to kick off our first match of the day as we send to the stage with Yuli.
Welcome to the first 2025 Call of Duty Major. Bienvenidos a Madrid, amigos. Han sido casi 5 años desde la última vez que tuvimos la oportunidad de tener un evento de Call of Duty aquí en Europa. It's been almost 5 years from the last time we got an event like this in Europe. Let's prove to every single one that the European crowd is nothing compared. We are going to cheer for every single team. We're going to cheer for every single one. And we're going to prove that we deserve much more events in Europe. And now, let's get ready and let's give a warm welcome to Boston Bridge! With coming, awakening, Burst, y nuestro mexicano favorito, Snoopy!
It is the best Boston Breach has looked in a very, very long time. They are almost at the point of wins that they got in total last year. Looking like a top team to cause an upset, Boston Breach. All eyes are going to be on Snoopy and what he's able to do here on the main stage in Spain with his native language as well. He's ready to light it up on main stage. It's time to bring out the other team, Ulysses.
And ready to face them, put your hands together for Atlanta FaZe! ABC, Cilium, Drossa, and Sim!
People were telling them to blow it up last year, and then in the beginning of this year, they win our first minor. They look unbelievable, but they still come in with the 6th seed, so they have a chip on their shoulder. They're going up against the Boston Breach, who have been frying lately. A tough round 1. Let's kick this off, Ulysses.
The players are ready. Now it's time to enjoy the game. Let's go with Maven and Merc.
Thank you. Let's get it going, bro. I'm telling you, I don't know what it is, but when FaZe come out and get booed, I think it's the funniest thing in the world. Because they're just like, I don't know, they just look like nice kids. They just come up and rounds booing them.
They're just like, hello.
It's hysterical to me. But now we're ready to get going. Welcome to Major I. We're looking to have some fun. And excited for this one, even though we just casted that and it was lopsided, right? FaZe get the 3-0 over Boston. It's weird to me because like, if you take that match away, like Boston looked kind of insane. Like you take the win over Carolina, which is impressive. Then you get the win over Thieves. Like you take that FaZe series out, and I'm like, this is a top 4 type squad. Unfortunately, that series did exist, and they kind of got bopped.
Yeah, they did. I think and it's just sort of that. Obviously, when you talk about the minor, right, FaZe just kind of dominated. That's when they got back into form. They sort of said, hey, we're back. We're here. We figured things out. Their search and destroy got a lot better. Their ARs really got into form, especially Stellium. You heard the devs talk about it. But, yeah, I mean, this is just a tough round 1 draw.
No, it certainly is. And we knew somebody was going to have it just due to FaZe's slow start. Someone was going to have to deal with this in round 1. And it's Boston Breach. They're going to have to do it. But when we talk about this best-of-5 series, we're looking at the same maps that we had the last time through. The difference is the red cards, last time we're at the end of the series. We didn't get there because it was 3-0. We said at that time, like Boston needed to get to those red cards. They weren't able to do it. This time, starting with them, does it change this series at all for you or not that big of a deal?
I mean, it does. I think these are stronger maps for Boston when you talk about the red cards compared to the protocols. But, I mean, FaZe, what we talk about is sort of their map pool, right? I think there's a lot of teams this weekend who you're really going to be looking at their map pool and just how much did they practice, because vetoes are going to come in, right? And you're going to get target banned very early on, right from the get-go. It's just tough to do that versus FaZe. Like if their red card looks good here versus this Boston team, it's going to be very tough to take this team down.
Well, because sometimes, especially unless you're battling for a spot and it's real important to you, we'll see like teams like FaZe or other teams will kind of work on some of their maps over the course of the online qualifiers. Like you'll see them go to a game 5 because they're playing something maybe they're not as comfortable with. Here, you're going to be target banning and going for just the 3-0 dub. Like you're not going to have the experimentation you saw online. So it'll be far more cutthroat here, and we'll expect to see some changes. You see how it's broken down. I mean, the hard point, even when FaZe were struggling, the best they've looked really over the past 5 years in that particular mode. They've had their inconsistencies. So far at hardpoint, they've been solid.
Yeah, you can see just all time. They kind of dominated this. Last win for Boston was almost 800 days ago versus Atlanta FaZe team.
Sheesh. Yeah, that's one of those stats. I mean, FaZe has got a lot in the positive department, but that certainly is a wild one. But away we go. Major I in Madrid kicking off. FaZe Breach to start us off. Red card and an 8 from Abizi to get us rocking and rolling. But Cell is the guy that really seems to get right back into his comfort zone. He's been a lock for the numbers, and, well, maybe the best player in the world, the best player on time, all time is Simp. And this guy, I mean, he just doesn't really lose in round 1s. You don't see it very often for this FaZe team.
No, I think the big thing with Cell, right, when we talk about his stats, it's just like, it's like him and Dashy stats-wise. Like, maybe you can throw in Scrap, but right now it is very much a Jackal world, right? We're starting to see 3 subs. It's probably going to be even stronger on land. So it's just, can they keep this up here in this winners round 1 when you talk about players like Cell and Droz?
I mean, that was the big question mark early. We'll see how it'll play out for them, but a strong map for either teams here. Awakening with a double and a guy that we're looking to really step it up. I mean, yeah, ARs have been struggling, as you said, but Wake, a guy that can just pop off at any moment. But you say, oh boy, because this is a chance here to stretch this together. If you are Atlanta FaZe, they get some key kills in sequence. As they set up for the P2, they'll be locked inside of the hard point. Is now the pressure to breach, spawning bottom and trying to break in.
Yeah, I mean, I think that was just a huge 2 kills there from Droz with that pistol to set this up. Now you're going to have 3 dead. The last player alive going to be Awakening. You have them spawning where you want to. You can see number 2 and Sim trying to block spawn so they can rotate. That was the last player from that first initial push, but already great time here at P2.
Yeah, it has been some comfort time here early on. Sim with that win on the bench, now trying to wrap it back. Great eyes in the sky there from Droz to get the player above him. The little stretch from Simp then will end. But still, this has been perfect. I mean, you have not had a single contested second inside of this P2. And with 10 seconds remaining, you get this perfect 60. You're feeling real great. At least you've got the spawn topside now for Boston Breach. You'll have a chance to answer back and some kills at a clutch time just to make sure you can't really get out, spread the map, layer towards the next point for FaZe.
Yeah, so the big thing here is that Zip actually spawns up. Yeah, he spawns garage side. Is Purge going to read this? I don't know. He spawns as soon as that hill comes up, so he's able to spawn right next to it. Now he's able to find that kill. You do go 1 for 1, but this time Droz is going to be here. This is what can make P3 so difficult, are those close garage spawns. Get really messy, but Snoopy again with a nice double to try to slow things down here for Boston and get them time.
No, it looks insane on the minimap, but it's just one you got to be ready for on this particular hard point. You deal with it great if you're a Boston Breach. 3 dead on the feed. So far, so good. Abizi, though, might flip it on its head, and that triple kind of silences the stretch from Breach for a moment. And just those kills, I think he's able to spawn his 2 teammates close because he does pop off in that moment. You'll keep it scrappy here, but for the most part, Breach have dealt with a couple insane scenarios pretty well.
Yeah, but I mean, you were just hoping to maybe find a little bit more time with how good that rotation was. And now you can see behind Abizi's triple, Simp was able to get out, Celium now able to get out, and they're setting up for this P4. So already gonna have draws on the hill, and this is where you can find a lot of time if you are Atlanta FaZe.
And you get a lot of time here. Yeah, you're pushing open a significant lead in the map 1 of this series, so you're really relying on a big break. You have 2 spawning out. You got a chance to collapse on this. 2 big kills as well for Breach. Here they go. It's going to be draws to the point by himself. Trophy going to eat the 1 nade. He's trying to buy time for the reinforcements to come in. He's not able to get the first. And Snoopy that actually is coming through with all the kills. Nice sequence from Breach, and they're able to get in for now. But of course, it's Abizi that at least gets 2 a game to keep it mixy.
He was the guy really throughout the minor was Abizi. Like, I mean, he kind of got them rolling, right? It was obviously that Sim, 1 versus 4, but Abizi has been so consistent throughout the year. And again, another multi-kill for him. Some split spawns coming for Boston Breach early in that hill to get them on the time, but you're still going to have a 30-point lead as we head to P5.
Yeah, they got like 2 openers plus the split. And next thing, it's like a 4-on-1 collapse. Yeah, it went about as good as it could. Trying to find the opening on the other side was Abizi and Draza. Cammy and Snoopy not allowing it to happen, but you will have Celium playing off the headies here and trying to shut it down in and around the hard point. Is everyone vying for control? The Tiny Tears, though, go big. They're able to get 3. Last guy kind of out deep is Cammy. He's going to get picked by Draza, so you'll have a nice setup, 40-point advantage for FaZe, and a good position for now.
Yeah, there is Cammy kind of going for that pinch, but Simp was able to read it. So just all the kills right now in the feed have been Atlanta FaZe. The ARs coming out. Simp's going to pull out a 3rd one for this hill. He's going to be on 5 in a row. He's leading the way with 18 on the map. And this was the problem for Boston Breach. The last time these 2 teams played was just a slaying. I think Snoopy was around -20. Awakening was right around there. They kind of just got dominated when it comes to the slaying department.
Yeah, Simp up to 19 now. Well, he's been getting the slaying done, but also a couple hard points. He's been that guy that's kind of dealing with that spawn out, making sure like the big flip doesn't come in, trying to read spawns to get kills, and he's been able to do it all. On 20, another one for him through with the headshot. Lee just slowly building. Like, what's scary territory for you here? Like from a scoreline
honestly,
standpoint?
I think they're kind of lucky this isn't worse. I mean, when you look at the scoreboard and see outside of Snoopy, you're not getting much production. Like, only being down 60 or 70 points, I think you're very much still in this if you're Boston Breach, but you have to start to pick it up right now because it always feels like that second rotation gets a little bit cleaner for that team who's sort of dominating. But, I mean, yeah, this could be worse if you are Boston Breach.
Well, the fact that 2 players flirt with double negatives for quite a while, yeah. It certainly could be, but no, you're right. It seems like the team kicks it into another gear in the second set of rotations. It really gets a firm control on the map. We'll see if FaZe are able to do it here, but FaZe so far, so good. What, about an 80-point advantage? You've been in the driver's seat really from the opening spawn. Let's hear the comps from Atlanta FaZe here at Major 1.
Take it, hit one. Take it.
Take it.
Take it.
Nice.
Make sure you're right.
I'm going stage. I'm going stage.
Here,
Stay down for globe.
lay down.
Awakening's their head, okay?
One more top globe.
No, their head.
One's right stage on me.
There's one stage in the back.
One's their head.
I can't really get hill right now.
No, one's top head. What's this one behind you, I think?
Stay down. Make globe.
Hey, go.
Oh my god. Stage. Two stages. Stay down. One's in the back. Get 3. Oh my god.
Cammy's one shot in the back. Cammy's one shot. I have your cross down there, okay?
You're 2 team in red.
Helmet.
I'm trying.
Cammy, their side.
No, top red.
Their side. Cammy, their side.
This guy's so fucking
Nice.
Holy fuck.
Yeah, spawning cap.
Yeah. I'm Sean Cafe.
Yeah, I'm just showing my cross.
Cafe. Holy fuck, open the lane, boys.
Yep.
I'm nading over. Middle.
I need one on their side.
One's close.
Hey,
Watch out the glass. The glass.
He's down. To their side, they're all playing new.
If I saw the...
Stay pushed out.
Yeah.
Get you one time.
Okay.
Yeah, they can spawn out. I'll see Cammy out. I'm trying to get you out. Maybe top there. I get time. Snoopy mid-stairs dead. One more awakening mid and one stage going front left.
I'm
Missed that. One's mid-stairs. Nice, Chris. They're spawning in the back. I think 2 spawning in the back. 2 spawning in the back. Go mid-stairs.
He's weak mid-steps, awakening.
Two.
Well, it was getting scary at the beginning to listen in, and it's just gotten scarier. Atlanta FaZe taking over a Breach at risk of being 100-point club unless they can hold on to control here, but draw some of this pop-off moments. Simp with some big plays. FaZe continue to click, and if we thought maybe the red cards were going to help out Breach, it's not looking that way so far.
Yeah, this is what I'm kind of worried about. I mean, if FaZe's red card is going to be this good this weekend, right, they're a team that's going to auto-veto vault for the most part versus most teams. You're going to have to play them on red card or protocol, in which protocol they dominated the minor. That was their map.
Yeah.
It is going to be so difficult to beat this team this weekend.
Well, that's, I mean, if you talk over the years why they've been such a good squad, a lot of, yes, you have all the talent in the world, don't get me wrong, but it's just, yeah, the map hole has usually been one of the widest just year in and year out, and they're trying to do that here at Major I. BZ, I thought getting the opening, but not going to happen. Cammy hits the slide, hits the shots, but is that going to be enough to mount what would be the most insane comeback on the year? You at least were able to eclipse 100 points. Cammy's shot, I thought a little bit shaky at first, but
no assist.
He'll connect at the tail end of that. Yeah, Bush messed with his aim assist, but just 22 needed for the win. And Breach, if you're finally starting to get something going, some momentum, it's just one of those situations where it's probably a little bit too late in the map.
Yeah, I guess what we kind of always talk about when you're down this much, but if the game starts to shift your way, can you carry some of this momentum into like the search and destroy, into that game too? Still a chance. If FaZe going to get in and any scrap time, going to put them that much closer from winning map number 1.
Yeah, it's not even like the momentum for me. Sometimes it's like it's just get rid of the frustration. Yeah, get warm and get rid of the frustration. You're probably like pissed off. You're getting slammed. At least if you're starting to light it up in the feed a bit late in the map, you start to feel good about something. But you'll be 10 away from the victory here as our next hard point pops. Simp approaching 40 on 35 right now, and his Purge gets a double. It'll be him trying to answer back with a multi of his own, and he's able to do just that. 2 for him. Teammates now in, and that might be the one to decide it. You're spawning out pretty deep from the point if you are Boston Breach. All control here to Atlanta FaZe. A real team effort there. No bomb from Cell, but you didn't need it. Everybody putting on. Map 1 is a blowout as Atlanta FaZe dominate the red card to kick us off in this best of 5.
And you know, as good as Boston Breach has been, this was just like the one probably toughest matchup for them, right? We just saw it, and it just feels like we saw last year. Like matchup-wise, if you go from team to team, and for whatever reason, well, I mean, a lot of people have trouble with Atlanta FaZe, but this is just one that doesn't seem to go their way.
And just for anyone, really, like if you were in that top 4, this is the one you didn't want to face round 1. Like, you were hoping it wasn't going to be Atlanta FaZe you're going to go up against. That's just due to what that 1-3 start that they kick off the year in. So now, more pressure to Boston Breach to try and answer back. If they thought maybe the change up in the order of the best of 5 map set was going to help them, it certainly doesn't there. FaZe go up, 50 to 60 early and really never look back. I mean, that was just a dominant one. There's not much you can take away from it from a positive standpoint for Boston Breach, other than maybe the guns got a little warmer towards the end.
Yeah, I mean, Soupy had a pretty solid game, but I mean, you just look at the stat lines. Simp just from the get-go. Draws had a couple of big multi-kills. Into the amount of non-traded kills that those two have, they just set the pace. I mean, maybe like the one big sort of momentum change was that one Simp spawn out where like you finally had some control near that P3 for Boston early on in the game. But I mean, it's still a 30-point game right from this point. It's just like as soon as that second set of hills got going, they just did not find many kills.
We're wondering when FaZe is going to turn it on. One of the slowest starts, if not the slowest start they've had, is that core 3. When you talk about the inception of the CDL, it was surprising. I mean, there are a lot of, listen here, they get booed as they come out. There were a lot of people that were very happy that they came out struggling early, but it just feels like the break happened, and then it was just a totally different team. And you know, you just wonder what it is, if they were, you know, playing the game wrong fundamentally, or if it's, you know, we suspect it's more, listen, that core 3 is playing together a long time. We're talking like 6 years. To stay on top, and yes, I know they haven't necessarily won the most events every year, but you've been on top. Like, you've had the most CDL points. You've been a contender year in and year out for 6 years. I don't know, man. It's just hard to do. Sometimes you just have to remind yourself, like, we got to do all the little things we used to do that took us to get here. We've got to communicate better, whatever it is. Like, they may just had to iron some stuff out.
Yeah, I mean, they're like married couples.
Yeah,
that's
right?
just
like,
what it is.
When you play together this long, like, I'm sure a lot of it was just little stuff that other teams don't even have to worry about. Or like if other teams do worry about it, they make a change. Whereas this team is just stuck through it through all of it.
Yeah, here's that game flow from map number 1. You just see sort of the middle, right, from that P4 to the P2. They just kind of flatline does Boston Breach, and I mean, you get a massive lead, 228 to 93, and that just gets you the map win.
Yeah, that'll be enough to close it out on a map like Red Card. But now we get to Search and Destroy, where we'll see if Breach can bring it back. A look at how the maps are going to break down for it. But for those in attendance, those at home, welcome. We're looking to have a whole hell of a lot of fun. If you're on the West Coast, good morning. I know it's interesting for us here. I made it through pretty well though. Like how you doing? Like jet lag wise, I'm okay.
I'm good. We had a plan and it worked.
We did. We got
stayed
here.
awake.
We stayed up all day. We walked around park. We went to did some shopping with Ali. We went exploring, but that first day we got here, Tuesday? I was a zombie, but we stayed up all day. That's all we had to do. We made it tonight, and we're good.
We're locked in now.
I was working. You know me. At least we haven't been here for years. Wait, is it like 2019 was the last time?
Yeah, 2020. Yeah.
But I used to be. You know me. I got it bad. Like jet lag, I was always bad. I never like followed that rule of staying up. I just come in, like, oh, I'll take a nap. It'll be fine. Then 8 hours pass, and you're just screwed up. But so far, so good. Feeling good. Yeah, that might be a thing with the players too. I mean, it's not something we're going to talk about much because we don't know who's dealing with it, but. You gotta imagine you've competed across the pond.
No, I would expect some upsets, honestly. Like,
yeah.
I mean,
is that big of a deal?
Yeah, no, 100%. I mean, it just really depends. But yeah, I think these guys sort of take care of it. But you can see right here, just sort of days since the last win. I mean, yeah, you have FaZe and Optic there at the top, and then it's Ultra, but it's been over a year for them.
My God, we'll see what upsets we'll get this weekend. I don't know. I mean, we were kind of, I feel like a couple weeks ago, we weren't really sure how things were going to shake up. We weren't really sure where the separation was. I think we still have a lot of question marks. Like, we're not sure how good Ultra is. I don't know what I think about Thieves. I think my gut tells me we're looking at like a FaZe Optic type final. Like, they seem to be the two most consistent teams coming into the major, but who the hell knows?
I feel like, yeah, I mean, it's those two since the break that have just looked like they know the game better. Individually, 100%. The stars are going off, but outside of that, yes, there is a ton of question marks.
Absolutely.
Across the board. Carolina's starting to go the wrong way. This Boston team, outside of this FaZe matchup, how well do they play? Vancouver Surge is on the up and up. Like, there is just a lot of shifting parts right now in the league.
Yeah, because we thought they were a bottom team that won 3 straight. So it's like, who knows? They might be a team that turns up on lane because they're competing from Vancouver. Like, I got no idea, but hopefully it's going to be entertaining and a whole hell of a lot of fun. But map 2, answer back time now for Boston Breach. They want to avoid the O2 hole because you're thinking protocol. I mean, we go there for the control. It was a 3-0 slamming, so they need to get this map. They need to.
And you saw the records there. This is really where FaZe struggled early on in the year, but then started to turn around since the minor in the Search and Destroy. But Breach getting aggressive over towards B. Now, Bomb is still in spawn, so this is really just maybe a faker just clearing out the room so Snoopy can get here. We have one player in the back, but all of FaZe are here. They have the info. They're not seeing anything A side. All 4 players from FaZe in position out defend the B side.
Yeah, I mean, he's just laying there that entire time to set up the trap, and then he goes ahead and pounces. Camby does get one to bring it back to 3 versus 3, but quickly that'll go away. Now they are just swinging on the final player, FaZe. Able to strike first in the round 1 as they collapse on him on A.
I mean, that's all info, right? I mean, you see nobody outside, and somebody's calling it. It's a B hit. Everybody rotate. All 4 players, you give up that outside bomb site, you're all here. I mean, you got some forward space if you were Boston Breach, but yeah, they just get caught. Bomb wasn't there.
And yeah, I'd say it's just like if you have that space, you have to act quicker, or you need to show something at the opposite side. Like, what needed to change?
Well, I think maybe you show some info on the outside, but it felt just like maybe they were playing for some info. That it's just Snoopy with Bomb wasn't really there. It was just really a 2 versus 4 on the site.
And I will see what FaZe opt to do offensively. It looks like we're mounting up towards A. Simp gonna get hit with the nade early, so he's just trying to stay up. He's got Purge right on the other side. Simp will spot him, hit it with the shoulder, gonna get caught though. Purge with the opener. A BC there for the trade. You don't allow Purge to get 2 and maybe just win the round right there. Bomb back in hand for Atlanta FaZe, and it looks like they're backing it up for now.
Then you know a lot of players like to get active on the flank on this map, so they're gonna try to take their time, clear out their side. You have one player in Draza just sort of watching that rotation, showing some presence over towards the A site, but yeah, for right now, the other 2 of FaZe going towards B.
What's the timing going to be like here? For a BZ as they wrap back. There's all these doors to clear. Tries to get across, not going to happen. Cammy not going to get traded. Cell going to get put down. What a play there from Cammy. He's so weak though. The hip fire from Draws at least able to finally get the kill. But you got 20 seconds to go. You got one to the left, one to the right. He wins that, gets safe. Maybe a chance to push that to a 1 versus 1. But it doesn't happen. They're able to stall them out at A with the opening blood from Purge. And yeah, maybe you're just hoping you wrap this back and you catch somebody working the flank, but that doesn't happen.
Yeah, just tough. I mean, when you start to rotate sites on this map, there is just so much to clear, right?
You can't, it's just not quick. It's not quick.
It's not quick at all. So when you start to wrap, and then the opponents at A are like, I'm not seeing nothing. It's a very quick rotation to B for the defense, and they're able to get in position.
Man, it's like if you try to just be reckless and just hit it and not clear stuff, you're just still slamming through doors, like giving away audio cues that you're on the wrap. We'll see if Breach a little more success this time as they work up towards B. Nearly able to catch him easy. You know, last time we saw him basically just laying prone the entire time until the call was to Chow. Celium this time gets the opener. Purge taken out of it. So you'll have numbers in the 4v3 on defense, and now this push just becomes so much more difficult for the offense.
I mean, this is just such a strong position from Draws, right? Just he's watching that cross towards stage. So again, this is your info towards A. I'm not seeing anything. So what does that mean? Cell and Sim can go and lock down B with a BZ. So they pretty much have all the info in the world right now.
Snoopy. Your whisper round, just seeing if he can get eyes and just block one. Damage in, and there's the kill. Nice little jump, gets the headshot. Big opener from Snoopy. Now this is down to a 3 versus 3. Draw's kind of out of it for now, but so is Cammy, who's trying to get back into it. So the timing from Cammy and Draw is going to be big. Will they pick up Draws? Number 4 on the map, starting to work in. Awakening able to win a big fight. Sim can't do it from his back. The pre-fire from Cell, not going to do it either. Draws doesn't get there in time. He'll now be last alive in a 1 versus 3. Great patience there from Boston Breach, and well, Snoopy just giving him numbers.
Well, and honestly, I mean, Draws is just hoping that his teammates find one and just buy him a little bit of time. He's just trying to work the flank, but again, not easy, not quick to do. You had Cammy lurking on the other side. They're not able to find each other, but Snoopy with some great shots there after that first blood from Celium to even things up. And then, yeah, it's just sort of the timing's on the flank, and well, that time it paid off for Breach.
Yeah, before he's able to realize like where he's getting shot from, like go prone. He just gets caught. Like I thought he was just going to go prone, hopefully stay up, but just enough time for Snoopy to get that kill.
In the corner and just pitch you back up.
Yeah, right. But no, big 3v4 there from Boston Breach. As Purge is only got 1, but he was that first blood last time they were on defense. And he looks to be in a pretty similar position, at least in an aggressive spot out towards A. And a lot of time he's going to be involved in their early action. He'll be the point man, so that's going to be the first line that FaZe is going to have to deal with. But for now, we're just kind of seeing the spots from a BZ as he looks for information working up towards B. And the deeper he gets, he's like, all right, boys, start bringing bomb. Let's start to work this.
Yeah, so really Purge is just working off Awakening. Awakening was very close to him. He's putting some shots into Draza. Awakening is now backing up. This is the setup of Purge play so that he can activate if they go towards A. The problem is, though, all of FaZe starting to rotate towards B, so Cammy and Snoopy going to have to just stay alive, wait for their teammates.
And Purge is going now, so similar to what we saw Draws doing, will Purge get there in time? First blood for a BZ. Working up, but picked up. At number 1, and Celium seems to be watching the flank, so he should have a fight here soon with Purge. He does, so he's able to pick up Purge. Awakening does get 1, but suddenly it's the last player. And Wake, he's on 3 in a row, but best of luck with this. That's something we're just going to keep an eye on. When it's this B play, that 4th player that's going to be trying to collapse on it, does it get picked up? Are they able to get there in time to make a play? Did the other 3 or 2 stay up long enough to just buy them some time? But Cell had that locked down.
It just feels like it just doesn't work.
Yeah. Oh, so what would you do differently?
I mean, you can try to
just stack it together.
Yeah, stack it together if you want. You know, use stun and nades to retake from your side. Or, yeah, maybe like a double flank where you try to pick off Celium and then collapse from that way, but it just feels like every time there's a B play, like we've seen flanks work on A, right? You take their top window, you have like this crossfire come in, but this B flank from time and time again just feels like it takes so long. And well, throughout this map, each team has lost it.
Yeah. Wasn't time and time again on the bingo card?
Was it?
It might be. I haven't said sexy yet, and that doesn't count.
Okay. Well, got one.
That doesn't count, Ant. That doesn't count. 2-2 though in the search as Breach tried to answer back to tie it up 1-1. I was pissed when I found out Chance didn't bring his sweater though, that just hideous purple and black one.
It's gorgeous.
Yeah, sure. To his grandmother, maybe. Draza brings it back to a 3 versus 3. Awakening gets another one as he's up to 5. He died on a 3 spree before heading into this round, so he's had some great stretches for Breach, so they'll have it planted with numbers, 3 versus 2. A BC though. What kind of timing does he find? He's just gonna go. Finds a great one. Chow's the second one as well. He'll be weak from the fight with Simp, so he's able to turn this into a 1 versus 1. 30 seconds to go. Cammy versus Simp. Or BZ, sorry.
And Cammy hasn't shown. There was, again, this weird timing with a BZ. So Cammy has no idea. He's going to check it, but BZ does not have a lot of time. 20 seconds. What is the timing like going to be for a BZ?
Oh!
Just doesn't hit the shot, and now Cammy just trying to play his life, but gets taken down.
Gotta run.
Now it is a foot race to the bomb. 7.5 to the fuse, and a BZ able to get there.
I thought it was going to be closer, honestly. But he gets there with a couple seconds to spare. He gets 3 in the round. And yeah, I thought the route he was taking through lobby, I'm like, this is going to take too much time. But like, luckily for him, the second he gets top to second, like he gets eyes on him. And just gets him so weak. I mean, Cammy's option is just to lay there and hope it buys enough time. I mean, or he just hopes he reach-outs and catches him mid-sprint and YY and fries him. I don't know.
And again, we've been talking about sort of these flame plays, and that time Cammy was trying to watch it on defense, but a BZ was able to get on through. So, well, it turns in a 3-on-2 to a 2-on-2 near the bomb site, and then comes down to that 1v1 for a BZ.
And I was like, dude, the timing too is like Awakening turning, like, dude, right as he gets through, but big sequence there from a BZ. And they want to get right back to work over at B. Can he get across this time? This time he's able to at least get through. Spots one on the corner. Stunned. Nade. Not doing too much damage. Well, never mind. He hits. Purge at the door, also hit down to 44 himself.
This is a switch up though. All 4 are here. Nobody working the flank. So Cell is by himself. You have numbers for now. If you are
Here
Boston Breach, but yeah, Cell gonna rotate over. He knows the play. 30 seconds on the bomb, and now Purge gonna try to take his route.
They give up the flank. He tries to hit it now, but look, Cell has turned, so he's got it picked up. Gets damage into Purge, sees that's not open. Time is dwindling. Simp with the multi, picking him apart. Nearly gets it done with the melee as well, but enough damage through to finish it off. So you change the retake there if you are Boston Breach. Unfortunately, still not able to get it done, but maybe a better chance there.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the team kill comes through, so that makes it tough, but you had the right idea. You're trying to switch it up. They would have had the 4-on-3, and then Purge just tries to take a route, but Cell just so smart, knows the timings. And again, FaZe are just reading the map. They know what they're giving up and what they're giving them. And if they're going to give them that B plan every time, they're going to take it.
Oh, yeah, I don't know if somebody got eyes on him wrapping back, but I swear, like, once I thought Cell recommitted, and then Purge was doing like the re-wrap up, and I was like, hold up, this might be the play. But no, Cell was just still locking it down, irons up, ready to do it. 2-round advantage now for FaZe. See what the offensive hit, how it develops now for Boston Breach. As they slide across. Some shots coming in from lobby. And you're playing this pretty passively in your phase. You really back this up. So A site kind of open. You're obviously going to be able to get shots in, but oh, now they're starting to push it back out. Simp inches his way forward.
And again, just all info, right? So you still have a BZ playing B, but he's not going to see anything. Everyone else from FaZe is going to play towards the A site. 45 seconds off, and well, you go 1 for 1 at least. I'd say you're challenging Cell with the AR from that angle. But now Snoopy, it's his turn to get active and try to make a play. And well, he's going to make it. He's going to find Simp. Awakening finds Draws, all down to a BZ.
He just played so deep defensively. If you're FaZe, a lot of map open to Breach, and they take advantage of it. But a BZ, he's already had a clutch. I say, don't let the man do it again. This time they shut him down quickly after he gets 1. And that was one of those rounds you really had to win if you were Boston Breach.
Yeah, and they just take their time there. Right there does Boston Breach. I mean, Awakening's the bomb carrier, and with 20 seconds left, he doesn't want a BZ to find an opening to make a clutch play, right? Maybe catch someone on the bomb planning it. He just stays there, waits for Cammy to rotate, able to find the last one. But as you said, yeah, much needed round there for Breach.
And we'll see. I mean, this is the big question, though. They work that B plant. How do you deal with it if you were Boston Breach? You've tried a couple of different things now. Do you set up early to deal with it, and then FaZe just hit A, though?
Well, it looks like they're sticking with their same strat with Persian Awakening out here, right? Persian's going to try to lurch on one of these staircases, go right back to his setup, bait Awakening, so they've kept it very similar. but he's not going to find a kill. At least there's a team kill from a 1-for-1. Awakening just going to get out.
Oh my God, doesn't quite get out. The rechow in, he just could not escape. At least he got one, I guess. I mean, it looked ugly at first when Simp got around the corner. I thought he was just going to get dropped instantly, but you have numbers if you're FaZe. The map kind of flips on its head now. And FaZe looking to wrap this all the way around towards B. Snoopy just got info.
So you know the last one's here, though. No, Cell just waits. He waits for that pinch right there. And now it's all down to Camby bomb being planted. He is in a position maybe, but yeah, he's going to have to open a door. Can't get the first or the second. Looking tough, and FaZe again win on offense.
For a second, I thought he's catching the bomb planter, and then maybe he's got a one-on-one for a second. Cell is going to have to track back. It's so close to Cammy maybe catching them, but not going to happen. And yeah, I mean, just the fact that FaZe were able to take out Purge, then also like Awakening just could not get away from that with his life. You take numbers early, wrap it, get bomb planted, and control things from there. So far, they've handled their post plants. We'll take a look at it one more time. There's a BZ, he ends up getting 2. And yeah, he just gets so much damage into Awakening here. Like, I don't know. If he had help there, maybe you play your life a bit, but I think he's by himself. And you just know he's spreading out.
He's trying to catch a timing.
Yeah. Kind of what we were talking about earlier. Like, that's your only option. Like, what can do from the 1v1. You lay there and hope the time pays off, or you just catch somebody. I mean, Kenny's 1v2, pretty good example recently. He pulled off on Hacienda. Like, just catch someone and smoke them. But first blood again to FaZe. Numbers, though, down to a 2 versus 2 for now. Cell trying to trade shots, not going to happen. Hold up, Boston Breach keeping this alive. All in draws now. He's nowhere close at all. Still a lot of time to it, 50 seconds remaining. FaZe can take the 2-0 edge with the round win here. Breach can continue to push this.
I mean, you had a nice setup there from Abizi and Simp, but it was traded effectively. And then again, this draws starts to work the flank, and Cell gets caught. So he's into a clutch scenario. He has a good read on it. He's able to spot one. Is like checking maybe Awakening is watching that cross, but he's prone. So a nice little off angle there from Awakening.
Yeah, no, he had the read, but you said it perfectly. Awakening just lying in wait. Kind of like what happened to Snoopy in the last round. Like, thinks he catches the time to get across and not able to do it. So they get within 1 again. It's just, can they pull off back-to-back? That's what they've struggled to do.
They need a defense. Yeah, they just need something here on defense because, yeah, FaZe continue to win on attack. Attacking both bomb sites. Just that default setup really not working on either side.
Well, if you're going to change something, what a round to do it. Get yourself to around 11. A little bit different setup here from Purge.
It's almost like FaZe is kind of expecting like maybe like an all-out rush through mid or something. The way they're kind of playing it, they show something towards A, maybe throw some nades, but now it is a fast wrap to B. Abizi gonna be the point man as he normally is. Gonna throw the stun, wait for his teammates. The stun connects onto Snoopy, and Simp and Draza find the kills.
Okay, they just pick them apart here. Damage into a third as well. Purge will drop, and Awakening, best of luck in this. 1 versus 4. Their defense has just never had the answer. FaZe dominated through the offense. They take it 6-4. They've got a 2-0 edge, and now we're a map away from, well, what we just had in the league. A protocol to close it out, and FaZe take a 3-0, but so far so good. They just dominated this matchup.
No, yeah, I mean, they look comfortable. Obviously, map 1, like, you know, first series of a tournament, you always have a little jitters, but they just very cool, calm, collected, hard points. Yeah. You had some pop-off moments, and in that search to destroy, there was a little back and forth, but yeah, they always held on to that lead.
No, they absolutely did. Just never gave up. Yeah, kind of back-to-back rounds. Let them take an advantage, rip off 3 straight. We've had a lot of that, too, in Search this year. Just these streaks between teams. Win 3 in a row, win 4 in a row. You haven't had a ton of that, at least in this one.
Yeah, 2 and 10 on a Purge, 4 first deaths as well. I mean, you win the first blood category, 7-3. That's a big deal. But, I mean, Purge just got caught in a lot of the plays, right? He tried to flank, shut down. He tried to, like, work the middle of the map quickly on defense. A lot of the times traded, shut down immediately.
And he's a guy who's found a lot of success in that role and on this particular map, just not against FaZe. Like, they know how he wants to play. They want to take him out of the equation. I think they think, like, if we shut him down the opening, we have the best opener in the world in Abizi, that they're going to be feeling pretty good. They're able to do exactly that, just dominate the early rounds. And Purge, just who's been far more consistent this year, just nothing. It's be tough with him at 2 and 10.
No, I mean, this is a team like, you know, FaZe. They just yeah, they're watching a lot of prep, doing a lot of VODs, and sort of like, all right, who do we need to shut down on these maps? Who are the playmakers, right? Like when, yeah, they're going to circle that name, right? Make sure they know where Purge is.
Certainly. Well, before we continue on to our map 3 and see if FaZe can shut it out with 3-0, we're going to kick it back to the desk quick to break down our first 2.
Thank you, gentlemen. This one looking even worse than the previous meeting between Boston and Atlanta. You saw a beatdown in that first hard point. Welcome back to the desk. I got Alley Cat and Nameless as always, and today we have a very special guest with some fantastic hair. Miles the Ross Boss.
Thanks, mate.
Why are FaZe booed wherever they go on the planet? This team is so good.
Well, I don't know. I mean, were their fans as passionate as their haters? That's all I can say. I know there's a lot of serious FaZe fans out here, but hey, the biggest FaZe fan right now is me. I love Simp. He is unbelievable. Yes. He took over map 1. Yeah. It was a very, very, a classic Chris Lair performance. I enjoyed it a lot, man. He was there picking up points. He was there picking up rotations. He was getting the kills. You name it. He did it all.
He did do it all. I think that map 1 was just kind of like I said, it was a big opener. Atlanta FaZe usually comes out really, really hot during these weekends and then sometimes kind of taper off near Sunday. But for me, like, it was just unreal. The P1s and P2s of Atlanta, they outscored them on P2 like literally 90-5. So Boston Breach a really, really slow start out of them. But I'm happy to see Drawza and Simp spawned in the map 1.
Nameless, I know you're a super fan of Awakening. You have been for multiple years. He just had a terrible game 1. Do you think he can bounce back in the respawn?
Well, he bounced back in the search and destroy. He was playing phenomenal. We'll get into the search here in a moment. So, yeah, I have faith in him. But, yeah, when you talk about Atlanta FaZe, crazy performance. They're hard to play against. I mean, they pick up on things the other teams don't. You're watching the ticket hill right here. I mean, both times just phenomenal on this hill. A player gets a random spawn out in the back, and who picks up on it? Simp, the guy on the right. And that's the reason. He goes 38-21 with all that damage.
You can't win many hard points when you have Simp and Drawza dropping bombs like that on you. 98 seconds of hill time as well over a minute for Simp. These two are cooking. In map 2, though, some games you just see a BZ get shut down. This was not one of them.
Oh, no way. If map 1 was all Simp, map 2, it was all a BZ.
It was all a BZ. I mean, he's called the First Blood King for a reason, or the First Blood Demon, depending on which side of the coin you want to go for. I mean, just the aggression that he was setting on so early, because it was just defense after defense after defense, and then it's that one attack round where a BZ just literally flies into B. He has no fear. He's checking every corner. Nobody's trying to contest him. He ends up dying first, but it's just enough pressure to allow his teammates to get that bomb down and win that round, and that was the momentum change for that map number 2.
Yeah, I mean, their attacking rounds were awesome. Yeah. They had a lot of great B pushes, and, it's very hard. It's like, what do you do? Do you flank? Because then Celium's watching it. He's going to pick up on that. Or do you just stack it, and then a BZ's going to pick you apart? And that's kind of Atlanta FaZe thesis on the map. It's like, okay, BZ, go work it, play for information. We're going to use our attacks, and we're going to clear B and get the bomb down. It worked every single time. And then Miles, the clutch was just unbelievable.
Hey, that's the icing on the cake. Another thing for me now is seeing LAN for the very first time here in Black Ops 6. It looks crisp. It looks clean.
It does,
Our players are taking the advantage of that very, very low latency. Players like Abizi, players like Celium.
I'm challenging.
I'm going to hit as many bullets as I possibly can. I mean, moments like that, the clutch is a great example of that. That's not as easy to do online. You got to get a little bit of magic. But on LAN, it's pure skill, and it's all good.
Is there anyone on Boston that could just, like, realize that and flip the switch? It seems like Snoopy's not having an issue.
I think any of them could do it, right?
Yeah. I mean, we've seen huge moments from them. And like you said, we watched it. Awakening bounced back in that game 2 search and destroy. But now you're down 0-2 up against Atlanta FaZe. Like, this is a tall task. We've seen these players have reverse sweeps before. It starts with control. Protocol. Oh
yeah, I was going to say, let's take a look at the bracket, because with Protocol Control coming up, one of the few 3-0s we have ever witnessed occurred on that map. If Breach drop this next game, they go all the way down and play Cloud9 at the bottom of that elimination bracket.
Yeah, that's tough. I mean, everybody likes to bully me when I say that Cloud9 would be a hard pick, so maybe they get their warm-up here to drop down to that Cloud9 and then push their way through the elimination bracket. But the biggest shock for me right now in Boston Breach is, like, Snoopy started the warm-up just a little bit, but we've got to get more out of Purge. He's been around the block before. It's a very uncharacteristic performance out of him in map number 2. I predicted Boston Breach to win this protocol. I think they bounce back here, but I do have Atlanta FaZe still in 4.
Anything to add? Give me the Boston hope, Ant. I know there's a storyline somewhere we can draw and pull in. To Madrid.
Honestly, when I look at this series, the red cards were kind of their path to victory, right? You take games 1 and 2, catch FaZe off guard, and get to that game 5 and close it out. As it stands right now, if you're Boston Breach, you are in a very tough spot going into this protocol. You just got cooked by them a week ago.
Young roster, but they're known to pull off some upsets. Can they pull off the reverse sweep? Let's find out as we go to a game 3. Merc, Maven, take it away.
Thank you for the breakdown, guys. Yeah, we'll see. I don't know. Last time we casted this, it was a 3-0, 3-0. The protocol, just trying to remember, like I remember like you had some pretty good opening breaks from Boston Breach. You know, you would get numbers early, you get some map position, then from that point forward, they would struggle. Like they
I think it was that round one
it.
they had a really strong defensive start, and then they gave it up. Like then they lost that first defensive round. And that kind of, was the momentum shift for Atlanta FaZe.
So one of those, you played good defense until, remember, it was like 10 seconds left on the clock. It got down to like a 0.9 or something like that, if I remember right. Like, it's just, they should have probably had a defense win, and then it just unravels.
And again, sort of the minor victory path for FaZe was, it was a lot of protocol. They're one of the few teams that sort of switched it up, got away from that vault that, a lot of teams dominated early on and said, you know what, we're just going to force teams. We have Hacienda in now. We're going to start to switch up this veto system. And now you have this opportunity again to close out the series on protocol.
Yeah, I thought maybe we'd see Hossie just based on how the protocol went, but maybe you're thinking of your Boston Breach. We're a couple little situations away from fixing this, but we take a look at the Control defense this season. You've been solid there. If you are FaZe, it must be the offensive struggles then for them, considering one of the poorer Control starts they've had on a season, but they've started turning around as of late.
Yeah, no, 100%. You can see right here, just sort of defense they have been dominating. 7-7, it's all right for Boston Breach, but 10th in the league right now. Yeah, a lot of improvement there.
Yeah, that's not good enough. If you're going to want to fight to a top 4, that's not going to be good enough. We'll see. Maybe the improvements start here. The good thing for them, you just played this, right? Just a week ago, you had this exact matchup. You can go back and look at the VOD, see where you screwed up. It felt like it was just these little moments that got away from them. How do you clean those up? Cell this month, we're talking about since he got back to the break, a 1.3 in Control, starting to put up Cell-like numbers as well. His individual play and his team have improved, but to the map 3 protocol we go. FaZe looking to shut this down with the swiftness and get moving on to Saturday for them, but Boston Breach want to give it their best and at least Purge maybe get started here early as he struggled a bit so far.
Yeah, if you're Boston Breach, you kind of want to do what FaZe did to you in the online matchup. You started on defense, and they were able to take round 1 here. Can you do that now, right? And then go up quickly 2-0. We'll see what happens there. And you had some changes to protocol. We don't have that quite yet with that B point moving. Just excited for that once we get back home, but we know that B zone can be so difficult to take.
Well, this is a particular map because we talk a lot about those flankers kind of getting in behind enemy lines. And one thing that stood out the last time they played, like BZ was kind of the lone guy doing it at times in that and doing a really good job staying alive, doing a really good job continuing to be a threat. Like Snoopy and Purge were kind of trading off, but they just weren't finding success. Like FaZe were doing such a good job just making sure there weren't players behind them, dealing with that before they moved up the map. We'll see if Breach can maybe find more success in that category this time around.
Yeah, already minute off the clock. Nice little spawn trap there for FaZe, but you do get out. The timing, though, not going to go Purge's way. So top 3 over to Celium. He's on 5 in a row. We just saw his stats, and that is going to be all 4 dead. Not the round 1 you wanted if you are Boston Breach. You don't even have a tick of work right now on either point.
Yeah, and Kamini and Awakening are in hell. They're both 0-4, just getting choke slammed on spawn. This is going to be one of the more dominant rounds you're going to see. 24-11 in lives. This is a slaughter out the gate. Protocol has been all FaZe. It continues here. That is diabolical in round 1. Like, that is an absolute choke slam.
I don't even know what the comments would be after that one.
Right, good job. Guys, it was tough. Let's just go again.
Let's just do the same thing to them that happened to us, right? Like, that's how that goes.
Hey, guys, it looks like we're going to losers. Bro, I don't know.
There's nobody talking.
What do you say after a round like that?
We've all been there, right? Like,
dude.
If you're an AR player, you spun up on attack and protocol, you gotta run up some stairs into a sub. It's just not fun.
But that's like the longest stretch I've seen of like spawn slam. We've seen like a wave or 2 of it, but that was like a solid minute, bro, of just getting slammed.
Yeah, 0-10. That's not good.
Woo!
Selden die.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Holy hell. Well, let's see if Breach can fare better offensively or if they've just mentally been cut out of this one. Snoopy does get some openers. Now he gets this position. This is where FaZe were pretty good at dealing with it. Like, you let him get 1, maybe 2, but don't let him get lost. Don't let him play his life a ton. They deal with it pretty efficiently. But as they try to get out towards mid-map, that's going to get shut down pretty quickly. Simp going to be really the only one out. Cell still playing passively here. He's got a streak to work with. He wants the double-digit streak. He's able to do that. And he's now out to 10-0. And We got some classic Cell gameplay.
Yeah, he's got a Hellstorm if he wants to use that. But yeah, I mean, really, Sim's just going out. He's just pausing the clock. And Cell's just pretty much saying, I don't want to lose this building, right? Because that is when bad things happen. So yes, it's very slow. He's playing for himself, but just trying to allow his teammates some room off spawn. He's also hitting shots like that.
Yeah.
That will be 3 dead. Awakening be the one player alive, just trying to stay alive mid-gun, and does a pretty great job finding a second there to allow Breach maybe to get some nades on the point.
Or he was just like, boys, I think I'm not gonna die this map.
Yeah, probably. Play for it.
You got a tick and a half thus far. Selling draws with the AR though, cutting them down now, and this should develop into some progress here onto A with 37 seconds remaining. Once again, the AR is doing a nice job over that stretch now at BZ. Key's getting involved in the mix. Just a little two-man game, but at BZ, he's been their one guy that really will sort of work the flank. I mean, last time we didn't see Sim doing a whole lot of it. It was really just the Abizi show, and he was doing such a good job playing his timings, playing his life, just being a nuisance for extended periods of time. And he's looking to get right back to that, and he's doing exactly that. Now the death's coming at a time where this is going to be interesting. You got to hope 5 and 8, at least in Perch and Snoopy, are able to get some damage on the other side of this, because if they don't, this transition on over to B for FaZe. It looks like they've kept bodies up, so now you're sending this weird 2-2 split right now if you're FaZe, and see how you want to play it.
Yeah, some tough timing right there for a BZ. Awakening was able to get on through. Cell's still alive though. He's on another streak. He's 16 and 1. Yeah, he's gonna have some insane control stats to start this tournament.
No, he might. He absolutely might. Awakening able to shut him down though, but time's starting to become a factor. You know, FaZe will often want to play this down to that battle of attrition into the lives department. We see Purge hit the grapple, and as he gets up top, we'll see what will open up for him. But they want to use the streak. They want to go for the offensive round win and get it done now. Play for info, play for map control.
Well, I think their call right there is they're going to play bottom middle, right? You see Simp and Abizi, and they're just hoping they can catch one top mid with the Hellstorm. But all of Boston pretty much just stay alive up top in the buildings. But now it's starting to get a little bit scary. A couple of players near B. Abizi and Draza in that area. Cammy's just looking, and again, just trying to pause the clock, bait some players out. Again, force it to come down to lives.
And Breach doing everything they can to make sure it comes down to time. 15 seconds to go. Cammy getting a couple of big ones. Not going to get away from that with the grapple, though, as Cell's got eyes on it.
It's a big win right here.
Try to pre-fire, not able to do it. Everybody falling, only 2 people up with no respawns remaining. They've got a body on the point with 6.8 seconds left. Purge and Cammy have got to be absolute heroes. Now it is all on Cammy to get it done. First tick will now be done. 1 versus 4. Cammy has had some insane highlight reels over the course of his career, but no chance to get one done here. FaZe get exactly what they want.
I imagine Cammy has just some nightmares about this team. I mean, throughout his career, just playing these guys. He'd have an insane resume if it wasn't for FaZe.
No, probably. No, very, very true. But yeah, I mean, body language obviously not going to be great right now for Boston Breach.
There's that smirk.
Yeah, that smirk, it's so annoying. Hey bros, I've died twice. it's so annoying. But no, they've got to feel pretty damn good with how it's going. Sorry, he's 19-4. That's my bad, not died twice. I honestly stopped paying attention.
Yeah, he's probably like, I can't believe I died 4 times that round.
Yeah. But this will be very similar to what we saw last time they played then. I mean, 3-0 in the series, 3-0 on the protocol. BZ's getting kills through stuns, somehow picking up 2 out the double positive in 4 in a row.
They're going to be just right back into this trap.
Bro, they know that they don't have to fight over here, right?
I mean, just right back into it. BZ's just running at people off spawn.
Yeah, I wouldn't be paying them a lot of respect either right now.
Yeah, I don't think they are. Now BZ goes, Simp though, just tries to get both of them. Cell's going to fly on through. So you finally get out of your base for now.
Yeah, I mean, you got out of your base for about 15 seconds. Your last offensive round. See if we can double that up.
Maybe get a tick. Maybe one.
Yeah, but now Draza, he's found the opening behind
enemy lines,
or does he? His Cammy silences him. And yeah, you at least get a tick. Maybe working on more. Maybe get a little too aggressive there if your FaZe just looking to shut it down. Confidence is flowing and they are sending it. Cell trying to finish one. I kept waiting for the Cammy child to come in, but he's in a fight of his own. There you get 4 dead. Snoopy's able to pop a triple, so maybe some life being breathed into this team. Boston Breach will get that minute extension. Lives will be about even, but a lot of time to work with. You still have the hard work to do over at B, but obviously way more success here. Just kind of calm down the nerves. Like, boys, we can do this.
Yeah, they just can't have a sort of a 3-4 down moment, right? This is normally what we see. It can be very difficult to take this B point. Purge, though, gonna find the first, and a quick trade, but that will be 3 dead.
Here we go. It's just going to be the 2 on it for now, so we're not moving all that quickly, but Awakening just ironed up, holding it. We'll take down 1. Pressure going to start to build, though, as Draza gets a kill. Snoopy trying not to let him get across, though, and Awakening's thinking the pressure is going to come from maybe top middle, so he's trying to back it up towards the staircase, but Simp finds a chance to peek there from bottom middle and shut it down. Snoopy's 4 streak will also come to an end. And getting aggressive on the other side will be 1 and 4. That'll be Cell and Draz. They're trying to maybe get them in the spawn trap again as BZ gets another multi.
Yeah, I mean, Zip sort of got that first kill and then just kind of left it to his teammates. He was able to get pushed up. Now, you still have Cell there. BZ's now here. You have to take some longer routes if you are Boston Breach through top middle. BZ, though, he's just going to flank this. He's going to spot a lot from this area. And, well, he's going to find 2. That will be a 3 dead. Snoopy's going to be on the flank trying to work it, but the rest of his teammates going to have to get out of spawn.
Yeah, we'll see what the timing ends up being like with him. Okay, Snoopy at least able to pick up Sims, so they'll be worried about that in a second, but the rest of the teammates kind of pinned in. Yeah, they're just doing acrobatics, omni movement all over the place to try and get out of harm's way. BZ chest bumps 1 and he'll end up falling, but Cell from up top still got eyes on the point. He just hits up the Zip. He's not ready for that one. We got 30 seconds to go. You need just a little over a tick. And it's just still a lives conversation, though. Even if you're able to get onto the point, you trade effectively. You've still got that edge if you are FaZe. Stun hits everybody. BZ somehow through the stuns able to get out of harm's way again.
And they just can't go 1 for 1 here if you're Boston. I mean, you're down to 4 lives now. 1 for 1s do not help you. There is a couple of straight kills on that side, but only 3 lives remaining. Didn't have to get on the point with 6 seconds. They try to, and well, it is all over in the winner's bracket for Boston Breach.
Atlanta FaZe come in, business as usual, get things done in the round 1. A dominant 3-0 victory. They have Boston Breach's number, and yeah, it might just be one of those matchups that it's just going to be a very tough one for Breach. It might be a very tough one for a lot of teams. That's just back-to-back 0-3s. You go if you're Breach, and you don't find a lot of success at all.
Yeah, I mean, like, you talk about the strength of Breach and what they've shown throughout the year. It's really behind, like, sort of the sub-duo, right? Like, Snoopy had some pop-off moments. Persia has had.
Yeah.
And, I mean, the sub-duo on the other side is just better.
The best to ever do it.
Right, so Simp and BZ, they just kind of shut that down. You don't allow their playmakers to go off, and you should see what it does to this Breach team.
Yeah, no. It really puts a lot of pressure then maybe on Cammy and Awakening to have monster maps, and, well, you still have a tough matchup there if you are Boston Breach. That's a look at how it went. Cell slows down a bit, I guess, after that 8-0 start. Really a full team involvement there for the FaZe roster. Everyone flirting with negative to double negative on the side of Boston Breach. You had no answer from what FaZe was bringing. Just, dude, they flipped the switch since the break. They're right back to looking like one of the scariest teams in the league. Felt pretty confident. It'd be like them and Optic probably making a run to the final. It's still looking like an opportunity to be that.
Yeah, I mean, you won both the red cards, then you dominate the protocol control. So, I mean, this is just, you got what you wanted, I guess, map set wise. If you were Boston Breach, you get the 2 red cards early, still lost it.
Yeah, no. We talked about before the series, like, we thought this was going to look much different. Just due to the fact that 3-0, usually you see some different maps. When we saw it was the same, we were pretty surprised. The only thing was the difference in order, and I think the first thing I said to you was like, is that going to matter much to you? You're like, probably not. Like, FaZe are good at red card, and it didn't matter. I mean, at least is what the Skyline being map 1 last time was like a 22-point game or something like that, right? It was a really, really tight one. Skyline a little bit different, but you just get this is worse. Is this worse than the last time? I mean,
yeah. No, it was.
It is.
Yeah.
It's just not all that competitive. Like, FaZe look that much better, and that's why it's tough to trust teams like Boston Breach and maybe even Carolina right now. It's just tough with some of the losses. Like, do these teams have what it takes to actually make a run deep on a Sunday? I don't know.
Yeah, now you drop down to play a Cloud9 team that, I mean, there's some individuals on that team that get going, they can win some series, but you'd expect Boston to get through there.
Yeah, I would think so. I mean, Cloud9, not good at all. I would think they do. We'll see if this one ends up hurting them too much, though. They're trying to recover the next couple of days. But the venue's starting to fill up, the fans starting to get fired up. This is going to be a fun weekend in Madrid. We hope you guys are enjoying the show so far. We got a ton of matches to come. I know that one. Listen, we came out a little flat with our first match in here in Madrid. It wasn't really hotly contested one. It wasn't all that close, but we got the flags out. We got the chants starting. Shirts are going to be coming off. Gentlemen, they play tomorrow. They don't even play today. I love it. I love it. No, that's actually amazing. Yeah, they literally don't play today. But let's keep this energy going all weekend long. I am absolutely loving it. It is beautiful here in the venue. More fans are starting to trickle in. And I mean, we just ramp up over the course of the weekend. I mean, yes, Thursday and Friday are great. We get our winners round one. We look at the start of our loser bracket, but really Saturday and Sunday is where all the magic happens. But we're getting ready to get to our interview. The guy that really popped off in the series started off perfect in the control. He's got the annoying little smirk. He pisses you off to play against. We've got Sel.
Well, I'm here with Celium. First of all, welcome to Madrid, Celium. How it's been for you the first days here? How do you deal with the jet lag?
I mean, it's exciting, you know. I mean, everyone here speaks a different language. It's all different. So, I mean, I'm hyped to be here.
And talking about you, you look completely different from the first 2 weeks. What do you work on?
I mean, everything, to be honest. Just trusting our teammates and hard work, to be honest. That's all it is, hard work.
And now, talking about the next round. Who you would like to face? Which team would you like to face in the next round?
Who is it? Do you know?
Yeah, Atlanta or Vancouver.
Who is it?
Atlanta or Vancouver?
I'm down to play Vancouver. I think they're a good team, so I'm down to play Vancouver.
Well, let's see. Good luck for the next matches, and thank you for the interview. Well, let's go with the test.
Thank you, Yuli. Awesome stuff there from Atlanta FaZe, the first 3-0 of the major. And what a shockingly fast one this was.
Brutal.
We got our scuff play of the game. Miles, can you just walk me through what Celium did to these kids in half three?
I mean, which part, Chris? I mean, that entire map.
The 13-0, I think.
Yeah, look, this was an unbelievable spree. We were talking about this again. It feels like Black Ops 6 LAN is a different beast. I mean, everything is connecting, and the pace at which FaZe play out, the way they control the map anyway, is one thing. But then the way they play the game individually and how tight they play, that is the difference maker right now. This was a smacking. As Celium was everywhere. Honest to God, let him pull in the heart. He's already got advanced UAV. Let him do it. Let him set a kill record. Let him try and drop a nuke.
It's like they already have one anyway, right?
What are you going to do, disqualify him? What are you going to do? Let him run. Let him fly. He's a peacock.
That was like the perfect display of what we always say, how talented they are and how smart they are, all coming together, just absolutely wiping the floor of Boston. Boston had no chance in that series.
No.
Yikes. Atlanta is here, and after that performance, maybe the team to beat in the tournament. You saw the bracket earlier. We've got it updated for you, and now we know Cloud9 will officially be playing Boston Breach tomorrow.
Yo, listen, you guys were haters with the Boston Breach I just saw on main stage. That's a Game 5 series if I've ever seen one. I'm just being honest.
I mean, low-key. But listen, Boston, they got 3-0 by Atlanta in the online league as well, so it could just be a matchup thing, but I don't think I can shake what I just saw, man. Atlanta just looks so scary. Like what you said, Miles, they are melting.
Match number 2 is loading up. We got Vancouver Surge versus Toronto in front of the epic Madrid crowd when we come back.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League.
Major 1 of the 2025 season continues right now as we are live from Madrid. An excellent crowd showing up, taking the day off on Thursday to watch our favorite sport. It's Call of Duty League featuring Merc here at the desk. And you just got a chance to cast probably the fastest series we're going to see in Madrid.
Yeah, Boston put me to sleep.
A little bit.
Yeah, the jet lag's hitting now.
Atlanta doing work. And of course, we have already checked off 2 boxes of our bingo card. Can you believe this, Merc? The team killed that happened right away, and then Celium the 10+ streak in that game 3.
That's already done.
What? Maven said sexy.
Yeah, but it didn't count.
Unofficial. Unofficial.
What? That 100% counts.
Nah, He's talking about the bingo card.
Once again, in Maven's favor. I'm telling you, there's something going on.
That's crazy.
This is the start from Celium 12-0. Abizi with a takeover search and destroy the First Bloods. We're all in favor of Atlanta. Boston sent packing to the losers bracket where they'll face off against Cloud9 tomorrow. But this matchup now should be a good one. It's the Canadian Clash. Toronto, who was in first place for most of our qualifier, going up against a surging Vancouver squad. Let's start with the Ultra. The Ultra 6-0 start finally fell to Optic in that 7th game, I should say. Yeah. Allie, what have you seen from this team?
I mean, they're still the best S&D team in the game right now. It's just been a little bit weird in their past couple of series. I mean, they're really strong when it's the beginning and the end, but the middle is where it gets a little wonky. Their S&D, again, still best team in the game. Joe's rocking a 1.32 right now, alongside Beams with another 1.32. My biggest question for them, though, is if they can continue that on LAN, right? That's always going to be the biggest question. We saw a little bit of Joe Deceives last year on LAN, and he was an absolute monster. So I'm hoping to see that on this main stage today.
Yeah, I think for this team, like, I'm just waiting for them to figure out their Hacienda in all 3 game modes. Like, they have some very strong maps. You look at, like, HP and Search and Destroy, but it's kind of thin, right? So Hacienda has to get added. Then when you talk about this Toronto team, the respawn's not incredible. Like 12 and 11 across the both respawns combined throughout the season. They've really relied on their Search and Destroy. They've went to a decent amount of Game 5s. They're good in Game 5, don't get me wrong, but for a team of this type of talent, you want to be able to dominate some of the middle or lower pack teams in respawn as well.
You know, I mean, this is a team with a foundation with Funex and Insight. Like, normally, these, in their coaching staff, normally they get better at LAN. Like, they do prep well versus teams, but map pool, yeah, it's a big question mark for Ultra.
On the other side, we have Vancouver Surge, who I wrote off after their first few series. Then we found out, oh yeah, they're playing all the way from Vancouver, Canada. Maybe this online match thing is a little tough. They have shown some grit, though, and the team today is now in our top 8 with a chance to make a run.
I just feel like their story has been built up so well because they're kind of like the 50-50 team with a lot of potential because Control's been their strongest game mode, even though we thought this team was going to be an S&D star roster. And then we saw in their most recent series, like, they've kept all of their hard points within about 50 points. So, and they've been playing from Vancouver and been very vocal about that as well, of how difficult that's been. So now they kind of set that expectation, like, you're going to all these Game 5s, you're getting so close to beating some of these teams and being an upset potential. Now you have the opportunity to actually do it.
Joe, sometimes we just have interesting matchups where one team has the edge over the other, or one team struggles with a certain play style. How do you feel Vancouver Surge matches up against Toronto Ultra?
I don't think they match up very well because I think you're a Surge team that kind of is relying on Search and Destroy. When you sort of look at this lineup with what 04 and Abuza was doing last year, and we're talking about the best S&D team in the game right now, but this is going to be the big question mark, right? I mean, you can see what protocol on both of those for Vancouver Surge. They're getting that out of there. This is going to be the test for Ultra. You're going to play some Haciendas.
Yeah, I mean, it's a test for both of them. I mean, you look at Vancouver, they haven't played Hacienda Search or Hardpoint, right? So it's going to be very interesting. And then for Toronto, we've been asking them, like, what's your map pool going to look like come major time? They're going to answer those questions literally in this series right here.
So far, our special guest is a perfect 100% accurate with the pick'ems. Can Merc keep the spree alive? Where are you going, Merc?
I'm going to go Ultra.
You're going Toronto Ultra?
Yeah, I mean, home event, why not?
Home major, Toronto Ultra, I too choose you. Alley Cat, where are you going?
Upset potential, but I think I got to stick with Toronto Ultra after seeing that map set.
Any Vancouver love?
I'm going Toronto Ultra as well. I mean, we're at their home major.
Boring.
I'm expecting this crowd to get lit for them. Ultra gets it done.
We got a little bit of time before the players are ready, so let's talk series.
Yep.
3-1, 3-2.
I mean,
3-0.
listen, if we get the 04 that we saw in the last couple series here on that stage, then they have a legitimate chance, right, to take this one. He's been unbelievable in Search and Destroy. They've improved their first bloods. That was where they were last in the league up until their final 2 matches. They improved that, their conversion afterwards as well. So if they can do that and win that first Search and Destroy, maybe they steal a respawn and we get a game 5.
Ali, let's take a look at Toronto's last LAN victory. When did they win a whole event? Well, it's been over a year. Take a look at this thing, 367 days. They're due for one at their home major, right?
Oh, they are so due for that one. And like I said, they're very set up right now in this bracket to do so because they've already gotten a win over the Surge, even though it went all the way to a game 5. And when we saw those maps and modes, they have a very strong advantage, especially in the first 2 maps. We're talking 3-1 on Sky, 2-0 on Vault. So for Toronto Ultra, the path to victory is so far so good.
And Merc, I don't think I was even working on the show when Surge got their last tournament victory. So It's been over 969 days for the Seattle, now Vancouver Surge. What do you need to see from this lineup to go deep in a tournament run? I feel like now 04 has those LAN reps underneath them. You got some leadership and Charlie Hixie joining the squad. What do you need to see?
I think you need to see Nasty and Hixie elevate their game. To put it simple with you need 04 and Abuza to continue to improve and do what they do. But if they want to get to a final, if they want to, try to win an event, I think you're looking at sort of a complete team. And just talent-wise, Nasty and Hixie, yeah, they have to be better.
The Surge are starting to light up the Search and Destroys. That has been a difference maker. But if you're looking at Toronto's road, they have been the kings of Game 5. Ali, what has been the difference for Toronto's Search?
The difference has just been the slang, the pressure. Their attack has been unreal. They're the best attack team in the game right now, and that's not to knock their defense because they're also top 2 there, but it's just been unreal. Like I said, Joe and Beans are both rocking a 1.3 right now. That is the 2 new additions to this roster, so you have to point that the difference is in them and sits with them. So that also puts the pressure and expectation on them to do the same thing here on LAN in front of a home crowd.
And does Toronto play down to their competition? Because I'm looking here, Surge at the time were not very fierce back in December. Heretics and Rocker, similar situations.
Yeah, I mean, I just think that, they're a Search and Destroy team, and this is what you get. This is what your series are going to look like, right? And to Ali's point, that's the dynamic you have. Kleenex and Joe Thieves, unbelievable in that game mode. It's hard to deal with both of them, and that's why they're top 2 in the league at finding that first blood.
On the other side of the matchup, you have Vancouver Surge, who we didn't have a ton of faith for right away, but then they beat the Heretics in that Game 5 Search. They went on to beat the Falcons, but the real surprise was Jan 24th, just 1 week ago. They took down the Royal Ravens, and then another Game 5 against the Rock.
I mean, similar to Ultra, you have 5 Game 5s, 5 out of 7 series here. This is a team, they go deep. So this is when we're talking about the matchups. This is a team you expect to win searches, but can you expect them to beat the best search team in the game?
I think the previous match that they win against is a perfect example of these are 2 good S&D teams, but Toronto Ultra is just slightly better, and that's why that series went to a Game 5. That's why it was so close. So to me, in this series, this rematch, Vancouver Surge have to win the respawns. They don't do it through the Search and Destroys.
Well, they didn't last time they played them, right? They won games 1 and 3, so they won 2 respawns up against Toronto.
Hixie was one of the best respawn players in the lobby, by the way, in that series.
And when you look at all the other series, it hasn't been the case. He's actually the guy that really needs to step it up in the respawns. And they talk about it all the time, we wanted to play sound Call of Duty. We want the fundamentals to be there. You also got to find some kills. I mean, there's no way you can come away from that FaZe series and be like, they just played fundamentally perfect. That's why they dominated. No, the gunny was also there, right? So for Hixie, he does need to step it up. But yeah, as of late, this has been a different roster. And we have mentioned plenty of times they are playing from Vancouver. They've been vocal about it. This is LAN. And now with those fundamentals and new and improved 04, they have a chance.
We got to talk big picture here. What is on the line for these teams? If you're Toronto Ultra, you already have 60 points towards COD champs, right? Only the top 8 teams are going to make it to champs. So Toronto feeling good. Surge, you've missed out in the past. How do you feel right now, Joe?
I mean, I think after 3 wins in a row, you're feeling a lot better. You never really want to start off the year already thinking about that. We have to earn some points. I mean, you got to a winner's bracket, so that just means you have 2 lives here. Even with a tough matchup, there is a chance that they cause an upset in this winner's round 1. With the improvements, and again, just being on LAN.
The Hixie rematch?
It is their fault, but yeah. No, I mean, you have Hixie, and he's going to want to make a statement here.
Appreciate your patience, chat. We're waiting for the players to finish their setup on the stage. As you can see, they're at their seats, getting everything finalized before map number 1 and the best of 5 kicks off. Where are we at? Well, this is winner's bracket round 1 in our double elimination tournament. Winner gets the award of playing Atlanta FaZe in the second round. We are going to have a banger winners bracket.
Yeah, I mean, this crowd for Toronto Ultra, I mean, if they do make it, they're going to have to get extra hype because FaZe looks scary. You know, one other thing to note in this series, as you see Beans getting up out of his chair, there's a lot of pressure on him, in my opinion. I mean, coming into the season, there's already pressure. You're filling the shoes in for scrap, right? You got to lay down that damage. You got to bring that energy. And he has delivered. But we haven't seen a lot of massive LAN performances from him, right? This is the best team that he's ever been on, and they're at their home major, expected to make a run. And you're expected to win this series. So for Beans, I think he's got a lot of pressure, man, and he's got to pop off early.
Joe, this is one of my favorite parts of the show, where we bring out the players, get them ready, then we send them backstage to get ready for round number 2. Toronto Ultra, it's their home major. Do they have anything special in store for us? In the past, highlight for me was Scrap pushing the squirrel out of the way. I don't know how you can top that one.
I'm not sure. I don't know. I'm sure they have something planned. I would hope so, right? This being their event. But yeah, I mean, this is an Ultra team. Yeah, they're always doing a lot for the community, running events, so we appreciate that. I mean, they're the reason why we're in Madrid.
Big shout out to Koi as well. If you haven't followed any other esports, Koi is known for throwing some amazing events with some incredible fans. So if you are a European local, please make some noise in the venue.
There we go.
Filling up in here.
Where are the Yanks at? Any Americans make their way all the way to Spain?
Woo!
I hear you, Study. We got like 12 of them.
Why the Yanks? Why are y'all booing us?
I'm loving it.
I'm
Hey,
sorry.
why not? We're in their country.
I didn't
Deal with
decide
it.
where my parents decided to.
All right.
All right. I'm told the players are almost ready. I'm so ready for this match to kick off that I'm already thinking about what tapas I'm going to eat when we're done, because it could be another 3-game series. Final prediction starting at the end. Who wins? How many games?
Yeah, I think it's a game 5. I think we get all the way to that vault. I think we've seen some great improvements from Vancouver. Excited to start out on that skyline. Can go either way, but yes, I think it's game 5 and Toronto Ultra.
Alley Cat?
Ooh, game 5 is a good call. I might have to agree with you there, just because that Hacienda Toronto Ultra is sitting at 0-2, so that's a big opportunity for Vancouver Surge to maybe tie that series 1-1 and force that map number 4. So I agree with Ann. I think I'm going to go to game 5. I think Toronto Ultra is going to take it.
And Merc, I saw you preparing your answer, which means I have to throw you a brand new question. Who is going to be the MVP of this series? Who is your player to watch if you're a fan at home?
I'm going to go Joe Thieves. You know, they kind of talk about Beans and sort of maybe the pressure for him to sort of be in the star lineup. Like, this is his second year, right? He's coming off a top 4 at COD Champs under the LA Thieves banner. And this is sort of like, can he make that leap, right, to be a star alongside Kleenex?
Joey D picks Joey D.
That's my guy.
We're going to give our players a minute behind the scenes to collect themselves. When we come back, we're kicking off match number 2, the Canadian Clash, Vancouver versus Toronto.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League.
We are back live in Madrid. Welcome to Spain for Major 1 of the 2025 Call of Duty League season. Today, we kick off our winners bracket with Atlanta FaZe already moving to round 2. We find out who will join them. Toronto Ultra, the number 2 seed, taking on Vancouver Surge at number 7. Welcome back to the desk. We got Merc, we've got Alley Cat, we've got Nameless, and the players ready in exactly 60 seconds.
So they say.
So they say. Merc, final thoughts on this showdown. It's great to have you on the desk.
Oh, well, I appreciate it. No, always a good time being up here. I mean, listen, like, this is, a matchup that, again, we're kind of really looking at the search and destroy, but I think if both of these teams want to make runs, it could just be the respawns. Like, how are they improving? What is their map pool at this major? Both very good coaching staff, so it should be a great match.
Toronto has gone up 2-0 against teams and then have been reverse swept. That, of course, happened in the minor against Minnesota. How do you stop that from happening ever again?
I think it's just from the side of Jamie Insight has never placed outside of top 4 at a Major I tournament, so I feel like that's just that Toronto Ultra luck on his side.
Call the cruise missile. How about
What?
that? We get to game 3. Why don't you call the cruise missile?
That's crazy.
I mean, the one pressure situation tournament that we had, they crumbled and got reverse swept, right? So that's why I say immense pressure in front of your home crowd. They have to deliver, and this walkout's about to be fire.
Madrid, make some noise. It's time to get the party started. Let's send it down to the stage.
Wow, 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 wow. We already had our first match. And I can ensure that this crowd is ready for the next one. Hold on. I hope you have enough energy because it's going to be a long day with amazing matches. And now, I think it's a good moment to embark with the Port City. Get ready to rumble with Vancouver Surge! With Citiform, Abuser, Kixie, and Nasty!
The Surge have gained some momentum lately, winning 3 straight series, 2 of those being in the game 5. They figured out their search and destroy. The control looks great. And 04 and Abuza have been slain. Trying to put it together here on that stage and make a run on land. They couldn't wait for this moment. But they got to go up against Toronto. Let's bring them out, Ulysses.
We're already on his castle. So, friends, get ready to kneel on our king's return. Amigos, mírate en todas direcciones. ¡Que vienen, que vienen! ¡Es el regreso de los Reyes! Démosle la bienvenida. Give a warm welcome to Toronto Ultra! They're ready to shine. They're ready just coming in the middle for us. The Kings are back and ready to chase his first victory. Let's see if our hosts are ready for the show and ready to rumble. The teams are ready. Sword, shift, and study.
Ulysses, thanks so much. What's up, Madrid? Wow, we've got ourselves a banger here.
Oh, yeah.
Match number 2 in. The Canadian clash is pucking us, but it's the second time we've seen these two teams. But a little bit of like a reverse stock situation. Vancouver trending up, Toronto trying to bounce back after the beatdown versus Optic.
Hey, Vancouver on the right foot, man. They end off the qualifiers with 3 match victories in a row. Some of them being pushed all the way to that game number 5. They had the icy moments, and at least for Toronto, they did fall short.
Off goal 7-0, but you lose to Optic Texas. And the way that you lost it, though, was kind of devastating. You got out-rotated, out-fundamentally played in the hard points. You get outclassed in the search and destroy. Now in front of your home major, you need to make sure you come out swinging.
Big time. And I think Namos put this really perfectly on the desk, talking about the fact that this Toronto team has hard set vetoes for hard point and search.
Yeah.
Big question marks surrounding the Hacienda. I love the fact that Vancouver will allow those maps to come in because flat out, if you're talking about an underdog story here, how do you beat Toronto? Put them on their most vulnerable map. So now we're going to figure out, is that going to be an issue for Toronto this weekend?
The only reason why it's their most vulnerable map is because they played only Minnesota Rocker on it. Two losses in search and destroy, losing 6-3 and 6-2. Not a lot of success early on in their first bloods. And then when they got to that hard point, just simply get out-rotated. For a team like Toronto, we watch them in HP. They usually suck at rotations when you talk about that category. But I just think that they have, when you look at the best of 5 series, opening up with a Skyline hardpoint, which has been a bread and butter HP for them to start this one off, perfect way.
And I think the other part about this too is, like you mentioned, let's just put the number on it. Toronto's the worst team in rotations right now in the league. But when they do rotate successfully, they're the second best team at holding. So goes to show that why is Toronto struggling? They're just not playing the macro game correctly. That needs to change. Here is a look at some of the overall numbers that we were kind of already talking about. But Skyline, I will say, has been a moment of success for this Toronto team a couple of different times. And I think on the other side of things, talking about where they found their success, you need Hixie to show up in a big way to kind of counteract these SMGs on the Toronto Ultra.
Oh, that's why I'm super excited to watch this Vancouver team, because the desk cuts on it. They play all the way from Canada. That's a difficult time when you're squaring up against teams that are on the opposing side of the world. But into the map number 1 in Skyline. Vancouver have added it to their map pool recently, but Ultra, they love this one.
Indeed they do. Hixie down low, not getting the better of Kleenex, who's already off to the races. 3-0 to start. Toronto already breaking open the hot tub hardpoint. Top bedroom, the next play here for Vancouver. And they're being suppressed pretty darn nicely right now. Just the high ground control for Toronto looking clean, and Kleenex is 4-0 to start.
Love the initial break off right there from Toronto. Able to execute every single kill. Kleenex whips out that third AR. Try to maintain his positioning over towards P1, but the spawns do flip, give Vancouver an opportunity, and they are able to seize it. Because now there's still 20 seconds to fight for it.
Yeah, really clean so far in terms of a secondary attempt here for Vancouver. 15 seconds means that Vancouver likely just trying to lock down this left side of the minimap. And so far, so good, although Ultra are working on it. Jodeci, nice little slide and a win on 04. Now can start to influence the spawns, but Hixie holds tight, and we're going to get a block of the spawns to the back.
Yeah, it's just effective trade after trade. Vancouver not allowing them to completely take over this side of the map, but Ultra chain 3 kills in a row. Flip the spawns out, and Vancouver now forced to break on in. This is where Ultra are usually flawless at, though. On a map like Skyline, their hold percentage is number 1. They average about 35 points every time they're fully set up.
Well, so far the first 15 has been good. Vancouver working on the high ground, though, and actually 04 will crack the code up top, trying to turn his beans, but shut down. 04 now off the reset. Up high. Kleenex still off to a really hot start, 9-1. Cut short of the cruise initially, but still Toronto regained possession of the hill with still 28 seconds to fight.
Yeah, it's just that timing right there. 04 and that gunfight onto Beans. If he kills him literally a second earlier, Ultra Swan all the way across the map, but him just finessing his life allows his teammates to reinforce through the backside. Another 3 dead. Ultra starting to pull away with this game. Still 15 seconds here at P2. You already have players off the rotation to do.
This is great news for Toronto, seeing Kleenex have this kind of a start on land. Because I will say, at the beginning of the year, he looked like a player that very well could have built an MVP resume on this title. Slowed down since the break, but here on land, 12-2, first map in. Wallbang from Nasty turns that into a double. That works out nicely. Kleenex shut down by 04, gets Vancouver into the time.
Yeah, this is where they got to take advantage of this. You know where they're all spawning right in front of you. Don't allow anyone to slip on by, and Ultra might decide to hit a couple routes with the lead that they currently have. A couple players working their way through underground. Inside fought to double to mid. Clean 4 dead, at least in the early break.
It's just Vancouver's getting flat out dominated in the kill department right now. I mean, Hixie just 3-9, Abuza 4-9. Those are the 2 players that we really haven't seen showcase the abilities that we need to. Abuza, after his really kind of record-breaking back half of the year last year, is just not getting it going in this title at the moment. 4-10, another clean kill feed for Toronto with 18 seconds to fight 4-on-3.
Yeah, good thing Abuza is still staying alive on this side. Even though his teammates spawn all the way across the map, they're able to execute the pinch early on for the final 15. And if you're Ultra, you got to start thinking about that rotation. Players hitting routes, all getting cut off. Now the next man up is going to be Kleenex through underground. His positioning is known. He's still trying to finesse his life, and he manages to get a kill. So now the last 2 players from Surge have to iron up, because you're going to spawn out next step.
Yeah, and Abuza, good win. Backside of the patio, followed up by Jodeci, trying to track down, and he will find Nasty deep. That will move the spawns, and now Vancouver is coming in 1 by 1 for Jodeci.
is ripping them apart on the high ground. Follow-up from Beans is good, and Vancouver are looking miserable here to P4.
Yeah, the crazy thing is Ultra are the best at holding down these hard points, but also the second best at breaking into them. CleanX 16 and 5, Joe Deceives 16 and 9. The SMGs taking over so far. Just making it more difficult for Vancouver to even have a clean attempt at a break. They're going one by one, getting picked off.
Yep, I was about to say the exact same thing. We saw that from Hixie in his previous light, hitting from lower bedroom, not waiting for 04. 04 is the next one in, and well, finally, Abuz is able to turn the tides inside the hard point. Scrap time, about 10 seconds going to go the way of the Surge. And you also have number 8 Hixie trying to play through New, but no, he's going to get shut down up top, and that's going to leave Vancouver trying to fight for their lives out of P4.
Yeah, but you have to have a stand here at some point in one of these hard points, because fighting for the final 15 to 20 seconds with the lead that Ultra already have, just continuously trying to play catch up. As we go back over towards the Mixie P1, Vancouver combined for 3 kills in a row, make it all 4. Spawn secured. This is where you soak up time.
Abuz on 6 in the hard point. Could be building towards an early Hellstorm here for Vancouver. And boy, if they could find it, they would gladly take it. One more elimination needed. There we go. He's going to earn it off just the passive score from the objective. So Hellstorm earned out for Vancouver, bringing this back to within 60 points. A little bit of a mixed fight here, just above the pool towards top bedroom, and inside CleanX, a long-standing duo able to find 2, leaving Abuza by himself. He'll drop, and now Hixie has to hold his ground, but gets absolutely deleted top balcony.
And now the last 2 players who are on this side of the map have to clutch up in these fights, because you already have the other 2 spawning all the way across the map. Toronto still in towards this P1. Abuza from the back end again is able to find 3. Last player you got to take care of is Beans, but he finds a kill. His teammate spawn right next to him. Ultra win the rotation again.
Dangerous moment here for Vancouver. Stun out to 04's direction, who's also kind of not been a factor so far. Just 9 and 16 with only 7 seconds on the hill. But maybe an entry here. Yeah, sure does. Him and Nasty working together. Clean out this sole Ultra member inside the hard point. Joe Deceives up and down. Oh, just kind of tiptoeing on the side. Oh! Joe Deceives for 3. 21 and 15. He starts to bark in the player cam, and Ultra will re-break the hill.
And that's a 2v4 right there. That's all it comes down to. We kill these guys. They spawn all the way across the map. Easy hold for us. But Joe Deceives, again, having his moment. Another clean 4 dead for Ultra. Vancouver all the way across the map. By the time they even get it, they can only fight for the final 10 seconds. Ultra just can do no wrong. What is that, like a 12-team streak?
Yeah.
Finally, CleanX drops.
And that's what it kind of felt like for Vancouver. It's like one player able to get onto a 5-6 spree, and then nothing. Quiet, silence. Ultra now growing their lead to 100+ points with the scrap time remaining. Over to P3 we go. Vancouver will be here first, and a nice shutdown up top, plus a bobble from Nasty down low will give them some comfort. And well, at the moment, Ultra looking to break. We'll see how they're calming as we jump into Toronto Ultra listening.
What was the plan? I'm waiting for you. Pitch right, and then pitch down.
Close one time, close one time.
Okay, no worries, no worries. They're on
I'm rapping deeper, okay?
Oh, Jerry. Give me a hand of steps.
No, what's that?
On top of you.
I don't see it, Jerry. Could be
Could be on the
table.
table. Yo, he shift. Nice 2 balls.
Wait, what?
Jump, nice shit. Get us right. Stand out, just look a minute. I'm in there. Okay, you're right. Yo, right before we come to you. Right. Watch out.
That's straight, Charlie. Take him out.
What? Hold this time.
Stun now. Stun one. He's still close to you, Joe.
Give me a forward dead. Keep it brother. One shot. Let's shoot. They want behind to go somewhere.
Hold on. I'm stop front. Wait, deep table.
I'm back head just kind of. He's back right head shot.
Left throw and one tub, okay? He could clutch in. Just keep over.
I'm coming top. Absolute dead. Go back top. Hit table. Hit stuff.
Yeah.
Yo, top. Really make me back down. Nice jump.
He's in the ball.
I spawned out. Spawning P1. Yo, hold your bar and dead. Slip the time.
Low rocks, help.
I hit trucks. Still rocks. Close, he's dead. Good time. I'm on top. Listen, I have rush. Listen, close that time. Look at the time.
P1 dead.
I can hit under. Yo, one front rock to me.
Janton, the biggest point here is the coordination is just on point right now for Toronto. Vancouver just receiving a lot of these hits in reactionary form, and it's just not working out for the Surge.
Yeah, it just seems like Surge right now are just playing like a 2-2 different type of gameplay.
Yeah.
Where the SMGs way too aggressive, the ARs are playing a little bit slower, trying to guarantee those spawns, but they're just getting overwhelmed by the numbers on the side of Ultra. Now only needing 24 points. As we get back over towards P1, you have them trapped in towards the backside of P4 at bedroom. Just got to put someone in a hard point.
Yep, and the Hellstorm is kind of a moot point at this rate, especially for the consideration of Toronto Ultra, who just need 20 seconds with the time. Nice moment here, though, for Vancouver. Full clean feed allows them a chance to get some free time on P1. Joe Deceives tested and still deletes one. Oh, almost taken down nasty for the second. But Hixie's been in a little bit of a blunder so far in this game. That continues to be the case as Ultra now have the numbers trying to play onto the hardpoint itself.
Yeah, 3 dead. Last player to account for is 0-4, but is easily going to be traded. You still close the game out here at P1. Get your trophies down. Watch over your teammate on the point. Yeah. As Joe now with the AR is able to line up a couple kills. Give me the 3. No, a little bit of assistance there from Ultra, but this is map 1 locked.
No, I mean, it's been just the SMG difference right now between both these two squads. Joe Deceives 34 and 25. Kleenex at 35 and 19. Is that what I saw? Oh my goodness. That is a major response for the Toronto Ultra. Looking as clean as we saw them at the beginning of the year.
Yeah, that's a fantastic map for them on hardpoint, and they show it why there. Great in their hold percentage. When they don't find success off the rotation, they're easily finding breaks. And Vancouver were just getting picked apart one by one. Influence of the spawns was Ultra, and then not really having their numbers advantage in a lot of these team fights. As Ultra came out at their home major, dominated the map number 1.
And I think, you know, we were kind of talking about it during the listen-in. There's a level of Surge just don't look settled. Now, even compared to what we saw online when they were starting, especially in the last 3 matches, really start to lock in. 0-4 in particular, big last 2 series for him. It just didn't look like they had the same coordination. We were talking like 0-4 and Hixie. I don't think there was a single moment we saw them hitting something together. It was Hixie was in first, and then 3 seconds later, here comes 0-4. It's just, that's not something that we expect to see from a team with this much veterancy.
Yeah, as a former pro player, sometimes when you're flying all the way across the world to play some Call of Duty, that jet lag comes into play, but also just not being prepared or warmed up. So it seemed like Vancouver was just a little bit too antsy. Like 2 players too aggressive, 2 players too slow, no one on the same page. But you cannot have that going forward because 0-4, he has been your playmaker on this 3-game win streak that you've been able to find at the end of the qualifiers. Just when things aren't going your way, especially on a map like Scotland, they can tend to get out of hand pretty quickly.
No, absolutely, and I think just, you know, the other macro point, if you want to try to evaluate the Toronto Ultra after their loss to Optic at the end of the qualifying stage, rotations were always our focus. You know, when it came to the last couple of weeks, like, okay, they're doing great in Search and Destroy. It's bailing them out in a handful of series, considering that they did avoid a lot of the top 3 teams in their qualifier schedule. I think it was very revealing, their loss to Minnesota in the minor, but looking at the rotations here, much better, much more controlled, getting one player through. Can we let him live by himself? Can we find ways to assist on rotation? And Joe was the one really kind of the catalyst for a lot of those motions.
Oh yeah, especially at the P2. It was also, what, 2 times when they basically held it for a full 60. Vancouver able to work their way through the front door, but not find all those kills to spawn all of Ultra all the way across the map. They just kept it mixing and then held down that hard point to the T. You go about 50-50 split, talk about those rotations, but the breaks were also a big part for Ultra, especially at those P4s, because you saw how hard Vancouver were playing for it. From that P3 to P4 rotation, it was only the SMGs basically attacking it towards Bor. Abuza was camping towards the back to try to hold down that side, to chain it over towards P4, but then you're just simply getting out-rotated. You're simply getting outnumbered in those engagements, and you take a look at the game flow, it just wasn't even close.
And I think the other part about this, like, in terms of, and we talk about this a lot as a talent team, like right now in this major, it feels like a lot of the focus is spotlighted on Atlanta and Optic. They look like the most dangerous teams right now. And we get to this point of how do we establish a dominant 3rd team in the mix? Because Carolina's been falling out, LA Thieves has been kind of up and down. This Toronto team had a great qualifier, but legitimately it didn't really feel like there was a signature win outside of the Atlanta week 1. And I think the thing about their hardpoint is, like, if you just rotate better, your hold stats, your break stats are great. So just rotate better, and you're going to be a top 3 team.
It's as simple as that, man. It's just tough when you're going up against these other teams who have that fundamental stuff in play, like the Optic Texas, like the Atlanta FaZe recently. And I think you can say LAT, even though they have been struggling recently. But Ultra, at least they got that S&D that they can bank on, because all you really need is one respawn. Thankfully, they got the protocol control, which has been their bread and butter since the beginning of the season in that map number 3. But if you can start to win a couple hard points, it's definitely one of those teams that can contest for a championship.
Now, this is interesting because, for my mind, the series almost starts now. The Hacienda Search and Destroy, you know, again, talking about this Toronto Ultra team. They have a hard set veto in hardpoint. They have a hard set veto in Search. Hacienda has not been good for them. So if you're Vancouver, you look at that and say, we have to play these guys on Hacienda. So they better be prepared. And I think the thing about that, talking about 0-4 in particular, is lately he has been great, especially when it comes to map 2 and map 5.
We heard him in interviews saying that he's going to get more reps in on money search and destroys to make sure he has those reps to understand what he likes to do with his playstyle. And at least off the last week of qualifiers, he has been taking over in this mode. Over a 1.2 KD in every single one of those categories. Most likely he's going to find a lot of success in those opening dual win percentages, where Toronto Ultra need to make sure that they figure it out, because they're good on every other map but Hasi. And the only thing is, they're not playing against Minnesota, so they might have a different strategy.
Yeah, top 2 in opening dual win percentage on both sides of the bomb, except for Hacienda, where they're 10th. So there is a level of like, what is happening on Hacienda for these guys? And I think, you know, kind of to tell the picture on the other side, you know, if you're attacking Toronto, you want to try to focus on this vulnerability of Hacienda. Whereas I think if you're Toronto, you're sitting here saying, hey, if we just fix Hacienda, we've got a possible pathway to get into a grand finals this weekend.
Without question, man. If you can add Hacienda to your SND map pool, it basically is going to put them undefeated on every search and destroy. Because you even saw it in the vetoes, they got rid of red card because teams have watched them recently, and you just lost it to Optic Texas. The way that you did it, though, was like just being slow, not really taking the map away, not playing to your play style. So hopefully going into this Hacienda on their third opportunity here, not versus Minnesota, I'm looking at Kleenex and Hixie to really set the tone with those SMGs like they did in map 1.
And I think, again, just to kind of one-dimensionalize this, you talk about the hard point, they just need to rotate better. You talk about the search and destroy on Hacienda, you got to be better in first blood. So those are the pictures to take a look at. Here is your overall search and destroy breakdown. Again, the opening dual win percentage, I think, is going to be the big key demographic that we need to look at here as we jump on into a Hacienda search and destroy. Have not seen it out of the hands of Vancouver yet. And the only time that we've seen it from Toronto has been, again, like you mentioned, versus Minnesota. So we'll see what we get.
And that's what I'm really liking about this Picks Advance system for Vancouver, because there's no info on what they're going to throw at you so far on Hasi, but you know what Ultra have been struggling with. So Ultra are going to be the team early on the attack. They already are starting with the aggression right through bottom middle.
Oh, good prediction from Kleenex, but Hixie still finds the first shut down. Go to an early 3v3. Insight still holding over towards the fireplace. Has a multitude of things to look at, and there will be a little bit of contact, but everyone will stay alive. 3v3 we go.
Yeah, Insight has a lot of info already, though. That's 2 players accounted for through top seeker. Jodeci still roaming through bottom middle, is able to take care of 04. I was thinking Ultra with all that info probably want to hit that rotation over towards B, but once they find that pick, I'm going down at A. Yeah, advantage.
I think the thing about that, too, is you're evaluating, oh, Abuza's the other player. He's probably playing the island, so easy commitment for the call on the plant. 3v2. Nasty and Abuza trying to work together. Beans may sniff out this timing, but is very responsibly holding on to this top secret position. Shots are out, finds Abuza. Now it's just down to Nasty. 1v3. He's been seen towards well. Yeah, there's just no way he gets through this. First shots are decent, but he's about to be completely collapsed on. Nades are coming through. We're trying to extend outside the map. Not going to work.
Yeah, easy round right there for Ultra, even though the first blood went in favor of Vancouver. The immediate response right there, they turned it into a 3v3, but then Joe Deceives doing what he does with that SMG, taking space away, finds that second kill onto 04, and then bomb site's free. You get it down, you play your numbers advantage. Beans in the perfect position to not allow that top secret window to get away from him. Then in the 1v3, even though it goes to a 1v2, just no chance there. Ultra, take the first.
And I like your call, too, about Insight finding the information first, and then Beans rotating over and making sure that position stays held in the post plan. So, again, good focus for Toronto. Dangerous search and destroy team. The only vulnerability has been here. But Joe Deceives with the opening 3 kills has them starting off pretty solid. And how about this? A little bit of a delayed play here off the defense through this rock hallway. Insight first to drop. Tough battle here for Hixie, but he's got help. And a teammate comes through this, puts this round out of question.
Yeah, that's tough right there, because Insight gets picked off. He was holding that nade to try to help out Kleenex, because he read the pressure early on, but he gets picked. Kleenex falls at rock. A teammate isn't going to help the situation. An easy round there from Vancouver, even though it was like a 3v4.
Yeah.
There was 3 players attacking towards the right side, 1 working his left side at the island player. But when you find that initial first blood, also led by a team kill, easy round there for Search to tie it up.
Yeah, really strange, I think, on the defensive mindset there, because it's a delayed peek over rock, so you really don't get the information of how many players are pushing over through Lambo, and the 2 players pushing through the rock hallway just don't get there in time. So, a little bit of a weird setup that time around, but we go 1-1 nonetheless. Ultra on their next offense, going to split their focus. Insight just going to try to put some noise over towards B.
Oh, that nade is going to connect. So information already gained. Abuza just going to lay on down. Puts down a couple shots, has to reposition now. But Ultra currently with a lot of A control. I'm just curious where the bomb carrier is, because if he has top secret, let's just get the bomb down.
Oh, double swing here over through connector. SMG's trying to play off one another. and it works out okay. 04 though gets stuck. It will be a 2-for-1 exchange favoring that of the Ultra, and now they know they can rotate back through mid. It's going to be a wide open B play. Nasty will find one on the transition, but we're going to go 2v2 with likely a post plant here for Ultra.
Yeah, bomb's going to go down. So now into 2v2. Nasty and Abuza attacking from different angles. Gonna have a one-on-one gunfight between Beans and the timing on Abuza, but he's just gonna wrap back and help his team.
Moment of pause here for the Surge. Hitting through the doorway at the same time. Look at Beans' timing. Just misses the look at it. CleanX pops open, finds the initial shots. Can he finesse for the second? Doesn't need to. His teammates right there for the help, and the Ultra will secure the 2v2.
Just great heads-up play to hit that rotation, read where the pressure was coming in. Once it turns into a 2v2, but then the timing's come into play there. It was a split push initially for Vancouver. Said, screw that, it's gonna waste too much time. And they wrap back and then give up that mid-map control. Beans takes it away from them. And then CleanX in a perfect position to at least find one, sets up Bean for the freebie for the number 2.
And that round really just is broken down by that 2v2 bottom connector. Xeno 4 trying to work it together, doesn't really work out.
And that was due to the fact that Ultra had so much control over towards that A side. So Vancouver thinking, all right, they have that much. We don't have anyone towards top secret. We got to try to contest it. But unfortunately, that bomb wasn't getting planted, and Ultra were prepared for those gunfights.
Interesting setup here. Vancouver trying to put a trophy system down towards the front side of A to see if that can maybe move the defense over. It has a little bit, but I don't know if with, yeah, this is not good news. Oh boy. Insight's gonna shut down the bomb plant, and now Ultra can re-rack this completely. Tough moment here for Vancouver.
Insight gets the info. Okay, there's another player here. He's able to recover the bomb. But in a man disadvantage. Gotta try to even up the numbers. A not able to hit onto anyone, but they chow through the front, knowing that Ultra have the numbers to trade it out. And a clean 3 from CleanX to close out that round.
That's a tough play call right there for Vancouver. You lose the first blood. Most importantly, you don't have an exit.
Nope.
And I think it's one of those situations where, you know, I think in reflecting on that, you just back up to Lambo and try to just reset the space, because all those Toronto nades hit, and that's where it just turns into a complete kerfuffle.
And that's the thing about backing up to Lambo. They didn't want to take that risk of someone from the opposing side on Ultra already in that position for playing for that rotation. So they trapped themselves on the site. Ultra able to use their numbers and just send it on in, as CleanX now finds himself on 5 in a row, but Ultra now up 3-1.
A lot of options here for Ultra on the offense. Beans is playing by himself over towards it. We're going to mad dash right to the middle of the map here. Nasty hits. The first 2 kills come through quickly. Joe is stuck on the fountain. He will also drop. So now it's just down to Beans for a 1v4, and that is just flat out a 4v3 at mid.
Yep, Vancouver just said, all right, screw this. We're just going to take mid-map away from you. All the gunfights go their way. So now Beans left in a 1v4. Gets picked off.
Where are we going?
Or 0-4 at least, you know. It's a 1v4. It's not really his fault if they lose this round.
But, oh! Yeah, I think we're all kind of sitting here saying, imagine that. Almost with a little turn to turn that into a 1v1. Heck of an effort, but yeah, that's just flat out a 4v3 at mid.
So now if you're Vancouver, you need to try to figure it out on your attacks. You found success early on, but then slow play over towards B. But the adjustments already coming in from Ultra as we take a look at the replay. The fact that Beans almost finds that third kill there. Could have potentially had the most insane 1v4 we've so far seen on the season, but Vancouver secured that round, stopped the bleeding, back to the attack they go in there, sending everyone this time to top open.
Should be some sort of a double AR setup on these window crosses, but no, it's CleanX for the first. Insight traded away, so we'll stay 3v3. Yeah, 04 has actually pulled out an AR. Hitsy, a nice little timing through the rock hallway. We'll get the numbers advantage back to Surge, and 04 has seen a cross here. So this should be some sort of a commitment to let's just get together, play a 3v1 on one of the 2 sites.
Yeah, everyone work together, play out the trades. Just the timing might be good enough for Beans. Look.
He's got the first for free, second on the top of the bomb. Whoa, fade away. Pushes Beans off the angle for a moment, helps on the way from CleanX from the other side though. Beans pistol out, shut down by Hitsy, and the exit is available for Surge. They got plenty of time to play with this round.
Oh man, I thought Beans was gonna get a lot more done off that pinch. But now in a 1v2, CleanX playing for the rotation. 30 seconds to go. Might have contact here to start us off. Picks out the AR. Unfortunately, you probably want to use the Jackal for that instant trade, but players holding hand in hand. Vancouver secure the round.
That was a little too close for comfort. A little pop-off fadeaway. Beans see the flip side of the Omni movement. But Hixie much better here in the Surge Destroy 6-3. And again, this is one of those moments where neither of them are even checking the, to check the same corner, which is just one of those moments you just don't want to see that. But Hixie, nice little turner, able to lock things in, catching his former teammate Kleenex in between weapon swaps.
Oh, Hixie had 9 HP too, so Kleenex is definitely thinking in the back of his mind, I should have just stayed with the sub. That was an easy double. But now all tied up at 3. Ultra back on the attack. They're working their way over through B, and there's no one here to contest them.
No, not at all, because it looks like Surge want to try to play for the wrap, maybe either through connector or maybe further towards, well, they get aggression over towards the A site. Nasty just kind of playing Overseer on the B point. No focus for Ultra on the commitment for the plant yet. Vancouver won't know this, though, and it looks like they want to try to contest.
Yeah, Ultra trying to get them to invest a couple stuns and nades. Don't also want to get caught off that, wow, unguardable angle through the bottom side of the door, but 0-4 and Hixie, they just send it on in. They find the initial 2 kills, man advantage, Vancouver.
Yeah. Timing was great on that retake. Nades over the top, allowing an opportunity. Insight seen bottom bar, looking to see where the secondary challenge is coming from, but does not expect to boost him right above him. Joe stuck, gets the first. He's got an opportunity to reset this.
He's got 30 seconds, so a lot of time to work with. Potentially for Surge. So think that you're hitting that rotation over towards A, but they clear out this B site. It's only a matter of time before they say, all right, he's not here. Let's go over to the other side.
Yep, and that's exactly what's going to occur. Hixie will be the first one here, most likely. And gives him a chance at it. Time is going to run out here, though, on the opportunity to plant, and yep, just throw shoulders. Hixie on 5 in a row, trying to get his 6th, and he will. Hipfire will work out for him, and the Surge have pulled this thing back.
It's 3 rounds in a row now for Surge. Haven't had a rep so far on the season on Hasi SND, but the adjustments are starting to come in. Right there for Ultra, though, they had all control of that B site. Yeah. They just did nothing with it. You're realizing that, okay, Nasty's putting out wall bank from top office. They most likely don't have a player to contest this bomb plant, but they just wait and wait too long because Ultra hit the rotation, worked them with their numbers for the initial gunfights.
I think there's a level of Ultra being a little bit antsy about planting the bomb because they didn't have anyone up top at the windows. Beans was playing over towards Archway, so you're thinking, okay, well, we don't know where Vancouver is. Maybe they're going to try to contest us through Rock. I don't know. But regardless of the decision, Vancouver have been stringing together a couple of rounds nicely. Ultra showing some aggression here towards the A side of the map. Vancouver stacked heavily over towards the secret staircase, and they're going to wait to see if they can catch someone off guard.
Yeah, they're going to catch at least a couple players from Ultra bailing on their stack setup over towards A. Slow and steady, he's currently winning the race, but now Surge going to send it on in. The timing good enough for Joe to seem to find the first.
Should be a trade, and there is. 0-4 up top of the window will take down Joe. Hixie still on 6 in a row. His stun will not land backside bricks. And Kleenex is wiggling his way. Oh my goodness.
Timing.
This could get interesting. A little shot over the top. Nade will go his way. Nasty does get a connection, but there's no immediate follow. Keep your eye on 0-4. The off shut down. Top patio by Insight. And now you just have to wrap this and hope that you can find an entry somewhere else.
Yeah, we knew that we can't plant that bomb there at A, so we got to get on out. Insight with the shoulder.
Wow.
Only 48 HP, able to stay alive. Bees back into the play, picks up the pinch. Now makes it a 1v2.
Hixie still confirms the information that Insight's playing above him. Doesn't like the idea of pushing through office side, so tries to re-wrap this back over towards A. He'll get there. The question is, does he choose to get this plant down or play for a kill first? He's going to commit, and that will be where he meets his maker. 4-4 we go, Ultra right back into the mix.
Yeah, that was Jodeci starting off with the first blood, but then Kleenex taking that positioning on that outer fence. If you're Vancouver, okay, he's there. Oh, we can't plant this bomb at A. So someone tries to make the play. 0-4 gets caught on the pitch, and then in the 3v2, just not enough time for Hixie to even think about that objective. I would like to see him. He was on 7 in a row.
Yep.
You already knew you basically were going to lose that round. Just probably play your life there to play for the Hellstorm.
An option. Still has the RC, though. The defense has been the more successful of the two sides to this point, though, for both these two teams. So what can Surge do to try to keep this defensive edge and maybe find themselves on that point? 3-1 split. RC's out. Hixie using this. Oh, he may connect. Yeah, he does, but not enough for an elimination. Still confirms the intel, though, that Ultra are playing pretty heavy-handedly over towards A. He'll drop a trophy as he is the, again, pretty much solo defender here with a little bit of help now from 0-4 above him.
Yeah, they got all the info, so if you are Surge, potentially starts taking the map away from the Ultra players. You already have a Boozer working his way up through top hallway, trying to come behind towards top secret, but look at the timing again from Kleenex.
Yep. Just they're on different floors from each other right now. Kleenex must be down low. Yeah, Boots is up top. So they've, I mean, for really all intents and purposes, Surge have Toronto relatively trapped here. But that seems to be okay for Toronto. There's no trying to commit to this A site. 04 right on the staircase from Patio. We'll throw a couple of shots out. They exchange from Mabuza up top. He'll find the bomb planter now. Trouble for Ultra.
Kleenex trying to make up for it. At least finds a kill onto Nasty. 3v3, bomb down on A.
Yeah.
With only 20 seconds to go. You have players like Insight potentially setting up a clinch, but the bomb's going down.
So far, we're going to be able to check. He sure will. Shots will come through. He finds the kill. Hixie will also take care of Kleenex up top. Just down to Insight. Not a lot of time to make this play happen. And 04 is just going to dance with him a little bit. How about that? Really good defensive transition from Surge, just taking over the map. And now they find themselves on map 2 point.
Just like if you're Ultra, again, you realize you get the trophy down. We have outer fence. We have big connector. But we can't plant the bomb unless we have top secret hallway.
Yep.
It's just you have one player playing for the full pinch. And Abuza getting active, taking that map control away, pushes his way through rock, flanks the top middle hallway. And all he needed was one kill to basically secure the round there. If you're Ultra, and we're going to go over towards that A site, we need top secret to even think about that bomb plant. But first blood in favor of Vancouver. They're currently leading that category by 1.
Yep.
Now they're at point game.
What's the call? Lots of focus up towards Spiral and towards Fire Hallway. This is the more orthodox default setup. Nades going the direction of Joe sees, but he stays alive. So it's just the exchange up top that leads us to an early 3v3. Follow-up stun from Hixie. Not sure if that even lands on a Joe in that tight corner. So now you got to re-wrap this back over to B and see if you can get a plan off.
And it's going to be free too. There's only one player in Kleenex who can potentially contest from top office, but he's going to use that RC and rotate its way over towards B, but that bomb's already down.
Yep. And now a little bit of a scramble here for Ultra. You've got 04 still playing behind the setup, but Ultra are trying to re-wrap this. Can they find the timing to hit? Do they have any nades left? Try to open up the site. Insight finds the first. Wait, Joe finds the second just in the blink of an eye, and now they know where 04 is. He's the last one standing. He's got to focus on so much at the same time, and he gets caught top hallway. Joe finds the kill, and we're going round 11.
Yeah, that's the worst thing that can happen there in the 3v3. Players that are playing the bomb site, corner to corner, get picked off.
How?
Because 04, he pushes through Boathouse. He knows that he's going to try to time this flank play, and Kleenex was sort of aware of it, but once the two players drop on site, 04 is in a very, very tough situation to be in. He has to try to make a play, at least finds one, but then instantly just running straight towards that site because in the numbers disadvantage, most likely someone's on the bomb.
100%.
He gets caught.
It's just so puzzling in that post plant that both Surge players fall individually on corners where we just need to just exchange this evenly.
Or even those shoulders. So we're just finessing a little bit of your life. That allows 04 to get activated on the pitch, and he could have been the closer right there. But now we go into a round 11.
It'll be Ultra on the offense. They've had a lot of focus in the last handful of attacks over towards this A site. That looks to be the case once again. Nades quickly over top. Trophy system to keep them safe, and they're going quickly. And this, I love this tempo change from Ultra. You know, no one's been playing all that far forward for Vancouver. Why not try to get the site, maybe get a quick plan?
The thing is, again, no one contesting from top secret hallway. So many angles that they have to account for. And now they're forcing that rotation to come from Surge.
Insight, the player behind this offensive push for Toronto. Joe trying to plant, but no one's even looking at the window at all. Kleenex is just sliding back and forth. He never really had an eye on it. That's a free first blood. And now Kleenex is going to try to play for the plan. 04 is like, I can see you.
Just hoping now that Insight on this pinch
has to
can get something done. You know that 04 is roaming through top secret. Insight going to go all the way around. He's going to be led with a gunfight and wins it versus Abuza. 30 seconds.
Massive win that now rechanges the focus on what's happening on the site. Nasty 04 up top. Hixie behind the play. Shots start to come through, but no tags. Nasty has to re-clear out 10 with that gunfight win from Insight. So a lot of confusion here for the Vancouver retake. They're going to opt to go around the back, clear out 10, then hit this from the front side of the play. Just down to can they find the next piece of contact because Ultra are just staying covered. Time is ticking. First shot's good from Kleenex. Activated now with speeds around the back. Doesn't need to come through. Ultra cleans things up to the blink of an eye. They take the round 11. They'll go up 2-0 in the series.
Woo! Wasn't easy. Take that search and destroy there. Even in the 3v4, strategy not good enough to avoid the initial A bomb plan, but once Insight finds that one-on-one versus Abuza, you see what it does right there to the Surge. They waste so much time trying to locate that player. Once they realize, okay, we haven't been able to find them, we have to try to gunfight these players on the site, just not enough time because Insight was able to reposition himself and force Vancouver to try to locate where he was. Ultra make the adjustments. Obviously, they need to make another one if they're going to be thinking about that A bomb plan going forward, but they're up 2-0. They finally get a victory on Hasi S&D.
And I will say, you know, just to kind of, again, take this as a moment to give some evaluation to both these two teams for, you know, again, a map that neither of them have really felt comfortable on or played for that matter. I will say, like, the macro game plan for Toronto does look pretty solid. A couple of weird timing things that's just a byproduct of Hacienda being Hacienda. But for Vancouver, there are just a lot of inexcusable moments that it's just like, guys, like, we're in a 3v2. We've got a post plant. We can't be getting our two members on the bomb picked through the walls, through the one entry point that Toronto can hit from. And I think, you know, you point to a couple of those moments for Vancouver, and you're going to have a woulda, coulda, shoulda kind of labeled over the top of this map, too.
Yeah, it's a tough S&D to lose right there, man, because now you're going into a protocol control, which has been the best controlled map for Ultra. The same thing could be said a little bit for Vancouver, because they are sitting at 1-0. Both teams are great on the defensive side, but you really needed that search and destroy to try to keep yourself into this series, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's one of those things that it feels like the reverse sweep doesn't feel that possible, let alone the fact that if this were to have gone to 5, it does feel like Toronto hold an edge when we eventually get there. So we'll see what happens. We've got a protocol control coming up, followed by potentially a Hacienda hardpoint. Our second match here in Madrid and our Major I event here at Black Ops 6 in the 2025 year. Canadian Clash has been all Toronto. We'll see if that stays the case when we come back after the break.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League. Upgrade your game with the SCUF, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Welcome back, everybody, to Madrid and our second series from Major I here in the winner's bracket. It's a Canadian class that has been dominated to this point by the Toronto Ultra. Vancouver fighting in the search and destroy, but coming up short gets us now to a map 3 protocol control. Jay, just talk to me, brother. What are you thinking?
I think Ultra are going to be feeling pretty damn good if they spawn against some protocol control, because it's been quite some time. This is basically the beginning of the season. They are flawless on the defensive side, have yet to lose one of those rounds. They don't really give up a lot of segments on defenses, and on their offenses, they are the second best team at averaging the segments on their side. So this is going to be a tough match right here for Vancouver.
It's one of those things that I feel like for Toronto, we talk about how sometimes they play more of the objective versus the kills type situation. They found success with that. That comes out a lot here in the protocol because they're not afraid to stack immediately, get the ticks done, get yourself at worst around 5 defensive advantage. Vancouver on the other side, though, I feel like we haven't really seen them as a full squad wake up into this series. Take the break, get settled. We need to see the SMGs start to really find some confidence on the map.
Especially on a map like Protocol, where we saw it at least in that last series, when Simp and Abizi and all of Atlanta FaZe were able to do to Boston, trap them in the back of their spawn, and basically, like I like to say it, put them in hell.
Yep.
Like, that's as simple as that. You cannot afford that to be the case if you are Vancouver. The slaying wasn't there in map number 1, but you need it here to stay alive in this series.
Big time. And I think the thing, too, is, hey, we talked about Abuza, and maybe he has not had the same start as he had kind of continuing from the finish of last year, but in Control, he has been a lockdown AR. Will that be a factor for Vancouver as they will start things off on the defensive side? Toronto looking to try to play this largely through mid-map. A little bit of a delayed hit, seeing if they can catch Vancouver out on their push forward. And, well, they get a look at 04, but can't quite tally the kill. And now Toronto over to the B zone.
Slowly working on that first segment. They take down 04, was roaming towards bottom comms, and that's already 3 dead. Kleenex, the tone setter, with this SMG in hand, allows his team to secure this first segment. You have spawns all the way across the map. If you are Surge, this might be the second one guaranteed.
Yeah, I love this. You got Good as Thieves kind of playing bodyguard over towards the tower, and then you've got Beans up top to make sure no one hits the ledge. So the only place that Vancouver can contest from is from bottom PC, and wouldn't you know it, that's where they find the success. But now you know Vancouver's playing through PC, we can hop over to the A zone. So again, the split focus for Ultra strong to this point, but the kills are making things difficult now as Vancouver starts to get towards the Ultra spawns.
Well, the good thing is they're trading out in the back of their base, and the player who's pushed out in Beans finds success in his one-on-one gunfight, so he's able to hop right back on towards that A point. Abuza, okay, he's been Mr. Control for this team. 3-1 start. Insane gunfight there versus Kleenex.
Yeah, he was late to the party, too.
Hello.
Between weapons, and now he takes care of Jonas Seeds. Stun out. He will be caught in the corner. And Ultra will have this as a chance to keep the clock paused with one member over on A. Quickly dealt with by 04. The second tick going to be depleted. And now panic mode as Ultra really only have B to reside towards.
Now you don't want to waste a lot of time. Wrap back in towards 10. Trying to push your way out through top heli. Trying to work this overextension. You still have players roaming through bottom comms. Don't know if that second segment did get blocked.
I think it
Pretty
did,
sure
yeah.
Did. But 30 seconds to go. Ultra need to try to extend this game clock.
Yeah, just the 3 ticks for now. You're going to get insight onto the A zone. He may get a second tick here if he can stay alive a little bit longer, and he's going to secure it. Wait a second. That's pretty massive in terms of, again, tick progression, plus now you got the stack behind it. Abuza will only find 1, and this could be an extra 60 seconds, and it will be with Insight winning that gunfight. 13 plays 12 with a minute 23 in the clock.
Now Ultra up by 1 life. Need to start off by taking this mid-map away. Effective on the trades. Now you have players working this overextension. Insight going to put himself in a position towards bottom grandmas, hoping that his teammates can find a couple kills so he can play for the spawners.
This has been clean, though. Toronto now have the numbers advantage. Everyone's swarming on to the bottom level at B. Third tick being worked on. A pinch potential in the way from 04, but we'll get here in time. He gets shut down, and with that, again, like we talk about, Toronto just stack, put the pressure on, and get the full offensive tick control. Wow, unbelievable start for Ultra.
That's why it's so difficult if you're Vancouver, because you're thinking, okay, we're finding 2 kills, but the other 2 guys are keeping the game clock paused at the other point. This seems like Ultra have like 6 or 7 players on the map when they're playing a little bit of protocol, but when it came down to this final push to extend the game clock, it was Insight finessing on the point. Turns into a one-on-one, wins that gunfight towards top grandmas, and it just way too much pressure. And also, great awareness to account for everyone on the side of Vancouver, because 04 was in a position to contest it, but he instantly dies as soon as he peeks that window. So, fantastic opening offense there from Ultra.
Yeah, you tell me I'm missing 1, I'm looking behind me on protocol.
Especially if it's 04.
Especially if it's 04. So, really clean offensive look from Toronto. It'll be a 3 spree carried into the round for Beans, 4 for Insight. Pending the scoreboard is correct, which looks like it very well may be. Early pressure from Kleenex, traded by Hixie. And Vancouver are looking to establish early control over towards A, but that gets shut down as the ARs for Toronto win the day.
2-2 so far in the split. You have 0-4 trying to take a little bit of space away, working over towards B, but that's already 3 dead. Abuza, you got to get a couple kills to allow your teammates to get on out.
Yep.
At least finds first on the Joe.
Off the regen as well, an opportunity to get some high ground control here at 10. His teammates flooding on over, but look at the patience from Ultra on this flank, saying, nope, we're not in your base. We'll just come up behind you when you get out of the zone. Beans now behind the play. Even exchange over the top of the site at B. Hixie the last one remaining, and that's just an angle that Beans is never going to lose. So the trades come out, and with that, Toronto will keep the clock ticking.
Right now, if you're Hixie, or at least Abuza, you've been on a 4-screen sitting in top trips the entire time where your teammates are just getting slayed out.
Yeah.
Probably want to jump out and potentially try to assist your teammates on this map control, because Ultra are just always in your grill.
Now here we go, though. Vancouver find the exit off the spawn, out to the B zone. Clock paused, first tick of progress locked. Doda Steve's up top at ledge. Free angle for him. Nasty's trying to get here to assist, but he's not really in a position to do so from top window, and now Joe's behind the play. Easy follow-up in Ultra. Well, now you're in the position of control. You got Vancouver spawning in front of you. In 18 seconds, they have to go A.
Jodeci is just trying to time this flank. Phoenix able to find one, but Nasty off the respawn takes care of Joe, so an opportunity here to extend the game clock. Just need these other gunfights to go your way. Beans on 22 HP is able to line that one up with the AR, but first segment in.
Second on the way. Joe caught from behind. Here we go. Vancouver's got some presence over towards the Ultra spawns while still hanging onto the zone itself. Second tick's gonna get locked. Kleenex in trouble, just trying to get away. Down to 2 HP, somehow slips by some of the defenders around the outside of the zone, but still the focus for Vancouver is successful on the 8-point, extra 60 added.
Now you just need these kills after you execute this extra time to go your way, because it leads to a clean 3 dead. You already have Ultra in your spawn, but thankfully able to line up a double to work your way on out. A minute to work with, you only need 2 segments, and all the kills going their way.
And this is a really good setup. You're going to have no focus up top towards ledge, so Buza has to keep his eyes on it, but you've got PC control. Can you get here? Can you stack? Here comes the dive down. Ultra try to challenge. Kleenex able to find 2. Beans shut down on the zone itself, and Hixie, the last one remaining, is just going to hold on to PC.
Yeah, you just want to hold control off bottom bunker. Now Kleenex, your job is potentially come up behind him or play for these players off spawn. Too bad Joe Deceives is already thinking about that. Kleenex on bottom comms clears that out. That second segment does get locked, but 9v6 with 40 seconds.
Yeah, and again, the positions of control for Ultra very, very, I would say, dominant here in terms of what you need to clear for your Vancouver. And they may just avoid playing through bottom comms and try to rewrap this. You've got Hixie on a route right now. Lots of focus up top here for Vancouver, but both those players get dealt with, and now Toronto can just keep their eyes on the zone itself. Kleenex off 5 in a row. Deals with what very well may be one of the last contestants for Vancouver. Abuza is going to have to make a hero play.
Yeah, how many more can Abuza find? He knows there's at least 2 players coming off a respawn.
Clean.
A freebie there at P2. You're giving yourself another chance, 5 seconds.
Here we go. They can contest this through stair side. 2 players for Toronto playing over the top, and you got to stack here. Hold on a second. Hixie can watch the cross. He finds the first. Nasty gets the second. 3v1 situation, but Nasty down low is dealt with. Ooh, it got close. Vancouver with the stack nearly gets the 3rd tick, but Toronto capitalized at the right moment.
Take advantage of their situation. I think it all starts with that initial break attempt. There at that B push when Kleenex flies on in, finesses around boat, allows his teammates to clean up all those kills, but then just dominating towards bottom bunker. Made it more difficult there for Vancouver to work their way on out, as they were able to earn 5 segments there. Back at the replay, obviously in this situation, you're starting to panic a little bit, especially when kills are not going your way.
Yeah.
But once it turns into a 1v3, easy trade there for Beans on the hop down. They give up 5 segments, but you secure the round, and now just need one more round.
Yeah, but I'll tell you, man, Kleenex just able to find the toe tags. Beans falling down, finds the second. That was a very winnable round for Vancouver at the end. And now they've got to pull off the Giga reverse sweep. Get 3 in a row here in the control, plus map 4 and map 5. Kleenex is already in respawn. Oh boy. Ultra off again, hot towards this offensive point, but they will get cleared off the A zone, and that forward pressure has been alleviated as well.
And now if you're Ultra, you gotta reinforce your way over through B now. So you don't want to waste time wrapping your way back over towards 10. Kleenex, your job is to work your way slowly out of spawn. Try to catch these players who are working on these deep pinches. And at the same time, you have Joe Deceives roaming through top grandmas. He opens up with the kill. Now everyone from Vancouver has to turn around.
Clean shots from
Oh,
Kleenex!
my!
Oh, snaps over and And here goes Ultra again, stacking the point. 3 members on. First hit done, second quick to be finished. A little bit of presence here, though, from Surge, top ledge. They could look down into the point, but oh, that's not what you want. Nasty has to try to contest. He will be dealt with. Hixie, a little follow-up, will finish off the exit, but it comes at the cost of an extra 60 seconds for Toronto.
Now Ultra have a minute 45, up by 2 lives. Segments probably won't even come into play here. They just need 1 set of kills to go their way. 2-2 so far on the split. Abuza holding down top mid gun. Needs to keep this position his way.
Nasty trying to create some havoc out of the Ultra spawns. Not going to work out. Abuza following up. You need kills, though, first, if this is going to work. That's the problem, as Toronto are just holding on to mid. A little bit of a contest over towards A. Abuza trying to help out from the bottom. Beats him at range, though, and blows him off the map. So now you've got insight on the zone. First tick is done.
And they still know that Hixie's behind him. First segment already locked in. Hixie slides his way out through front 10, alleviates some of the pressure there for that first skill fight, and now allows his teammates in the numbers advantage to just fly on in and trade. But Beans with that double, don't know if he secures that second segment. Yes, he does. So only 1 more needed for Ultra to get a 3-0.
I feel like that gunfight right there summarizes this entire series. Just trades that should happen that are not happening. Down to 60 seconds, though. Vancouver still fighting. Insight close to being able to get onto the zone. Has Nasty in his way. Slides on. 0-4. Backside. That's going to be enough. And that's all 4 dead. 12 plays 9. 55 seconds. And Abuza. Oh, top ropes actually gets cut down. 0-4's also pushed back. So the spawn presence not enough for Vancouver to keep them held back.
Yeah, just stay alive in their base. Makes it more difficult for Ultra to even think about a play. But 0-4 with the repositioning gives the comms that 1 player's already in our top grandmas. I don't know how Nasty gets caught off guard there, but 0-4, it's now your job to take care of Joey D.
Oh, good transitionary focus. Finds the shots to lock things in. Now to the AR. Clean stuff from 0-4 on 4 in a row. Abuza behind the play as well. Could contest from the top side of windows. Plus also put some focus onto the Ultra spawns. That works out nicely. 9v3. Looks like Surge should be able to convert on this defense.
No more respawns here for Ultra. Has to be literally perfection here if they want to stand a chance in this round. They at least start off with 3 kills, so they're giving themselves an opportunity, but there just might not be enough time for them to even touch that point.
Yeah, Beams will jump on for now. Quickly dealt with, so Vancouver will extend the map and maybe the series, but it still just feels like those individual moments that we see, that one from Beans in particular, should not get to, does get to. And now it calls for Seattle to have to just be absolute dominant here around 4.
Yeah, because what, they're down by 6 segments?
I think so,
currently?
yeah.
2 segments do come in there at A, so they stepped up in the lane there. It was great routes out of Abuza. This time just being the player to work that overextension, to work that deep pinch, and not really allow Ultra to fully set up around that 8 point. He was just being a nuisance, but now on the attacking side, you just can't give Ultra an opportunity to get 2 to 3 dead, because it makes it more difficult for you to work out of your spawn.
Off the break, Vancouver, heavy focus over towards A. They've got Beams on the zone, 3B there. And they expected Joe DeCeasy playing over to the middle. 0-4 eventually finds him, and hold on a second, they can actually transition this back to B if they want to. 0-4 seems to just take this as momentary control from the high ground, and whoa, okay, how about this? The SMG starting to light things up for Vancouver.
And 0-4 gives that comm right there to Hixie. Okay, there's someone pushing our deep left. Play for that kill. I'm gonna play for the guys off spawn. So the communication right now for Surge is clicking. Second segment already secured. You're up by 6 lives. This is a totally different Surge roster.
Yeah, sure is. CleanX able to contest though. 0-4 trying to come back to the point, shut down. 3 straight eliminations for Ultra. Now using that as an opportunity to get forward defensively. But Hixie has stayed alive throughout this transition. Bean slides into the action, only finding 1. CleanX trying to follow up on the exact same route. Should have a freebie here on Nasty. In the same breath, Joe DeCeasy does clear out with Buza. So again, it's just, where is Hixie? There he is. We found a P2. Ultra looking to isolate, but Vancouver quick to help him out.
Yeah, Hixie just playing his life beautifully. Finessing on that side of the map, allowing his teammates to work this overextension because the players on Ultra have to put focus on him. Second segment already secured. Third segment on the way. Nasty does get picked off, but you still have 1 player on it in Hixie.
CleanX tries to dive forward to contest, able to find 1. Joe DeCeasy takes care of Abuza at the middle of the map, so he will work on depleting some of the progress towards this 3rd tick. More focus towards, again, trying to catch players off spawn. So far, so good. Gets a secondary read, backs up. Good finesse here from Joe DeCeasy and turns that into 3 in a row now this life. Up to above 30 eliminations as well. He's had a great match.
And it got the indication that the last player at least is going to be sent towards bottom comms. But Joey D is just taking over with the SMG. Another 6th streak. Hit it in map number 1. Only 20 seconds now for Vancouver.
Yeah, Joe, I think just called game. Stunned up, front side arches. Semtex to follow, but 10 seconds left. Joe is still going back and forth, almost able to find Hitsy, but he will be dealt with. Last 5 seconds. Kleenex is right there waiting for Nasty. No worries at all. Ultra 3-0 Vancouver with a really clean protocol control.
Woo. I said, finally we get some of the respawns that we like to play. And this is what we're able to do. Dominate in map number 1 on that opening skyline. Clutching up in the Hasi Search and Destroy. Potentially now add that to their map pool going forward. But the protocol control, even though in some moments it got a little scary, the closing factor, especially how dominant they are on defense. Now 6-0 on the defensive side so far on the season. The SMGs just really brought it.
No, really did. Yeah, really did. And that's good news for Toronto, I think, especially considering how the how the series went versus Optic at the last qualifier. They were just getting worked tempo-wise. So a good reestablishment there for Toronto. For Vancouver, though, 3-0. You had a winnable map 2. You had some moments in the control where you're, again, fractions away from winning your first offense. There is worlds where you can look at it and say maybe, but just flat out, they were just getting outslayed from start to finish.
Can't have that, especially going up against this Ultra roster who basically bring it every single time in a respawn. Beans 25-20, Joey D 34-27, 24-9 traded kills with 4K damage. That guy was just roaming in your base. And look, Yima has 20 kills on the offensive side. That is very, very typical because they got offense success in round number 1 with no trophy system. So Joey D was all over the map.
Yeah, also just the segments captured. Again, we talked about it. Ultra very much so an objective-focused squad. We see that with the hard stack. No need to see how they're going to play the Hasi at a hardpoint. But I guarantee you, Jay, we are going to see this Ultra team have to play Hasi at a hardpoint at some point this weekend, especially if they continue to make these series as mixy as they do.
Hopefully they win a rotation, man. That's all it comes. We put ourselves in a position to set up at these new hills. We're going to stand a pretty good chance of winning the map.
Does this series give you any power influence towards how Ultra look in the weekend, now looking at this updated bracket?
Well, they're going to go up against FaZe next series, so that's going to be tough because FaZe love themselves some protocol control. They also love themselves some Skyline, so that's going to be a tough matchup, but the good thing for them is they added a Hasi SND. Like, that's the biggest thing I'm going to take away from that series, that they were able, even with all the mistakes that they threw in that Hasi Search and Destroy, still able to walk away with a 6-5 victory, so that might come into play versus the top dog in Atlanta.
I think the vast majority of people out there who've been watching the CDL are looking at this bracket and assuming that it's going to be an Atlanta and Optic winners finals. It definitely feels that way, but after watching these two teams 3-0, I think there are levels of, yeah, maybe this matchup could kind of go the same way it did during week number 1. Now, granted, again, Atlanta was not the same Atlanta in week number 1 as they are now, but regardless, 3-0s for both of our two teams as we head down over to the stage with Ulysses and our post-game reaction.
Thank you very much. I'm here with Thieves. First of all, welcome to Madrid. It's been amazing to have you around here. Do you have any time to have fun, taste any Spanish tapas?
It's definitely been a lot of fun. You know, we went out to eat in, like, I forgot the name of the restaurant, but it was great food here, great cuisine. I love the city. It's great fans. You know, it's been awesome.
Obviously, just see them. Look at the crowd. They love you.
Yeah, they're great. You know, we have obviously the Koi fans, all the different teams. We have Gentlemates up there. Those guys are insane as well. Shout out those guys. You guys are awesome, by the way. Yeah, it's just been great. I love it.
They're awesome. And also, you and Klinks on the first map, you were dominating with this MC. First of all, you were having fun.
Yeah.
But the second one, how you did it? You rolled that much.
Yeah, you know, it's land, man. I gotta have as much fun as I can. I literally love it. I love it. Like I said, playing in front of the crowd is just insane.
And after the first match, Selim said that he would rather prefer to play against Vancouver Search. Do you have any message for him?
I mean, there's a reason he wants to play them against instead of us. It'll be fun.
It's gonna be banger.
Yep.
Well, let's go back to the analyst desk after this interview. Thank you, Joe.
Thank you.
D version 2 getting the job done today. That is a beautiful look at my guy, Alan, who just had a fantastic cast. Bring the lights up and start the party.
Ooh.
Original Joey D,
Dramatic.
how did you feel about your call? You said the new Joey D was going to be the MVP. He popped off.
I mean, I think probably between like map 1, him and Kleenex really paved the way, but map 3, he goes off. Yeah, so I'm pretty happy about that pick.
I like what we saw there. Nameless, you were commenting during the interview, Toronto may have a new faceman. This guy knows how to work a crowd. He's already pandering to the gentlemates.
Yeah.
Purple's hanging together.
Yeah, he's got the crowd rooting for him. Yeah, Jonas Thieves, he's a lovable player, man. And, you know, his rise over the last year and a half has just been awesome to see. Some great placings at the end of last year. Really got confident. And that was the storyline of him as an amateur player, was like once he gains that confidence, he's going to be hard to deal with on that main stage, and we saw it throughout that series and the stamp in that game 3.
Ali, I wanted to ask you a little bit about protocol, because on other maps we see 3-2 scoreboards.
Right.
This is another 3-0 in Control. What's happening here?
This is a very big momentum swing map. Like, when you're playing protocol, like if you're feeling the vibes, especially your SMGs and the way that Joe and Kleenex were in this series, it is really, really hard to stop, because protocol, it's so easy to get stuck in this insane spawn trap. You're literally seeing it on your screen now, and it's hard to pick that momentum back up when one team is feeling the flow in protocol. And that's why I hate that I made it into this series, because this is the weakest mode for Toronto Ultra, and I feel like Vancouver Surge kind of hand it to them on a platter by allowing this to be map number 3 instead of trying to test their luck on Hossie or Vault.
And they also, like Skyline map 1, they let that in, and that's literally Toronto's best map. And
play of the game right here. It's map 1. Kleenex's hot start, Nameless.
And if we want to talk about the true MVP of the series, Joe, it's this guy coming out 35 and 19, then 11 in the Search and Destroy. He is unbelievable, bro.
Unreal. And the fact that they even let this map in, like we said, is ridiculous, because Toronto Ultra is actually like one of the worst teams in the league at rotations. And Skyline, you don't really need to worry about that when your subs are dropping 60+ kills combined.
Let's take a look at our updated bracket, and I want to hear from you, Mr. Merck. Who is looking more dangerous? You just cast Atlanta FaZe, and you just watched Toronto Ultra.
I mean, this is a CDL classic right here between these two. I mean, they've matched up every single year deep in tournaments. I think you probably have to favor FaZe right now just due to the minor victory, but that is what we wanted to see from Ultra, right? Take care of business versus Surge team, and they did. They looked clean across the board. It should be a very good matchup. This is, again, Ultra, they are no stranger to this. They prep well versus FaZe. They have given FaZe troubles in the past, so it should be a great game.
That matchup's coming for us on Saturday. For now, we continue in the winner's bracket round 1. When we come back, LA Thieves look to take down Carolina. It's the CDL.
Upgrade your game with the SCUF, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League.
And we are back live in Madrid. Make some noise, everybody. The fans are going crazy, and Gentlemates aren't even playing until tomorrow. I love it. We had a little standoff between the French fans and the Spanish fans making noise in the venue. We have some Americans making a few tunes, but I feel like this is day one, and the energy is already here. Alan is back. Shift, let's kick things off. This is match number 3. Will we see another 3-0?
I don't think so, but we very well may, because this LA Thieves team could just show up on land and just destroy everybody. They've been prone to do that before. I think there's definitely a world where they could do that, Chris.
Ali, let's introduce our rosters and talk about this LA Thieves squad, because in between seasons, all Twitter was saying is this is now the team to beat. They will be the God Squad in Black Ops 6.
I mean, I gotta say, this team was kind of built for LAN. Like, I look at Hydra, you think about the absolute menace that he has been every single event. You talk about Scrap, he gets better on LAN as well. And then you got a world champion and Envoy, and then you got Dan Ghost, you had to fill in for Optic Texas in his first year, and he stood up and performed. So very high expectations for this LA Thieves team. Their hardpoint has needed some serious work recently. That might be where they get caught slipping versus a team like Carolina Royal Ravens. But again, I mean, this is the LA Thieves that we're talking about.
I think the French fans are getting hyped for Hydra taking the stage right now, because yes, the guy is an absolute phenom, and he just hasn't been the typical Paco throughout this year. Like, Search and Destroy is his worst game mode. We're used to him taking over searches, getting 1v3s, 1v4s going nuts. So taking that stage today, I'm expecting a new and improved. I need to see LAN Paco back out.
I've always been excited to see how the crowd is going to affect Paco. Normally, he's going against the favorites. Tonight, he might be the favorite in the venue with LA Thieves going up against Carolina Royal Ravens. When you were looking at LA, though, they're coming off a tough loss. You dropped that game 5. You gave up 5 straight rounds after being on match point. So what's the weakness of the Thieves squad right now?
I've been saying that they are impacted the most by not having rewind in the map pool, and it's really affected their hard point a ton. But the interesting thing is, you look back over the course of their last 4 search and destroys, they've had 3 really embarrassing losses in the search. So it really feels like they need to find some identity in their hard point map pool, while also getting back to what we saw them do in the early search and destroy, because their control has still been great.
Yeah, I mean, this is wild to think about. Active maps in hardpoint, they're 6-6. I mean, they're like a top 8 hardpoint team. In the beginning of the year, they were 100-point clubbing people. And then you talk about Search and Destroy, they cannot get first bloods, and Hydra's like a 0.7. So, like, statistically, you look at this roster, anomalies sticking out everywhere. What is going on with LA Thieves?
Ali, on the other side, we have Nameless's favorite team in the whole world. They go by the name of the Carolina Royal Ravens. They feature
I thought it was
TJ
Boston.
Halley.
I was like, what are we talking about?
Well, I feel like you gave up on Boston after the most recent loss, and Slash's team is still winning.
That might be true.
All right, walk me through this lineup, though, Ali. What do you like about what Carolina has put together?
I just like that they kind of were the underdog team coming into this season, and then they ended up being the best team in the world for a couple of weeks. But the issue now is kind of like, are you guys actually slipping, or other teams are just catching up? But I will say, from the side of LAN, like, Slasher gets 13% better on LAN. That is a really fun, stupid statistic. He gets 13% better.
So better, though. Is that just in this game or throughout his whole career?
That is from last year. That is from last year from KD.
Small
He gets
sample
13%.
size.
Very small sample size, but it's a fun fact.
I like that fact. Slasher, though, is one of the few players who has played in Europe. He was part of those teams in 2020. Does he need to bring anything special to this LAN, knowing that we're overseas, or is this just the same game, different setting?
Business as usual. I mean, if you're Slasher, you've been great throughout this year. This is a team that has, you know, they've had tenacity, 4-1 in game 5s. Very typical. They got top 2 in our minor tournament. And, you know, despite everything, like, as of recent, they lost a couple matches, but they got the train back on the rails. You saw versus the Heretics, where their hardpoint looked so much better. So for Carolina, every team has had turmoil. How do you respond? And they got to make a run here.
Go ahead,
I think the only part about this is, you know, this Carolina team, I think, surprised us by where they were in the rankings. But you have to keep in mind, this is one of the easiest qualifying schedules that there could have been. You had a weak FaZe team at the beginning of the year. You struggled versus Cloud9, but then you come after the break, and it looked like they didn't really have the same mojo.
They got top 2 in the minor.
Yeah, but who did they play? They played Cloud9 to 5 and Optic.
Played Optic.
Yeah.
You beat FaZe. You beat Optic. You beat, I mean, like, you played Boston. It wasn't an easy schedule, I wouldn't say, when you include the minor.
That's fair.
Is the scariest AR in the game wearing blue or red?
I'm going red.
Red. Scraps in this lobby.
Scrap?
Scraps in this lobby.
And let's run Hacienda. Then he's an
Let's run
absolute
Hacienda.
pop.
He's the
If run
worst in the
Hacienda, he's
world.
a complete and utter
If you
pop.
guys answered blue, I was going to be so bummed because I was trying to set this up. Look what he has done. You heard him in his interview. He's ready to talk smack to anyone. He's ready to take on everybody. And against the rest of the league, 69% is a ridiculous
number.
stat.
Oh, it really is. And I think it's just the stats versus the rest of the league. Like, you just take Optic out of the picture, this guy is him.
Well, Scrap is going to have a tough time on that map 1.
Uh-oh.
The last
no.
700 damage.
True.
What
Because he's
are we
been like
doing?
single-digit kills on Hacienda Hardpoint. They actually really need that map to be a part of the map as well. It's pretty thin.
It's time to lock them in and make them official. Will anyone choose a team different than me? I am going LA Thieves.
I'm wearing Carolina blue. And
Carolina.
I like the Carolina back half of this map set series.
He lives in Carolina.
I'm going
I
Royal
don't
Ravens.
disagree.
I'm
I
going
don't
Ravens.
disagree.
You're going Carolina as well?
No. I don't disagree that the back half of this series leans their way, but I will be going LA Thieves. I believe in Paco way too much.
Nameless?
I'm going LA Thieves in this one. I think they get it done. Paco's going to be unreal on that stage.
3 LAs and a Carolina first shift. Who's right? It's time to find out as we send it to the stage. Yuli, take it away.
Hola, 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 Madrid. Hello to everyone. We're ready to go with the third match of today, and it's going to be a completely banger. But first of all, please secure your bags, everything you have around, because I heard that it's carteristas, pickpockets, carteristas, pickpockets.
Common spawns, make sure we're counting names, talking to each other.
Listen. This time, we take everything.
They're ready to win or even to steal it. Let's give a warm welcome to Los Angeles Thieves! They're ready with Envoy, Ghosty, Adra, and Squad!
A team whose confidence rivals literally no one, possibly a fun fan favorite for the fans as they get loud as they take the stage. It is all smiles from the side of LA Thieves. The expectation was set so high, and now we finally get to see what they are truly made of. They want to say they're going to take everything, and it all is going to start right here. Let's bring out their first opponent.
Our Thieves are ready. Now it's time to see your prowess. Be ready to fly with Carolina Royal Ravens! Dwayne, Slasher, DJ Halley, and Baby!
Carolina have been one of the biggest surprises this season. Coming in, people didn't think they would be that good. Well, they have been unbelievable. Placing very well, top 2 in our minor. We expect them to make a run here at Major I. Look at TJ Halley to pop off. He has been a demon on the map. And I know churls are readily available here in Madrid, so he might fly.
The
teams are ready, and now it's time to rumble. So it's all yours, Miles and Chance.
Muchas gracias. Thank you very much, Yuli. Hey, we have got a very, very exciting matchup for us here, chat. Again, I cannot believe how much love Hydra's receiving there from, of course, the Genovese fans who are in the crowd. It makes perfect sense. So very, very stacked against the Ravens here, mate.
It's going to be such a fun time, and this is going to be the most competitive match we have had today so far. It has been a gauntlet of 3-0s, but I'm expecting these guys to absolutely put on a show. And for a day where SMGs have been dominant throughout the course of the year, they've stepped it up even further on land. So I know Hydra might have the support, but TJ and Gwen might just come out shooting. And Gwen, I think for me, is going to be the focal point. We saw his stats. Last year online, he was a god amongst men, our rookie of the year. On land, though, he would falter typically. Now he's got some vets by his side that are going to be flying with him on the map. Will that be enough to take down the big buckets?
The big buckets, indeed. Well, it's a big test for the Ravens. They've not looked as strong as they have done here on Black Ops 6 so far. Will they fall to the might of the Thieves? Will the Thieves find their rebound in time? This is two teams who are just gagging to get back into form. And what a matchup we've got to get going into here. Ravens taking on the Thieves. We start things off on Hacienda. Here we go, folks.
And I'm loving the Hacienda right out of the gate. We get to discover if Scrap has a mental block on the map. Obviously, he put up the worst performance we have seen all year, the worst performance we have seen in CDL history. And of course, his follow-up on Hacienda was also mediocre. So we get to see if the ARs are going to perform, or if the SMGs truly will just exist in their grill the entire time. But we get to the SND a little bit later on. Hacienda for a banger to kick things off.
Map number 1, here we go. Eyes on our submachine gun players. We'll see if the Phenom, the man of the moment, the man with the fans, can find some success here. First blood goes to the Thieves. First time, though, does go towards the Ravens. And yeah, if you can hear that at home, fans, it's going to be one of those matches.
Yeah, and here we go. Oh my God, Slasher takes him down, but that is a beautiful start coming out of LA Thieves, who is Envoy that actually starts out with the aims. He's able to pick up a couple, and this is beautiful P1 time. Similar to Hydra, he just keeps taking the victory lap, knows they're spawning on the deep right side, but this is a full control to kick things off. If you're a Thieves fan, you're feeling good.
Yeah, big rate, 26 now. Ravens with a bit of a bounce back. P2 though, top right-hand side of the mini-map is where we go to next, and in position already, it is going to be the Ravens. Hydra can't make his way through the front. It's Vivid who catches him out. The backline now, Ghosty. He and Scrap trying to make entry. It all comes down to Vivid again. Can he find any more kills here? He can. Can he get 2? He cannot. Nice work. The Thieves are in.
And that is the AR players holding it down and securing the back spawns. Hydra now on a freedom flank. He gets all the pressure in the world. They're trying to make a move, and he gets picked up, but he still gets the intel. For the AR players, it's all guns forward.
Through the front they go. Scrap with a big nade. Now anyone from the Ravens able to make entry. Ghosty, oh, watching the water hop. That's perfect timing. Should be able to get that. Easy reads to the front. Ghosty and Scrap, all good. Thieves hold it together.
And this is a perfect P2 hold. And again, Hydra just captivating and taking that space. He might not win the gunfights, but he clears out mid in its entirety. Makes everyone's life that much easier. Envoy even. I mean, this is just a comfortable game. Outslaying, outperforming right now. This is sheer and utter dominance coming out from LA Thieves. And they might be on top of the rotation. Hydra is pushing pace.
Hydra's pushing pace. His timing's a little too good. He finds another. 4 spree for Ghosty in the hard point, 2 spree from Hydra as they make their way towards the new hard point. A foot race is on though, and the Ravens, they've got an opportunity to get a bit of early time here and even contest.
Well, I mean, early time, but still the backline's going to be there at least long-term from LA Thieves, but that's 2 down in the feed. Envoy just wants to keep his life alive and wait for the reinforcements to come in. How about the minute in the hill that Ghosty soaked up? It gives him this beautiful gift.
Oh, Slasher dodges the first, but doesn't dodge the second. Ghosty goes for the head. And now, Envoy trying to push the front line forward. Free and open hard point now as the LA Thieves, they finally get the break. Can they deal with the reinforcements though? Over to Vivid. Punches a hole. Scrap with a point. And he's got more kills than he's had for a while on this map.
I mean, look, this is just setting the tone. Scrap out here performing as you pointed out, but Carolina just simply not giving anything on the map. I mean, they were desperate just to get these final 20 seconds of Scrap, but of course, on that rotation, it is Dylan Envoy, always ahead of the game here, bright and early. He wants to get that worm at P4.
Yeah, it might be jet lag, it might just be that ambitious attitude he has. T's trying to make entry. Hydra wins the fight, wins the hard point. And there's a pinch developing here, but the Thieves have complete control of the map. Here we go, through the front door. Hydra, can he deal with 1? The nade's going to be there to push him back. Raven still slow on the approach. Can they find the kills? Hydra gets another, and that is a perfect hold through the front, and the pinch is secured as well.
Yeah, and Slasher, last man standing, just not active on the map because his teammates all fall down.
Oh.
And now, you're ghosting, and LA Thieves are steamrolling that number one.
113 out of the 23 of the Ravens. They have fallen flat, yet to take flight here on Hacienda. And Scrap is soaring. Scrap is absolutely ripping and roaring. Another 3 in the feed. The Thieves are lighting it up.
Yeah, there ain't no mental block here. Scrap and Ghosty, it's the ARs running the show. We get to enjoy their beautiful comms.
Nothing left. Right.
Watch out,
Window. Backing up. Listen, 2 close, 1 spiral.
Yeah, he's front
I
office.
have a cruise. We can streak then. We should streak then.
Yeah, let's get off
office. Yeah, get off. Get office. I'm gonna hold the fire for us.
In office, dead.
I'm streaking. He can't go fire. He cannot go fire.
I'm with you.
Yo, 1 top close, 2 connector, 1 top
Close.
open. Close. Vivid. Dead, I got 1. Close, 1 shot Vivid dead.
Close Vivid, nice.
Close fire. Half
Fire.
HP. You got almost turned on.
That's one P2.
Missing wind.
Should be
Probably
open, I think.
waterfall. Could be anywhere. I picked
He's
up
close secret.
Yo,
There's
secrets. Yo, 10 spawns.
Secret, then.
Nice.
Yo, 10
I'm
spawns.
getting
Yeah, I'm closed.
I've open.
Yo, push close.
Open slasher. Half HP. 2 open.
Push it through.
Yeah, push it through.
I'll
I'm
push them.
watching. I got 2
Yeah,
open.
on time.
I'll go
He's
on.
jumping down time. Push him.
Yo,
Our side open.
Yo, P2 wins us the game. P2 wins us the game.
Yeah,
I
Mike
have
P2.
plus power. No, he's towards you. Back to
Okay.
I'm
Watch
holding
out. There's
I
top
have
close,
off front.
open.
I stun him 2. I stuck him. He's dead. 1 front dead. Nice. Last 2 off hold.
Yo,
I
this
have
wins
well.
us the game right here.
Heard you. I'm holding secret and top spiral. Can I get help the lobby?
Yeah.
Can you look my
well.
secret? I can look top, Paco.
Okay.
I can help you front or just let me know. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Make sure you
I
shoulder
have
the
a
water
bad
too,
angle.
bro.
I have a bad angle. I don't think I can hold secret, bro.
Okay. I can hold secret. Can you look my top then?
Yeah.
Okay,
Well,
one is
well,
low.
well,
All in the back.
Top.
All in the back.
I have a cross.
Top. Oh my god, top in the last 2.
I have a cross.
Top
in the
last 2.
I'm
Both
watch out.
ARs. They're slow as fuck, bro. They're nervous.
Challenge. Wait, absolute. Close left still.
He's hard foot. I needed him.
Nice.
Paco.
Nothing
front against him.
I'm helping
Yo,
you.
1 front on the head.
I'll help
Dead.
front.
Nice.
I'm well.
Front.
Yeah, here.
Took the timing. Front T is getting ripped. 2 front. Oh wait.
I got
just
one.
one.
Every front.
T just front 1 bullet, by the way. I don't
You're
really.
looking-
He went in the water.
Yeah, hold your water.
Secret. Yeah, well, top mid.
I don't have secret.
Top
Secret.
mid queen.
They can go side.
Secret.
They,
Then.
I
think you
have
said-
mid. I have front dead. Hold front. All for.
Front, then.
If not for a nice break here, potentially the Ravens are still being slaughtered in map 1 shots.
Yeah, Vivid nearly just doubled up his kills in that one moment, but I'm watching Slasher try to slide in and be the entry AR. This is an absolute slamming, a stuffing. There is no hope right now from Carolina as LA Thieves. This is an effectively perfectly played Hacienda. Every rotation on point, getting double streaked out, winning every gunfight in Scrap, answering question 20-7, 2 minutes in the time. He found that hill.
Oh, he found the hill. He certainly found his form here on Hacienda finally. 2 now in the feed there for the Ravens as they fight forward. Anyone there to get on time, and it's more big wins from Scrap at the feet. A break in the last possible second wasn't there. 225 and climbing. The Thieves are closing it out right here and now.
I mean, frankly, I'm worried I jinxed it, thinking this wasn't going to be a hot 3-0. With the way this is looking, this has been the most dominant hardpoint map we have seen all year. Royal Ravens, chalk it up.
They're on the menu, and the Thieves, if not a steal, they are eating them alive. Scrap. Can't pick up the last 2, but you got to contest the final seconds. You're there for it. Quinn finds a couple in the feed, but he's done. Down, out, folks. Map 1. The LA Thieves. Wow, that's a big scoreline. That's a tough one. At 47, the Thieves were slaughtered, and Scrap, we've seen him have one of the worst performances on that map. That was unquestionably his best.
Unfortunate for Vivid as well. It looks like he took a shiner outside a game, and now he just had to take one inside a game too. That was a bully beatdown, and we shouldn't even show you guys the stats because I'll tell you, it is not pretty. That is all 4 players positive across the board from LA, and the red carpet on the flip side, double negative for multiple players on Carolina, and the damage output not there either. Ghosty could have fallen asleep map 1. It would not have made a difference.
Would not have made a difference. 250 to 47. Do not adjust your sets, folks. That is the scoreline from the first map. And yeah, Scrap finally found it. There he is on Hacienda. Went to the lab, came out, a new man. The Super Soldier Serum injected into that young one. Highlights here, folks. A lot of love here for the Thieves. Chance it was nearly a perfect game.
Yeah, straight from the opening break, too. It was Envoy pulling out the AR really just to set the tone. And, I mean, again, double streaked out ahead of every single rotation. And This is a rotation-heavy map, too. Carolina were never able to break the mold in any way, shape, or form. Scrap is lining them up like they are absolutely free. That is because they absolutely were. Maybe Simp had the wise words of the day. Welcome to LAN. It is different than what we have seen in the qualifying stages.
Yeah, the game is fast and furious. It's going to take a moment to adjust for some of these players, but Scrap adjusting very, very well again. Seeing how quick you can take gunfights, seeing how quickly you can take care of opponents, we are seeing it all there. And we're giving a lot of love to the submachine gun players with good reason, but it has been, oh my god.
That's the shortest one we've seen all year.
It has been our AR players, but yeah, we only make it to P3 in the second set. The Thieves meant business, and that is a swift and violent execution there on Hacienda. We'll forget all about that one, folks. We're going to go straight to red card, S&D. Surely this one can't be as quick.
I mean, I said that about map 1, was wrong about that. I don't know if it's necessarily up to Carolina at this point, when so much so, even in the comms, they're just hearing, these guys are so slow, they want to break this P2, what are they even doing? So an incredibly quiet first map. One of the worst beatdowns we have had in the CDL, but for LA Thieves to see that success on Hacienda Hardpoint, long term, that's going to be a beautiful thing, but their S&D have had moments of faltering as well, so now we're just going to see a quick look at that as well.
Well, while we get through map 2, we're also going to take a look at our bingo card, folks. If you're playing on like at home, plenty has happened here. We've had a 10+ kill streak, 100-point club there. We've had a team kill. I'm pretty sure we've had the crowd singing songs. I mean, that's been, have you ever seen the mates over there? They're having a great time. We're in game 5, round 11. No, not yet. Vehicle, where are you? Are you here yet? No, maybe not. We'll keep an eye on that though, folks. Plenty still to... There we go. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. No birds. And Maven has yet to say sexy. But Nameless, he is here with me, and I'm pretty sure he was close to mind blown after that map 1, folks. 47. He was close, but not close enough. He's almost there. What a match, though. Yeah, let's forget all about it and go straight to red card.
And it'd be an interesting one as well for the side of Carolina. They only played it a single time throughout the entire stage, so it's not like this is a map they have been grinding, but they played it in their most recent series, obviously doing prep work for this time. So you need the S&D to perform in a lot of statistical categories. Not ideal on the kills front. They haven't been main slayers, but the biggest success that we have seen from the S&D for Carolina has been their clutches. As a collective, they have just about the most in the league. So a lot of potential in one category, but you definitely need to pick it up on the opening duels. Everybody below 50% is not gonna cut it. And I would say LA Thieves has been a team you could capitalize in the first blood front. Hydra right now is one of the most blooded players in the league. So an opportunity for that advantage. I just know I just saw a 50-point club, so it's looking dangerous.
Si, senor. Well, by blooded, we mean that Hydra is typically the player on his team that gets killed first in these games. We'll see if that continues to be a running statistic here at Major I. Search and destroy on red card now. We find out who's made of it. There's a 1-map win so far in S&D. It hasn't been great for the Thieves, Chance.
Again, their biggest pain point, they've had the 5-1 leads that they have blown, a couple faults here and there. Their biggest shining light, frankly, has been Scrap in this game mode as well. He has been on top of things in the game mode. On a map like red card, he will love himself some long lines of sight. Right now, the lone defender of A, just going to be Vivid.
Over to Vivid. And he is now surrounded, many gunfights taken there. Scrap gets the final bullet in before he's dealt with. So now a 3v3 with a bomb being planted at A.
And Scrap was so quick to take some space as well. Might run into the hungry hands of Slasher.
Oh.
Or maybe just too much finesse. Yeah, Scrap getting active. We got a 2v2.
He puts the pistol now to work, so he has a full magazine of aims to work with. And he was going for it. Envoy turns in a 1v1. 25 seconds. As Gwyn's on the wrap.
And Envoy's trying to take some space, get away from the fight. Gwyn wants to get it close.
And he's going for it, and there it is. Plenty of time to get the defuse. Gwyn clutches up. The stats chance were absolutely there. Gwyn gets the Ravens on the board.
And yeah, the clutch absolutely been a theme for this squad. So Gwyn popping off there, and you got exactly what we're used to seeing out of Thieves as well, right? Scrap getting active, making plays, but they do not get the first blood. So it just became a trade fest down low. That is efficient work. That is the bounce back that you needed to see for Carolina. They are happy for the much, much slower pace.
Chance to breathe, chance to rethink. Just over a minute that round took. A speedy one now as our boys make their way with bomb in hand. It looks like we could go towards the A bomb site, B bomb site. A lot of broad spread here from the Thieves.
And yeah, we have seen this sort of standard, well, setup from Carolina. It is Slasher. He loves to play for picks. And he gets the first blood, but then TJ overcommits, but hey, that's why Gwyn is there for the trade. The SMG duo working cleanly together. They got a 3v2.
Speaking about working together, it's Hydra and Envoy. It's the SMGs right now for the Thieves. And the battle against Gwyn. The dance is on and the coverage is there, but Hydra, oh, he punches it wide open on the pitch, finds one, and the trade is there as well. And now Vivid in a 1v2.
I feel like Gwyn just got abandoned. The pace right there from LA Thieves, just attacking them. But yeah, flip the map on its head. Vivid can operate on either bomb site. It looks like he's leaning towards A, and the AR in hands, it's easy to understand why.
Oh.
And eyes on Hydra. Not going to get that pick, though. Hydra not going to give it to him. They'll play for the A site retake, a 2v1.
Envoy even thinking there is arrow on the minimap, aware that the B bomb site plant could have been a thing, but now the battle is on. Nothing to throw at this. Envoy on the pinch. Oh, the tags from Vivid. But the nade is there and the pinch timing is perfect. Hydra makes his way forward. And that will be the defuse. 1-1.
Yeah, okay. Kill feed's going to be, yeah, look at the numbers for the side of Carolina. The kill feed is going to get glitchy, so make sure you pay extra attention. We'll be keeping an eye on that, but what Envoy had an eye on was the round win. Perfectly executed in the 2v1, captured Vivid as soon as the bomb plant goes down. They're just all over him, tracking the entire way through, and the comms obviously on point as well. So no clutch there. The fight continues. It's LA Thieves that are able to sort of bounce back after getting picked.
Amazing that Envoy even had a Semtex to finish that round out with as well. Fully equipped to deal with any situation there. Thieves on the attack, and we're going to B.
Oh, they're moving.
They're moving with pace. Slasher and Teej though. Oh dear, that's unfortunate. Well, we'll talk about nades in a moment. Can Envoy make this a little bit easier for his boys? The answer is absolutely not. Ghosty last man left alive. Ghosty though turns the situation to a much more manageable spot. 1v2.
And I'll tell you, if Ghosty wins this round, we're going to be trying to figure out how Vivid managed to kill himself on the opposite side of the map with the nade. So awkwardness on one section, and Ghosty with plenty of time to work with, but doesn't get the pick. You always want the high ground. Slasher, he lives for it. Carolina up 2-1.
Yeah, he puts him down. We can forget all about that one. Possibly a concussion nade sort of exploding situation. We've seen plenty of it here in Black Ops 6. Perfect centering, great shots there from Slasher in that final round, and I do think we may have had, we have had a game crash. I know. The good news though, we can pause it and get them back in.
And maybe even better news, it was Vivid whose game crashed, so maybe that explains what happened with the nade. So if a weird situation like that happens and they still get the round dub, you'll be happy for it for Carolina. But unfortunate break. But I will say what we've seen from them so far, it is their classic style. Spread the map, play for picks, try to make sure your teamwork is on point. Good moments from the side of TJ and Gwyn, but you see the ideas from LA Thieves is they're willing to run it down. These guys are trying to push the pace, carry that momentum from the Hacienda. And I just got to figure out what happened to his eye.
Hey, we can ask him after this one. Yeah, skill is being tested here from all our players. LAN is a very, very different beast. So far, it's fast. Players like the Thieves, teams like that, they've got good teamwork, they've got incredible individual skills, so you're trying to put the other team in a position where they have to simply outskill you at every possible moment. It's really tough, but Black Ops 6 has shown us anything. The skill gap is there individually, and some of our players are singing indeed. That man on your screen there, Gwyn, an absolute demon in the 1v1s.
In the true focal point, I would say, for this squad going into the LAN environment, if you're looking at the course for like the year, Vivid is the guy. He's playing a new role. He used to be the fastest paced SMG we had in the league for many, many years. He's struggled so far to sort of fill himself in the AR slot, but he's a player always willing to get in the mix. The Gwyn being the next theme, online to LAN. Online, he's been godlike. Rookie of the year we saw from the last season, but there was a distinct drop-off. If he can figure things out, now he's got Slasher and TJ running by his side. This team will become a lethal threat. I just know that 50-point club is a painful thing that stands out in my mind. So a lot of Call of Duty left to be played and a lot more we need to see.
A lot more we need to see. For now, though, we're going to throw to a very quick break while we get this lobby reset. It's 2-1 to the Ravens when we return. we managed to fix the issue, and we're going right back into this one. It is 2-1. The Ravens have the lead, but for how long?
Possibly just right now.
Maybe right now. For now, they've got it.
I was trying to figure out if we captured the B that stung Vivid yet. We got to get revenge.
Not yet. Well, we're going over towards the A-bomb site here with the bomb. This is Tej watching
the ultimate play for picks. I mean, this is if you flank into that, you smash your controller.
Yeah, there's no way you get that one. Over to Gwyn, who's enjoying the fresh air outdoors by the A-bomb site. Slasher is our bomb carrier now. Not terribly characteristic of the Ravens, but hey, making it work.
Yeah, and again, really taking their time. You see TJ on the minimap getting a little bit active, so they were trying to play into the aggression from LA Thieves, and maybe Hydra has just found his place. He's made some moves. He's gotten into ticket. Vivid doesn't have eyes just yet, and there's first gunfight coming through, and there's Hydra for the first blood. That is a key for LA Thieves.
One bullet difference there in the fight. Man advantage, Envoy. Back and forth he goes. Gwyn isn't able to make his way forward, but now Hydra on the flank. Hydra, will he time this right? Will he be able to catch a corner? Vivid, here we go. LA finds another.
Perfect inputs there for the movement, and for Slasher, a 1 versus 4. He does have bomb, but he has a snowball's chance in hell and gunned down by Ghosty. That is all you want to see if you're a Thieves fan, is Hydra finding those first bloods. A very patient round at the start. He worked his way into ticket. He was able to go for the battle against TJ. And he took him down with only 22 HP left. But if Hydra is picking up bloods, this team is going to be a force in the game mode.
He picks up 2 perfect kills. The Tej kill was important. The Vivid kill was a nice sort of dance around the pillar. Perfect use of skill. A great, great spot to be in right now. Well, 2-2. Is our score. Thieves now on attack.
And this might be just another full-on B hit, maybe working through the middle of the map, but they were aggressive their last go around, and this is their strat. This is what they're going for. Overwhelming force, or maybe a cheeky little belly crawl trying to mess with the timings, just a touch.
This is good. This is so sneaky. You're not going to see this until it's too late. They've seen Envoy, but they cannot account for the second man. Oh, the pickup on the outside. Slasher throws a shoulder. Envoy now in the back. First blood, and now onto the bomb site.
And that is playing with the timings perfectly as well. Not giving the intel, easy flanks to watch. Scrap says, you can shoot me in the back. If you're taking this route, it is just gonna be way too slow. Bomb planted, a B site hold.
So hard now to find trades for the Ravens. It has to be 1v1 fights. Gwyn not in the right spot with the right weapon. Will Vivid be able to pinch from the outside? A perfect nade there from Scrap, and a perfect win from Envoy. Thieves take the lead.
And again, it is calculated efforts. For LA Thieves, you continue to be happier and happier with every progressing round. Nice little strat. Change up the pace. Belly crawl to not give the intel. So instead of a stack from Carolina on defense, it's Slasher by his lonesome, and it was Slasher overwhelmed. So they're bringing out all the little stuff. Coaching staff maybe putting in that overtime coming into the major.
With good reason. Attacking right now for Carolina. What will the Ravens now have to bring to the table? The B-bomb site hits have not been ideal. We haven't seen too many plants outside of the A side, so time to mix things up. Hopefully avoid any self-nade situations, but we're going straight into ticket with Gwyn. Oh, we were hoping for a first blood, but Scrap wins it.
Yeah, that's revenge. They squared up for the exact same gunfight, and Scrap just got the best of them. Gwyn technically able to trade him out, but there's the round getting broken down. Gwyn needs an ace in a 1v3 clutch. And he is in a trap. And he is able to sort of slip the net and get through, but Ghosty's making the reads, and keep in mind, doesn't have bomb. He needs this kill.
He really needs it, and now he's not going to get it. And now the pickup from behind. Timing is so good. The snapper, though. Gwyn was ready for the fight, but the Thieves played their man advantage. They play the numbers. And another strong round.
Yeah, Ghosty out here handling him as well. You know it's an SMG up close. You just want to run away. And living up to his name, he disappears and finds himself in the perfect spot. 3-0 post reset now. And more importantly for LA Thieves, they have gotten every single first blood.
Yep. Wicked work here out of the Thieves. Hydra not being blooded this game so far. And that was a big difference maker when it comes to the statistics. The retakes are not necessarily there. So 4-2. Thieves push in pace. The Ravens, what have we got here, lads? On defense, 3-1 split. A lot of love towards A, and it's going to be a headbutt. Trophies are in position. Lethals and tacticals have been thrown. It's time to go to B.
Yeah, they got blind countered, but they just reset so quickly, and now they're just going to capture the B site. Slasher gives it up, and now you're going to have to retake in just the tried and true traditional way, and this is unideal for the team on defense, but Slasher does give you the first blood.
That really helps. Reinforcements now making their way through. TJ on the pinch. Oh, this has worked out magnificently for the Ravens. There's another for Slasher, 2 on the round, and he sends it. Envoy now trying to make something happen. What a win! It's a 2v1.
And he knows TJ was so far out of the picture, he might be able to isolate another gunfight.
Gwyn's up next. You may have seen a shoulder. Less than 30 to go. The reinforcements now arrive at the bomb site. They press the fight. 1v1! TJ wins it with 20 seconds to go. And what an effort from Envoy.
I'm feeling like Tej, and that is stressed out. That was so much closer than it needed to be, but credit to Gwyn and TJ in that final moment. Just making sure you do something together. It seems dangerous to push them, but if you're both doing it, you play with the timings and you get the odds. But that was a hell of an attempt. But you kill the bleeding at the very least, but a secondary look, how close Envoy could have been. If TJ hesitates for even a split second, they get daggered and put on a top 5 playlist, but a round win is a round win. And LA Thieves will still be up 4-3. Slasher going back to his old spot. And I mean, the A site has actually been left completely open. You got Ghosty posted, or maybe Envoy, someone calling in that RC call.
Yeah, RC's on his way. As it trickles down the steps, the Slasher has got to identify it. Watch out. Oh, good shots. Middle of the map now is going to be where we lay our attention. And again, the battle around Ticket. Gwyn and Hydra back and forth with now a minute to play.
Clearly working the B site, but LA Thieves, they have this stack, and Hydra, he's got the middle of the map, but he can also pinch at the blink of an eye. Doors being open, so that's the call. Players getting active.
And Envoy doesn't get identified. The second stunt doesn't hit. The nade doesn't hit. He's still here. They've thrown everything, and Envoy has managed to dodge it all. Hydra on the pinch. Hydra, can't get anything now to the bomb site. Envoy pounces. Only gets damaged, no kill.
And in the meantime, number 3 on the minimap, Slasher, he's trying to tell the boys, like, hey, the A site is open. If they're coming back, they're wrapping through spawn. And Slasher versus Envoy might be the battle. Envoy can bail you out. You see TJ picking up a kill, though. A 2v3 for Thieves.
They're trying to recover now. Can we receive some sort of poise, Ravens? Yeah, you're going to get the bomb down. Watch out for the wrap through the middle of the map, though. That's where the fight's coming from. Gwyn has completely been left unaware here. This could be an ugly retake. The Thieves are going to take their time.
Well, it was TJ that gives you the huge gunfight in the round, and it's TJ that might be the man in the mix. Cornered up. He's got the pressure. Not going to hunt him, though. He's happy to take his time. He's got intel on 2. TJ in prime position.
That's huge. There we go. Gwyn finds a big win. Last man alive, Ghosty. And Vivid should have it. There it is. The Ravens pull it back 1 round at a time. It is now 4-4.
And that's so clean, too. Slasher nearly sold, trying to get a little too aggressive. Envoy's able to get the pickup, but TJ is there for the bailout. You see all of the information he was able to collect. That is TJ at his absolute best in those moments. Tied up and staring down the barrel. You need to clutch this if you're Carolina, because obviously the respawn edge is clearly towards LA Thieves.
Oh, yeah. Well, we're at least on Hacienda. We'll see how the rest of them ones go. Attacking round now for the Thieves. What do we got, boys? Envoy has been an absolute monster. 8-4, but those are some 8.
And they're attacking Vivid again. This is similar to round 1. Vivid, though, instead of being out towards goalie, more towards sidewalk. And meanwhile, the flock of the Ravens have flown through this B site. This is going to be hefty flank action. Vivid, his only job right now is to stay alive.
If he gets 1, that's ideal. And now Envoy still in the dance. Now the quick corner check. And that's 1! Nearly 2. Actually, no, Hydra 100% help. That's absolutely fine. But he gets 1. He gets a lot of information passed over now. Will they go for the bomb plant? Gwyn on the heavy, heavy hit forward.
They solved it, though. They cracked this puzzle. All the pressure's coming through on the flank. They realize how much is actually open, so they're moving over. Now it's going to be a B site plant, and the retakes on B are much more difficult than this A site. LA Thieves, they have read this round.
Wait, Hydra, he and Gwyn are so close to each other. How did that not get noticed? And now Gwyn finds himself in a very advantageous position. Thieves down a man on the bomb site, but full pockets for Gwyn.
And Ghosty, big responsibility. He's going to have to hold off 3.
Stun checks force Ghosty out of position. He's got himself a table for 1 in the backside of the room. Gwyn now on the perfect checks. Doesn't check though. Oh, and that is something. It's just something. This is a one of a kind. And Ghosty, oh my word. Nerves of steel. And just enough time for those players to jump the bomb. What a round.
Oh, what could have been for that clutch opportunity? That would have been a hell of a play for Ghosty to make, but simply overwhelming. And if I'm Ghosty, I'm probably screaming in the comms, Envoy, whatever you do, just do not die. They have not solved it, but just overwhelming force there. And TJ, Gwen, seems like those two are attached at the hip, always there for the trades.
Yeah, that's a good submachine gun duo. Well, what a moment that could have been. But now what a moment for the Ravens. They managed to survive the shenanigans, the tomfoolery of Ghosty. You find yourselves here on map point.
5-4. Decisive and towards this A site. And it might be a blind counter as well. LA Thieves, I mean, the whole squad is showing up.
They're showing up, they got any trophies. We'll find out in a second. TJ hit that corner at max speed, finds his first.
Beautiful.
And what a bank there off the globe. Is he king of the world right now? He's got to be feeling good after clutching the round. And the nades going through, pushing everyone from the Thieves out of position. Gives you an A-bomb site, and so does Vivid. That is sensational.
Dude, this has just been a first blood battle. That is 4 in a row for Carolina. Officially their game to lose. Hydra and Ghosty want to pull off some magic.
Uh-oh. That's one way to getting it done. Ghosty now, it's a technical ace for the win. A bomb site plant, and now Ghosty. You've gone the right way round. He has all the time in the world to check this, and he might get gifted even more time if Slasher hits the bag. Pressure. And a gift.
Oh, good spot from Slasher.
No exchange of gunfire just yet. Vivid with the tags. 20 seconds.
Slasher's done it though. He basically just gifted them this round. Ghosty's gonna have to shred them, and just no hope with the angles. Carolina Royal Ravens fight back. And for the first series we've had today, it is not going to be a 3-0.
What a deserved map. A little bit of a commotion there on stage. We'll see what's going on with the Ravens side. But for now, happy to see the 1-1 indeed. They have managed to bounce back and survive after a cataclysmic performance on Hacienda. And that's what you want to see out of the team that we lauded as one of the best teams in the league. They're in the slump, but that 1-1 helps.
And answering questions about some of the online woes the squad has had, LA Thieves had a couple creative looks. I like some of the strats they brought to the table, but ultimately they just got blooded 4 rounds in a row towards the end. And if Carolina is the team picking up the bloods, you're feeling great about their chances. A lot of credit to Vivid as well. Big responsibilities on the defensive end over towards that A site, and he delivered time and time again.
Hacienda Control coming up in a moment, and we will see that Skyline hardpoint, whatever happens. So keep your submachine gun players hot and at the ready. If we have to go to a game 5, and it is destined at some point this tournament, we'll be going to Hacienda once again. Interesting start to the series, Chance, with one of the most historic performances we've seen in a hardpoint, followed by a very interesting search. Thoroughly enjoying what I'm seeing. How are we feeling about this?
I feel a lot better now. I think the sort of deeper it goes into the series, the better Carolina's chances get. If they go to a map 5, they're going to be fiending on the Hacienda. But I know for the Control specifically, LA Thieves still have a perfect record in the game mode. So pay attention in the game 3.
We'll see how it goes. Well, for now, pay attention to the desk. Let's go into them.
Awesome stuff there from Miles and Chance. Let's break down what we just witnessed. We got Alley Cat and Nameless here watching the games, and Search and Destroy. We got out here, we were at the desk with like 5 rounds in, being like, this is going to be a 2-0 LA Thieves. Then Carolina comes back. How'd they do it?
I mean, they had some great strats. I mean, you saw the round right before the last one where they end up just pushing all the way through B, go for the rat back. And even though Ghosty's in like a tricky spot, like the retake was dang near perfect. Then the last round, TJ goes up, gets a first blood. It's like the communication was just on point. Started off slow, losing a lot of first bloods, which has been a lingering issue for Carolina, but they figured it out halfway through.
Let's take a look at some of the highlights here, Allie, and talk to me about Carolina. Who is the player that is going to get them to a game 5, or is it LA Thieves and Scrap continuing to dominate the respawns?
I don't know. I'm still kind of leaning LA Thieves and Scrap to dominate the respawns just because that map 1 was so absurd. But I do want to give flowers to Carolina Royal Ravens in this map number 2 simply because not only did they get all those first bloods, they basically denied the win for LA Thieves. LA Thieves is one of those teams that once they get the first blood, they convert it 83% of the time. That is one of, if not the best in the league. So not only did they focus those first bloods and opening duels, but Carolina Royal Ravens, their attack, you can see the amount of work they put into those strats. They were already the best defense team in the game, one of the best retake teams in the game. It was their offenses that were hurting them. They were able to hold toe-to-toe in LA Thieves in this map mode.
Guys, I'm happy that it's 1-1. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we're not getting a 3-0 tonight.
There's just been some 3-0 smoke shows. Like throughout this season, we've seen so many Game 5s, and I'm thinking that energy is going to be here on land. So Carolina getting the search and destroy. We're going into a Hacienda Control where you look at LA Thieves. They're 3-0 on this map. Carolina have been good in control throughout the season, so they have a good opportunity as well.
We got another respawn coming up, and something to look out for is the play from LA Thieves. Is that what we're drawing today?
Yeah, you're right.
I had a feeling after that hard point. Walk us through it.
That map 1 was incredible, and out the gates, we saw LA Thieves were extremely comfortable. So let's jump in. And to you rank people out there, you're going to learn a little bit. So this is what I would call a good death, and we'll get to that in a second. Let's just talk about this rotation. We're going to zoom in on the mini map. So what you see here, Hydra, he ends up going through here, through open, just to get information on this player here. He shoots him in the back. He sees 2 go front, right? So we're setting up a pinch here. If Hydra gets a kill, great. If he doesn't, it's fine, right? So they end up cleaning up the players in Hill, but it's Hydra's next couple lives that are just incredible. So you find 2 players in the front, and then you get the third. So in his head, he's counting 1, 2, 3. Okay, I got to find the 4th player, then I can push out. So he's waiting for this, finds this 4th player, and as soon as he gets that kill, that's the green light, knowing, okay, I'm going to push out, I'm going to get information. It's all about waiting for your kill. So he ends up pushing through open, getting the information on the players there, and they end up communicating that over to the 2 ARs in Hill, where Ghosty picks up a couple kills, Scrap picks up some. This is exactly how you want to play this. You count the players first, and then you push out. And after they respawn, they just have a perfect setup where Hydra gets the middle door, you see a player watching the back, and 2 in the front, even watching the water push. So LA Thieves looking very clean in their communication and when to push out, counting players. It was flawless.
That was 1/5 of LA Thieves' points. That was an 11th of the points we saw from the Royal Ravens. 45 points at the end of that game. That may be the worst beatdown we have seen in Black Ops 6.
It is.
Let's take a look, though, at a reason why it could be happening. Scrap with a takeover performance, topping the leagues with a 2.56 KD for a single map. That's the best we've seen.
And it's hilarious considering we all know how horrible Scrap has been at Hacienda Hardpoint Online. He literally doubled the amount of kills that he would average on that map and sets a record. Unbelievable.
Doesn't hurt to have 123 seconds of hill time. We'll see. Do we get another performance like that in Game 4? Before then, we got a game number 3. Our casters will be ready in just a moment, and we will be rocking this one through. Nameless, what do you want to see more of from Carolina in the second half?
I mean, I want to see Vivid step it up in the respawns. I mean, he looked pretty good in the search and destroy. Some of those rounds, he got a huge kill when they all tried to push him. So maybe he got some confidence. Now they're comfortable in a 1-1. He can turn up here in Game 3.
Miles, I'll give you permission, my man.
Go ahead, brother.
Go ahead.
Yeah, just go.
Make your way over. The fans were holding him back, but he's ready to rock. Here we go. Miles and Chance to bring you game number 3 in the best of 5. This is for a spot in our winners bracket round 2. Gentlemen, take it away.
Definitely not my first rodeo. Here we go. Woo! You'd never know. You'd never know.
So secretive. So
Let's go across the venue. Ready to rock and roll though into our game of Control. Hacienda Chance. How are we feeling?
You're feeling good if you're a Thieves fan. It is a perfect record on the map, and on the flip side for Carolina, they have shown great fight on the defensive side of things. On offense, though, these guys have struggled. So there's a clear path forward for Carolina. They know what they need to work on to actually see success on this map. And I know on Hacienda Control specifically, the SMGs have been running the show. TJ and Gwen got to step it up just like they did so on the map number 2. Got to carry that momentum through.
Momentum is the name of the game here in the Call of Duty League, and we're going to be rocking and rolling in this one ASAP. With Omnisires be praised, the COD gods appeased. Here we go. So far, Control has been the name of the game for LA Thieves. A 5-win streak in the mode. Scrap, a big reason why.
And Scrap is also one I get to keep the pressure up against the ARs. You saw him and Slasher having battles in the First Bloods, but we know when we go to that Skyline, Slasher has been the factor at the start of the year, on point on that map, but lately he's been slow. So with Scrap gunning Slasher down, You love your odds in this series.
That's a lovely start there for the LA Thieves. Pressure towards A, and now pressure towards the back spawns. It's going to be Hydra, and Hydra finds himself 2 before being brought down.
And look at how easy that little funneling system is. TJ, though, damn! Good movement, I suppose. Jukes him out, and maybe a little bit of room to breathe for Carolina to get out of their spawn, but they were waiting for the B pressure. The zone's over towards A. That's a tick of progress already.
Whole tick already, and you have a 2-man stack for a moment. There's a little bit of back and forth now. Perfect pick up there from Gwyn. Last man for the Thieves left alive is going to be Envoy, and now it's pole to pole. It's spawn to spawn, trying to find kills, and Envoy gets his.
Well, there's no one left for him to kill. Does he want to continue to spawn trap Vivid, or does he want to help his boys get out of their spawn? Gwyn picks up a nice pick as well, and this is a mini-map that's going to get weird. You see number 6 spawning in absolute depths. You have LA Thieves struggling to get near this zone.
Might be the Carolina special. They get 3 though. Scrap last man there on A, and he's put himself in a great spot. Holds his line. Can he find 2? Unbelievable! What a 2 out of Scrap.
He is just dominating this AR battle. Big 2-piece as well, and just keeping this play alive. There's another tick of progress. It's only the SMGs that can take him down.
That was essentially a solo cap, though. He managed to do that alone. A little bit more presence now. We're over the 50% mark. It's damn Daniel Ghosty. In he goes towards the B zone. It's both zones being captured at the same time. The second segment at Aegon. Oh my word, the Ravens are being picked apart all across the map. That's a big man stacked there. The 3 members of the Thieves over by A, now right to B, and there's nobody home.
Look at how fast this cookie can crumble on Hacienda. You need to go on the flank, and you need to go immediately. Scrap last alive, he's got 6 HP, he's gone down, and Hydra, well, last man standing. He's in a bit of a pinch, but doing a great job of just staying, get that pressure on the map.
Oh my goodness, timing there from Vivid off a spawn, and right back at it we go. 15 lives for the Thieves left to attack the B zone with, and only a single segment. If you get 3 down and you're all close enough to jump on it, this map just got that bit hotter. Here we go from Scrap. What a route he's taken off the spawn.
And the quick decision making is the difference maker on this map. You need to figure out where Slasher is. He's playing a cheeky corner. There's a freebie pick right there from Scrap, and you identify Slasher as well. That's the pressure you needed. Everybody's going to be on this zone.
Here we go, trying to send it forward. 2-man stack. Gwyn has got to get something going. Envoy, though, the man at the gates. A freebie, doesn't even check the corner, and that's the round. Ravens, defensively, not terribly sound there in the final moments.
Yeah, that was just overwhelming pressure from LA Thieves. The quick call to stack the A zone and just leave Ghosty over towards A. This is when your communication has to be on point, because the shots clearly are. Best play right from the opening break. How many 2-pieces did Scrap get on the opponent's ARs? Completely dominant, leaving Gwyn with nowhere to go.
Well, we're already seeing some good looks there on the attacking round. Thieves will take the lead. Quick swap of the sides. See how the Thieves defend this one. We've seen some really good defensive rounds out of this team. Again, pressure towards spawns. The traps are very, very effective here on Hacienda. The sort of funnels from spawn. It's a classic 3-lane map, Chance, but it gets real tight towards the end.
Yeah, a classic 3-lane map with the new addition of the sort of open dark room that Gwyn is currently taking space for. Things can get wild, things can get crazy.
Oh yeah.
And a mixy opening break as well, a 2-2 split. Vivid, the solo capture on the zone, but you see the Thieves players, they're playing for spawn kills. That means if you're on the zone, you don't know where to look. And if you're coming from your spawn, it is a pain point, but they got the double capture rolling through as well. Vivid switching things up on the B zone.
2-man hit now through mid. Slash has got eyes on both. Picks up 1, straight to the sidearm. 3 down. Last man left alive. Plat Envoy. That's big work there from the Ravens. 2-man stack still over by B.
And if we know anything about Envoy, he loves the flank, but this pressure's going pretty quick. LA Thieves, though, they're squaring up to jump on top of it. And they're going to have to do so right now, winning the gunfight, taking the men outside of the hill, and everybody falling like dominoes. Missed opportunity from Carolina. But if you're feeling like Tej, you're feeling like the 2-piece. He's keeping the play alive.
Gets Ghosty as well, and TJ's managed to keep his boys in this. Pressure now through mid, reinforcements arrive, Scrap holds them at bay. Slasher brought down as well. Can TJ complete the capture? He cannot. He's trying to hold on to the position though. And the timing in this is so unfortunate. He catches at least 1, 2 now on the cross. Eyes on the next. Can TJ keep this life going? No, he can't. Ghosty's on it, and the B zone safe.
And this missed opportunity is going to be painful because you're just having time and lives drain. LA Thieves right now, solid on the defensive hold. Big gunfight to win though, and Gwyn's there to win it, forcing an AR to get up nice and close, but Scrap, maybe just some mind games getting in their head.
Okay, Scrap is a force of nature now on Hacienda. He sold his soul, and it's paying off so far. Second Sega A, long gone, here we go. Envoy, are you able to catch these players out? You check the wrong corner and you get brought down, and that should be the A zone taken care of. Last attempt now to stop it, and Hydra finds 2 before being taken care of. Straight to B, a 2-man stack with no trophy.
You win the foot race, now you just got to win the gunfight. Square up from the front, Slasher looking over top. Oh. Good tags, does he have the support from Gwyn? Players in the hill, everybody's in front of him, but you get traded out. This play's still going.
Slasher holds the contest, he holds his nerve. Can he hold the kills? Here comes reinforcements again. It's Tej! He finds 2! The next man up top is the Ravens. Oh, no! Vivid gets it. That's the capture done.
And how fast the oscillation happens on this map. Your comms have to be on point. You see Carolina nearly going too quick from A to B with Hydra shooting 2 players in the back, but ultimately they deliver, and it's TJ that, again, moments like this to keep his team in it. This was shortly after every single one of the Ravens fell. He picks up a big 3 and just completely resets the map. Huge moments from Tej.
Feeling like Tej, Madrid edition. Here we go into round 3. The Ravens defending now. We'll see if they can keep their mettle. I mean, both teams have had their success on the attack. Ravens statistically, not where you wanted to see them, but here we go.
I was going to say, how much you want to bet they don't square up in the middle of the map against the AR players. They're taking routes instead.
Gwyn takes full control of Dark. He doesn't have anyone to back him up behind, so that's going to be a big bit of kills. And now the top side of the map is completely dominated by the Thieves. And now your spawn dominated by Hydra. He sends it forward. A little bit of suppressing fire, pushes him back over towards the zone, but he just gets to stack it now with his team.
Yeah, these opening breaks from Thieves on offense have been on point, and when you dominate it in round number 1, see Carolina just giving up so much pressure. But now in the retake, stuns are clean, trades are on point, Scrap overwhelmed in a B zone, only a single tick of progress is going to go through. The defense holds strong.
Yeah, so does Ghosty though, so you still have presence here on the B side of the map. Envoy takes care of business in the office, a 2-piece for him, and now he has to look for TJ. He knows that player is there. Single man, 2-man on the A zone there, now brought down to 1. TJ's taken care of, so that is again a big win in terms of the map department there for the Thieves.
Just the patience game, and they're going for a double capture as well. Ghosty is always attacking this B zone, while you've on the flip side, Scrap solo cap in A. So Carolina have 2 jobs they need to do at once. At least you get through office, it's going to open up the map.
Can you get through the top? There you go, big damage though there in the Gwyn. So Scrap's not going to be able to just jump on this. Can you get him off? Yeah, he runs away of his own accord and wins the fight. What a turn. But it's now reinforcements through the front line. Envoy finds his. There's no one there left from the Carolina boys to do what they can to keep him off of it. Tej now pops out of the darkness. Can he get Ghosty as well? A perfect stun, another 2-man stack, and this is huge. The A zone should be done.
This is a masterclass on the objective right now, and that will seal the deal. A zone gone, and they've already got a little bit of progress over towards that B zone. LA Thieves are just forcing Carolina to divide a 2-front war, and poor Vivid, how many times have we watched him walk out of spawn and just getting trapped in? Unfortunate sight to see, and the pressure's now on B.
I mean, the good news is he always gets a little bit of damage in, but the bad news now, your setup's been cut in half. Oh, 3 down, that should be the round. Another attacking opportunity here for the Thieves, and look at that baby fly. Map point, LA.
And we might be having ourselves a little offensive shootout. Oh, so clean there from Thieves. And again, it is that constant pressure on both the zones. It is such a difficult thing to deal with, especially when they're just so efficient on the spawn kills as well. I swear, if we were looking at the heat map for Vivid, he spent a lot of time tucked in the back.
That's a lot where he's taking his fights from, dealing his damage. It is not an easy thing to do. This is it. Map point here for the LA Thieves. Take the lead in the series. Ravens, your first attacking round was good. Can you do it again? And then we find out who gets defense-based, essentially all on kills. A strange situation to be in, Chance, in a map where you want the attacking round. Or at least these teams do.
Yeah, apparently. That's the way she goes. opening breaks, though. LA Thieves have been pretty on point. TJ, though, flooding through. He finds the close range gunfight against Scrap and right towards the A zone to stop the box. Slasher wins his ones and a nice snap. Easy trades there from Slasher, and look at the idea. It's the two-front war.
This is a nice look out of the Ravens. Will you be able to maintain, though, boys? That's the hard thing. Poise. And now efficiency on the attack. Gwyn, you heard a lot going on the inside there of Office. And here we go, red dots to chase. A nice two-piece and a perfect pickup. Scrap now making his way towards the zone. And again, you've slowed this play right down. Over halfway through the B zone. Gwyn can't get any more. Slasher has to survive alone. Second segment done.
This solo capture is just so slow. Slasher, though, at least staying alive. A little bit slow to actually take him down, but that allows TJ to get in position. 2v2 effectively on the map, and TJ, you see it, he just wants to keep the Office in plat control, but he has been just waited out. Scrap too patient, and Thieves effectively still in control.
Thieves have never run up that plat stair. They've never given those free kills. They always go back through Office. 50 seconds. Tej continues his run through the upstairs. Gwyn has Office, spots Hydra, big win. As he keeps this top side of the map covered. Now a little bit of pressure towards B. Mid-map though, Scrappy takes a little one there on Tej.
That's enough to hop on the objective. Envoy will be the first player to chow. It's him and Hydra working together, and two SMGs, overwhelming. That coordination is perfect.
A little unfortunate moment there from Gwyn. Nice work there from Tej. Picks up Ghosty from behind. Over to Hydra, now trying to fight his way out the front, but the pressure is now on. Quick contest. Hydra brought down. Oh dear, the plat's falling to pieces. This should be it. The B zone left alone.
And they got a man on A as well. TJ's already starting that capture. B's going to be chalked up, and now you're trying to go for the A zone. It's getting red. You cover the rock hallway. Carolina, they're pulling this off.
Pulling it away, all from down low now by Fire. Vivid finds one over the close corner. Tej can't get it done, but the trades are there. And now Gwyn keeps the capture alive. Can he win the fight? No, he cannot. Envoy saves it as the Thieves live to fight another moment.
Oh, they're getting funneled, though. Everybody's getting funneled. Vivid overwhelmed. Couple players dealing with their spawn. Slasher's looking for the spawn trap, and the SMGs open up the map.
And now fighting forward once again. Ghosty with a quick route, trying to get back up top. And Gwyn seemingly X-ray vision for Gwyn. The contester on point. Hydra flies out, and that should be it. Gorgeous. Surely. What a bit of work from the Ravens. Here we go, final round. Who gets defense? You don't want it for the first time in COD history.
Yeah, these boys are learning, and they are learning quick. How fast the maps can change, what we think about it on day one, the weeks go by. And these two teams just capitalizing on that two-front pressure, always attacking both the zones, setting up the spawn traps, and that like fluidity we're seeing from like Gwyn up top. All that Office control and Slasher's crawling out. No, they're getting past, go pick up rock so quick on the jump. These guys are reading the map, but on the attack, it will be LA Thieves for the final round.
Yeah, and they do 3 attacking rounds in a row. Which
a super different look, by the way. It's a full-on B hit. Carolina are going to be here, but they've dominated every single opening break.
Oh, well, we're going to see some players make their way through the dark corridor in a second, but there's the damage from behind. Scrap, heavily tagged up, not enough to get any kills out of it. It's a big old stack right now. It's the entire team. Shoulder to shoulder, a 4-man moment. Surely you read this there. Second segment done. You're nearly complete. The trophy system is banging away in the background. A quick contest, no. B zone gone in record time.
Yeah, and you get 30 lives to work with to capture A as well. A little bounce back moment from Carolina, but every offensive opening break from LA Thieves has been perfect. I'm telling you, the coaching staff has put in overtime.
And that's all 4 dead. Bad looks there from the Thieves. You started things off great. Now you're back in spawn. Are the Ravens able to set up here and cause a problem? Gwyn pinched up. TJ can't get anything out of his life. So now fly forward, LA. You've got an opening.
And it's just so quick to be able to get out, and they're grouping up together to hit down low. Gwyn almost needs to give you 2 here.
And now a big wide route taken. Gwyn's going to be more than annoying here in the middle of the map. Nice work there from Envoy to stay alive for as long as possible, where he's brought down, and it's 21 lives either side.
And they just played for the pinch so well. They knew they had to get out of spawn, and now Hydra is in fact the guy setting up for the spawn kills. A lot of players getting traded out. There's Hydra controlling Office, and as long as he is alive, his teammates always have a lifeline.
Timing from Gwyn. Beautiful. Catches out one on the attack. A minute 10. The Ravens have held this at bay.
It is the defense for Ravens that has been their biggest bastion on this game mode. relying on it now, and they're ignoring Hydra. If LA Thieves aren't going to step on the zone, there's no reason for these guys to get active, but once someone steps foot, Vivid wants to move, they get him out of their corners, the action happens.
Trades are on. The capture's still going. What a nade. What a pinch from Tej. Oh my word, he finds 2. Scrap there on the trade. Keeps the capture going. 1 segment down. 2 to go.
For Carolina, you slow the pace down again. You don't have a ton of space on the map. Gwyn's going to capture a lot of it on the flank, and a big gunfight happened on the right side of the mini-map. Envoy wins one on TJ, and Gwyn falls down. Now LA Thieves, it's all guns forward.
Ghosty has managed to catch out Vivid on the run forward. It catches him on the sprint, and now onto the zone. A big stack. Trophies are in position. Boys find a corner, settle in for the hit. Here we go, and that, folks, might be the map. Oh, counterattacks in. Tej finds it, but that is the last man. And he's wearing the white and red of the LA Thieves. Attacking rounds once again. The name of the game there on Hacienda as the Thieves take the lead in the series.
And that advantage is gonna go a long way. In offensive kills, the difference maker. And credit to the coaching staff, because again, those opening breaks every single time was absolute class. They had 30 lives to work with before they captured the B zone. It doesn't get any better than perfect. And on the offensive side of things, I don't know if we're gonna be able to check it out. I think I saw a crash, but no, there you go. Scrap, look at it. 32 kills, 23 of them on offense and 12 on the objective. Scrap, the objective mastermind. 15 tiers captured. Main Slayer, objective maker. Even in map number 1, the Hill Time Collector. He is Mr. Do-It-All.
Good for Scrap, man, because he looked like the worst player in the world on Hacienda in the last couple of weeks. He has turned it around. Testament to the work, testament to the mindset. That is beautiful stuff. And these are nice highlights, man. This is a perfect way to play Control, man. You really want to get those players stacking the points together. Teamwork made the dream work for both of our teams in this matchup in a great way. So beautiful, beautiful work. That was a great game of Control, and it really came down to the wire. The battle of the trades on A, as we've seen so many times, you have to expose yourself so much in order to get the kills on the player capturing the A zone. And that time, the trades, it went down to the Thieves. Good stuff with them. And a great way to take the lead in the series, Chance.
Yeah, and it can take a long time to sort of set yourself up for that A zone capture, but that was a beautiful thing for LA Thieves. They had 20 attempts to make it happen because they had 2 minutes to work with just because of those breaks, but everything on point. And I know sort of the most important thing to pay attention to, at least in my mind, going on to the Skyline. While SMG's run the show, in the first 2 weeks, Slasher seemed like a god amongst men on the map. Well, now he's going against the Titan that is Scrap. He has had his number in the respawns. I mean, devastation in the map number 1. And obviously, we saw from Scrap 28 non-tradeds, more than any kills any player on Carolina was able to collect in total. That's the man to watch.
As who we're going to watch. Skyline Hardpoint on the way, folks. This is for the series for the LA Thieves to advance further into our bracket, or is to drop down to the lower for the Ravens. If we do get a Game 5, of course, Hacienda Search and Destroy, I'd hope so. I really would. We get around 11. Bingo. We'll find out how that goes in a moment. But dude, for now, yeah, Skyline, all the submachine guns are hot. And that's the beautiful thing of thinking, for me, this entire map is going to be sub-heavy. But when it comes to the ARs, Slasher, what was it that's made him so special at the start of the year?
He just had that sauce. I don't know if it's necessarily like sort of like an attachment thing. If he just like, I mean, he's been very vocal on Twitter about how much he loved quick draw initially. So maybe something as small as that is like the sort of fine tuning of the gameplay. But I know if ergonomic is going to be sort of that like meta, that means you're going to have to slide around a lot more, get a lot more active. In Slasher, one of the oldest, if not the oldest player we have in the league, the 30-year-old Thanos. You know he is a Lanimal. He always steps it up, but this is where he has to step it up for the team here in this map number 4.
This will be a fantastic run. Map 1 versus Map 4 in the season alone. The Thieves have made a couple more comebacks, let's face it. But sitting at 4-4, I mean, there's plenty to digest their chance.
And the idea is just that Carolina gets stronger the longer they play. We've seen them in the reverse sweep positions. We've seen them go deep in the minor tournament that we had. These guys, again, veteran squad, they're good at managing their energy. They will bring it every single step of the way. And for Skyline specifically, it's a map that they have loved to play. And if you're looking at the map records as well, it's an advantage for the map 4. I'd say it's an advantage for Carolina, for Skyline specifically as well. I just know for LA Thieves, these guys have been incredibly quick to improve. We've always seen, or already seen, some of those goods in this series alone. I mean, Scrap didn't, you see the Hacienda.
Greatest
They
Hacienda.
went from world's worst to a 50-point club, so yeah, they're getting better,
They're
Miles.
definitely getting better. It's the best Hacienda he's ever played. We all saw it, folks. We were all there. I wonder if Nate's watching. He's playing, right?
Yeah,
isn't
no,
he?
he's
I
doing
doubt it.
both.
He's doing both, yeah, right. Here we go, fist bumps are complete, folks. Map number 4 is upon us. Skyline, hard point. And this is for the series for the Thieves. For the Ravens, it's a chance to push it deeper. And hey, I'd like a game 5. Madrid, we want a game 5? Some of you do. Some of you want another beer. Let's get it.
And again, that 1-2 record with an average net loss of 30 points per map in the Team KD, LA Thieves have assuredly not found their form on this map. And we know if we're thinking long term, Thieves are a team thinking about championships. You need a deep map pool. They got to show us something here.
Here we go. What a building. A structural marvel. It must be very windy up there. We'll find out who's got the windy shots here as we start things off. The opening hardpoint time going to the LA Thieves, who get themselves in there ASAP. Scram finding kills, you name it. It is just a hurricane of madness to start things off as the crisscross kill feed ends.
Yeah, trades on trades with Slasher. I like the start that he had. He was able to pick up 2 kills and sort of keep play active, but then looking at the kill feed, that is nothing but white on the left side, and that is LA Thieves in prime territory. Hydra just made a guest appearance to their spawn, and Envoy wants to find his home inside of time, and that is a 4-man wipe. Ghosty laying down the law.
Hard blocks though, doesn't let anyone now flip, so good stuff. Envoy, the time and the hops. The kills once again, it is fast and furious from the LA Thieves, and our opening hardpoint was gone in 60 seconds.
Yeah, that is a 1-7 start combined from Vivid and TJ. You cannot afford to start slow because that is going to be a 33-point deficit already in rotation being handled by Thieves. You see the bottom side of the minimap though, Carolina Ravens, they're going to be working.
Making an attempt to win. Guns are up at the ready though. No one's getting close without a bullet or 2, and that's going to be 2 kills there. Oh, through the front door. Gwyn finds his. Tracer Reed immediately in there. There we go. Gwyn and Tej on the break.
Well, maybe not a break. They're at least keeping the time a little bit white, and Hydra just an instant response. And now you're just hoping and praying that you can handle them, but you cannot. You get bullied, you get beat down, and this is going worse than the Hasi.
Say it ain't so. Oh, Slasher not letting that happen. Good stuff. Over to Kitchen, Ghosty finding him. Lovely damage in the Gwyn as well. This is the first time we're seeing a rotation won by the Ravens, but on a map like Skyline, I mean, you don't really necessarily rotate, you just spawn up and look towards the hard point. So this one is about to change hands again. If we can get a couple of kills here for the Thieves. What a blistering start though to the map, indeed. Scrap with a sub alongside Envoy. There's the break you wanted, and there's a new hard point, and still a perfect record.
This is Skyline, and they have 0 points. GG go new, hard point. I mean, there's a gap in Scrap right now. I mean, he's just calling game. 11-3 start on a 4-speed. Slasher trying to flank. Red, easy reads, taking down Gwyn. He's just gonna be the next man in line. Gun to bed, and this is about to be 100 points to nothing. Carolina, wake up.
They cannot do it. In a deep, dark sleep. Through the back. The last bullets there from Tej don't help out. Slasher finally gets a player off the point. Are you able to get another kill? No, you are not able to get any hard point time here. A seemingly perfect kitchen and a perfect scoreline. Unprecedented behavior here in the COD League. 15 seconds to go. Can the Ravens win a rotation?
They cannot, dude. Envoy for 2. Can you imagine getting on a 9-hour flight to get embarrassed like this? This is P4, gentlemen. 0 seconds for Carolina.
Trying to make their way through the top side. Envoy from the back, keeping them at bay once again. Can TJ get himself through top? He cannot. Envoy on a 10 spree, 13-2. This is a historic performance from the LA Thieves. Slasher through the top. Damaged in, dealt with. Perfect map awareness right now. What shots from Dylan Hannon? 140-0 still.
These are going to be the most vile comms we have ever had in Call of Duty. LA Thieves finally give up a point.
They've done it! And now the time ticks for the Ravens!
Oh, brother. 8-27, sorry, 8-28 combined from TJ and Vivid. You have Envoy, most time collected, nearly the main Slayer. And if we're watching your objective-minded SMG anchoring spawns with an AR, maybe chalk it up, but finally, a sign of life CPR has been performed. And unfortunately, there's a Hellstorm.
This is already one of the best comebacks we've ever seen in the league.
Okay.
From nothing.
Okay.
Up to 35 Ravens. The first set was historically bad.
And yeah, I mean, look, we're just going to continue to make history. The opportunity for two 50-point clubs, excuse me, in a series, you never know.
Octane's donut all of a sudden doesn't look so crazy, does it?
It does. 0-12 is nuts.
Yeah, for the dub as well. Shots out of Slasher. P1's still yours. Envoy's tagged up on the approach, and that's 5 now in a row for Slasher. At 17 and 13, he is trying to will the team through this one, as it is a tough scene. But they've got the hard point.
Hey, got the left. You lost it. That is 4 man down. Yeah, GG, brother. That is so chalk.
That's going to be a big one. Left-hand side of the minimap full of Thieves. Not pickpockets. Oh, it's everything from white-collar crime. It's fraud. It's everything, you name it. They're doing it all. Now the approach down low, though. Envoy cut down. It's a perfect attack. Last man up, and about is going to be Ghosty, and he's now hurt.
I mean, he's hanging out, though. Wins the gunfight, trying to block those spawns. The Carolina player spawns out across the map. Even your backline right now making the big plays. And unfortunate timing, but TJ became the backline, and he just gets welcomed to a grave. 120-point lead now from LA Thieves. A victory lap on Skyline.
Not over yet. And it's a huge amount of damage dealt there to TJ, but he still stays alive. Kitchen we go to once again. 20 seconds before we have to really get going. And at this point in time, the Ravens find all the kills you can, do what you can to get them now off of P2, but this has been an unbelievable game so far for the Thieves.
I don't even know which score streak Envoy has. How many points did he just get in a row?
Is
that the Dreadnought?
I think it's the Dreadnought. Honestly, Envoy, if you can hear me, call it in. Do it.
If he can hear us, that's a problem.
Do it. Call it in. You're allowed to do it. We make the rules now on the fly. Call it in.
Rain it all in, boys. He's found another 23 and 8. These land performances are something else, folks. Right through the front, though, Vivid gets his. And nice turn. Beautiful damage there with the dives. And everyone is getting their piece. Ghosty at the point. Another one. 220. Now the victory lap. It's Ghosty's turn in the feed. Now from green. Everyone from the Ravens fight your way forward. Trying to get on the point. Trying to put an end to this hard point one way or another. As Scrap finds the kills. It's coming to an end.
Yeah, the Carolina Falcons getting picked apart in hardpoint. Here's another score streak rolling through. This is clinically absurd. You got on a flight for this. This is winner's bracket, make no mistake, but LA Thieves will carry this momentum in the tournament. The most dominant Skylines we have seen.
The most dominant respawns we have seen in hardpoint. Since the beginning of the game, the Thieves have found themselves once again. And there is more to be played here. The Ravens camp definitely not looking like themselves. But for the Thieves, you absolutely look like your old selves again.
Something about those bird teams, man. Can't find dubs in hardpoint. You had LA Thieves, maybe just on that P3 alone on the Skyline, outscored Carolina on both of their hard points, getting 20 points in total across 2 maps. The most dominant performance we have seen across the board as a collective there from LA Thieves. That is a monstrous way to kick off their tournament.
The Ravens will just descend slowly towards the lower bracket, and I'm sure we'll find out. I mean, Vivid definitely does not look like himself. We'll find out what's going on with him, but on a personal front, doing the very best they could there. 12 there, non-traded for Slasher. We don't get to see the spree stats there, but Envoy, it was double digits, and it was full streaks. I mean, full streaks, as in Dreadnought and everything, man. I mean, that's the AC-130 of the Black Ops 6 world. Go.
2 minutes inside the hill, Envoy was anchoring spawns at different points. He was locking it down like a man AR, and that is equally as short as the first game flow chart was. You did not score a point until P3. You need a goldfish memory if you're Carolina. They just ran into a beast.
Yep. 250, 47, and 66. The hard points were brutal. They couldn't combine those scores to get a dub. That is something else, folks. But apart from the red card and, of course, the brilliant Hacienda, the Ravens did not look like their usual selves. They didn't even look like themselves in the last few weeks of online play. But the Thieves looked great. That's what you wanted to see out of them in the hard points, especially after we got rid of Rewind.
Yeah, and I love like sort of the SND play calls as well. You see him making improvements down the line, but shout out to the French phenom doing it in front of some home fans.
In front of some home fans indeed. Hydra is on stage with Ulysses. Take it away.
One of the special guests I'm having right now with me. Hydra, would you like to say something to this amazing crowd of gentle mates around there?
These guys are amazing. I mean, merci les refs de soutenir, ça fait plaisir.
Huh? I'm gonna...
Sorry, my mic was not working, but anyway, these people is amazing. They're cheating for you every single time. But first of all, welcome to Madrid after dominating this last map. Are you willing to taste any Spanish tapas?
Wait, what?
Are you willing to taste any Spanish tapas? Because after this map, you must be hungry.
The Spanish?
Tapas. Spanish meals, meats, eat. Something to eat from Spain. You already taste a real good tortilla.
Oh yeah, thank you guys for supporting us. I mean, that's... Wait, was it not that?
Do not worry. Let's go with the next question. Let's talk about Call of Duty. If not, you're getting nervous. Okay, which are your expectations on this major?
What my expectation? I mean, winning, yeah, obviously. I felt like I've been playing pretty poor during the stage 1, online at least. So I need to like figure this out by myself and make sure my team is doing good. I mean, yeah.
And also, for the last, which team you would prefer to face in the next phase? Would you prefer to play against Heretics or Optic, Texas?
I mean, obviously Optic. I mean, I've been losing a lot against them, so I need some wins against them. So obviously Optic, yeah. Gotta be a good match.
And also, we have all these French people around that is cheating for you. Would you like to say something to all the people who's following you around and home, and also for the people cheating for you?
I can't even hear you. What did you say?
I was asking to you if you want to say anything to this incredible crowd that is around here cheering for you from France, and also the people following you at home.
Yeah, I mean, you guys are amazing, honestly. Merci les refs de soutenir. Merci d'être venus. Ça fait super plaisir. Première fois qu'il y a des Français qui viennent, donc ça me fait plaisir, super plaisir. Je vous remercie les refs.
After these nice words, keep cheering for this guy, and let's go to the desk with Pocket.
Thank you so much, and shout out to Hydra. You guys have no idea how loud it is in this venue. They get the job done today. And Alan, I want to start with you because you were confident in Carolina. Your team combined for 113 points in 2 hard points, Al.
They were really close to sending it to a map 5 still.
Oh, that's how we're going with this one?
Yeah. Hey,
That's copious.
6-4 the search, round 5, Hacienda, they're close to pulling.
Sure.
All right?
I respect it.
Roll
You
the
know
beautiful
what?
bean footage. Oh, this is gorgeous stuff if you're an LA fans. Nate Shot is somewhere smiling, looking up Marvel Rivals, but take a look at what his squad has done. Hydra on the SMG, but for me, I noticed this team is playing on a different level because everyone's re-challenged. Something that you don't see as much online. They are confident in these games tonight.
Yeah, and this is the LA Thieves that we saw early in the qualifier where they're just challenging, just so confident things are going well. They're just going to pummel their opponent. And like, keep in mind, this Carolina Royal Ravens team, phenomenal throughout the qualifier, right? And then in the minor, they get top 2. So you look at this, you're like, this should be a close matchup. The hardpoints, that was the biggest hardpoint beatdown we've had the entire year. This Thieves team, man, maybe they are the scariest here. Who knows yet? I don't know.
I mean, their whole story was being the best hardpoint team when the season first started, and that we saw them kind of falter just a little bit in the last few matches, specifically, you know, a very lackluster minor. But again, we talk about these players. These are all players that show up on LAN. We talked about it beforehand. Like, you've got some winning kids on that team, and they showed it here today.
I have a 2-part question, Alan. Everyone in chat was calling out an individual from Carolina. They're singling out Vivid for his performance. I saw he had 10 kills in that game 4, but he had 70 more damage than one teammate and 70 less damage than another who had 9 more kills than him. Is Vivid playing off right now? What do you need to see from him tomorrow in the elimination bracket?
It's really tough to put like an assignment onto Vivid because he's always been kind of a dirty work type player. Yes. He did that when he subbed in for Dallas Empire. He did that well. He's done it well when he's been in Challengers before. It's just he's not going to be playing in a role that is going to be a kill leader or damage leader. He's playing the selfless role. Now that told, he needs to be playing better than what we saw. You can't come out of 2 hard points and barely escalate over 100 total points. So something has to change and get lit up there, I think, when it comes to their respawn, especially from Vivid.
I think in general, yeah, he does need to step it up, especially in the search and destroy. I will say after this series, looking at it, I can't just say it's
No,
his
you
fault,
can't just say it's
like,
his
I mean,
fault.
you look
Squad
at it,
fault.
they got cooked. Yeah, squad fault. But also, like, Vivid's in a new role. So a lot of these maps, he has an AR in his hand, typically an SMG player, right?
Yes.
So, yeah, they got some stuff to figure out, man, because losing like that, going down to loser's bracket now, your confidence is an all-time low.
Do not ignore the damage column when you look at the final kill leaderboards, but when we are looking at the leaderboards, you can't deny what Scrap did in game number 1. It's your Scuff play of the game, a league record. 2.56, I believe? 2.65, you tell me, production. Ridiculous hard point.
Well, it's kind of like the Brett Favre. You have both the worst and best stat line on the map now. Touchdowns, interceptions, lowest kills, top kills. That's where it goes right now.
Yeah, Scrap's a beast, man. I mean, we were waiting for this. Hacienda, obviously, Ali, we had some good fun trolling him.
Some good fun.
About
Some
how
good
bad he
fun.
was, and I think he like doubles his total kills on that map after this one. Yeah, what a kickoff to the series.
I'd love to ask him. I'd love to be like, what? Was it just because you spawned in on land, dude? Like, what is the difference? Because it's literally night and day. Because when we talked to him in the interview, he was like, dude, I don't even know. I'm getting shot in the back. I don't know what's going on. And then the first map in, I mean, we're loading on Hacienda, and he drops 2.56. Like I said earlier, literally doubling his average on this map in those combo.
Also, that 123 is over 2 minutes of hill time for those of you bad at math at home. Well done, Scrap. 2 minutes of hill time and a 2.56 earns your Scuff play of the game. And that is now match 3 in the books. Let's take a look at our updated bracket. Alan, we've got one more to go here.
Yeah, and it's an interesting matchup because I think all the Optic fans know what the mojo looks like when they play up against Heretics. Sometimes they just catch them off guard, but this Optic team is looking pretty nasty right now. I feel good about their chances of getting into the upper finals.
I think I just heard Optic getting booed as they were setting up on their stage.
Yo.
It's getting spicy in Madrid, and it's just day 1. When we come back, Miami Heretics put it on for Spain against the best from Texas.
Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League. Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Miles, I'll give you permission, my man.
Go ahead, brother.
Go ahead.
Yeah, just go.
Make your way over. The fans were
We
holding
just
him
broke the
back,
fourth
but he's
wall.
ready to rock. Here we go.
You just to the staircase. We're gonna be getting pinched. I have no ammo. I have to push up. Yeah, you just push. Dead. Umbrellas. And just don't line up with me. Dead. I had no ammo, bro. Dude, that's so tough, bro. I had no ammo, bro. Dude.
Let's do it 2 week. Hold on.
Get killed. There's two.
You can refill your secret in a second.
She's gotta be one more back door.
I know your secret. I know your secret.
Back door. Holy
shit, Eric.
Last one.
Nice,
Eric.
Good, bro. Good story, man.
You can't kill me. What the frick? I have a streak.
Oh my God, here we go. They got the stack. Second tick is done. FaZe trying to go. It's moving so quickly. Can they get in and contest? They're soaring through. It's just about done. The contest is in. Shotzzy kills everybody in front of him, but FaZe are able to get in. Getting a point, man. Here we go. Gotta hold with no respawns. They're holding for now. They win one. Nobody left. FaZe hold with no respawns remaining. As well, all down to the smoke play from up high. He's going for a joke. Johnny down, 1v1. And Real singing across the stage. Different spot. Trying for a different spot. Oh no! Laugh it up, Chuckleberry Finn! I think you're having a great time!
I'm trying to chop my cut. Purpose up cut and shot up.
Oh, we can't trouble this? Well, that's tragic. At least slow the middle.
Oh yeah, I forgot. I think that this side.
Nade hit one a couple times and stunned mid cut.
What am I doing, bro?
One guy's in
Mid cut.
Been magnificent. Miami take the lead. They're trying to close it out.
Cell first kill's good though, but Miami battle back. They've got themselves the trade. Oh! It's just down to Cell with the what? Oh! He's gonna get all four. Atlanta are gonna reinforce the hard point first. Miami, no trophy systems are locked in place by stuns. Oh, it's an absolute breakdown by the end as Cell finishes on 5 to steal away the map.
We're gonna be really good.
I like your trophies. Which one's your favorite?
Yeah. Honestly, I don't know. This one seems like insane. Look at this one too. Like this is crazy. Like
the golden nut, baby. The diamond nut. Excuse me.
You know what I'm saying? How could I not be like? How could I not feel like I'm not gonna lose? You know what I'm saying? Like, come on.
Yeah, and that's what I was gonna ask you. Is like, Sib, you're coming into a winning culture. These guys won champs. We obviously.
Run. I'll get bomb checks. I'll go top and get bomb checks. Alright, hold pinch fire. Make sure someone gets bomb checks. I'll get bomb checks. He can go third. He's telling you. Back him up. Not weak. I'm upset. He said, should be sent. He said something. What was that?
It's about to get loud in Madrid. Miami Heretics about to take the stage as they take on Optic Texas. And this is the moment a lot of fans have been waiting for here on the opening day of action at this CDL's first major. We welcome you back to the desk. I've got Chance to my left. And Chance, I'm very excited to get your thoughts about the match you just watched.
Oh, I don't want to give my thoughts because it was painful. I mean, 110 points combined in the hard point, one of the worst performances we've seen across the board in the game mode for Carolina. I had high expectations for them coming in. Crush for me immediately.
So if you're Miami, what do you need to do to catch Chance's eye and to impress tonight?
Well, I just want to see these guys like relax and have fun. You have guys like Lucky and Metals and their coach Method Sig that in my mind put Spain on the map 6 years ago. The amount of energy and intensity and adrenaline that these guys are going to be feeling. I know players always say there's always going to be nerves. Once the game starts, it washes away a little bit. They just need to find a way to like sort of calm down and not sort of fall into the moment.
Nameless, we've had some big names from Spain since the beginning of competitive Call of Duty. Shout out to Tohor, who is doing a watch party tonight.
OG.
What should he be excited about for Miami as we take a look at this roster?
He should be excited for the new guy, Rencor. I've loved his game so far, man. The guy, like, in Search and Destroy, playing his life, being the guy on the island, then in the respawn. He's putting up so much damage in Hardpoint, which is their best game mode. Rencor has fit in like a glove on this team, man. A perfect pickup to be alongside Real. Both those guys can go out there and slay with the best of them. And that's why Miami have been in, even the series they've lost, they've been in every single one.
Miami, the fan favorites tonight in the venue, or so it seems. Let's take a look at their road to the major. Game 5s are their bread and butter, Alley Cat.
It's so tough because they push themselves all the way to the distance, but Search and Destroy has really been their Achilles heel. But I will say, to that point, they were able to take SNDs off the likes of LA Thieves and Carolina. So if they can pull that off versus Optic Texas here, we are looking for a very long, very good series.
It's crusty bread, not fresh bread and butter. Sorry, that's 5 L's in this game 5. Let's take a look at the team on the other side. Optic Texas is looking very impressive. This team dominating last year at the World Championships. They closed it out. Now they have a new fourth in the mix, and Hook, since coming up from Challengers, has taken over.
And I'm going to be honest, I was curious, what's the reaction from Optic going to be against the Spanish crowd when they're playing against the Heretics, but the green wall rolls deep, still cheers in the crowd. Yeah. So that answers that question for me. And this team, obviously godlike, they have excelled, exceeded their expectations, and I'm excited to watch Hook play on land.
Yeah, even with the roster change, they've been unreal. I mean, the Search and Destroy immediately got better when you brought in Hook, and now the hardpoint, unbelievable. Like, if you exclude red card, which they're probably vetoing the majority of their series, they're 13-2 in hardpoint. It's a ridiculous stat, and they've won 6 straight. This team has really figured out basically every aspect of their game since bringing in Hook and looking like one of the favorites.
Allie, we got to talk about what they just accomplished. The final match of the qualifier, they take down Toronto, who had that #1 seed. That gives Optic the top seed in this tournament. Hardpoint has been a key factor.
It's literally been unreal. They are the best hardpoint team in the game. They're like 13-5 or something, just first overall. And it's not only that, it's the map ones as well. So they're starting these series very hot, very early. And that's not something we've seen from Optic Texas in the past. So easily one of the scariest teams that we're working with right now.
If you've been following competitive Call of Duty for a minute, you may know there's a long-standing rivalry between these two teams. It seems to be a one-sided affair when it comes to wins recently, but Chance, walk me through these numbers. What's happened?
I mean, look, whether it was the Mutineers or Heretics, if it's beef with Veekel or the ghost of Dave Patty taken over, for whatever reason, these two organizations have just always had these square-up battles.
So I touched on it in the beginning of the pre-show. So Texas is winning this battle 5-2 over Miami.
5-2, okay.
But that is typically with Pred, who is no longer on the roster, and also the last time they matched up was Major 4 last year, and Miami actually knocked them out of the tournament. So even though they weren't able to take them down in winners, they then went on to do it to kick them on out in elimination. So this might not be the only time we see this matchup this weekend.
It's time for your Scuff maps and modes. What 5 games will we see? It's a double dose of Hacienda for Control and Search. Red card comes in as the first Search and Destroy, and we'll kick things off on Vault. Allie, I know you got the numbers. Who do you give the edge to?
You got to give it to Optic Texas. Unfortunately, Miami's map pool is just way too small, especially starting off with that Vault hardpoint.
I will say the tail end, games 4 and 5, Miami are like, they love Skyline. They can go toe-to-toe with Optic there. And we get to that game 5 Hacienda, anything can happen. Optic had to come back from 5-1.
All right, it's time for your Scuff pick'ems, but I have a 2-part question for you, Nameless. Since we've been on LAN, our first LAN of Black Ops 6, seems like your shots are connecting. You're able to fry. Who from each team should be our players to watch?
I'm going to go Real on the Heretics. Real's just an absolute dog. And I'm going to go with Shotzi on Optic, and I think Optic win it. Shotzi's been unbelievable. I think he's been the best player in this game so far this year. They get it done in 4.
Nameless is locking in Optic Texas first. Rosalie?
Oh, this sucks because as much as I want to do it because we are in Europe and because we are in Spain, unfortunately, the numbers just go against them. I have to go with Optic Texas.
Chance?
It's the first time for Heretics playing on home soil in 6 or 7 years. I know how much this means to these guys, and I believe in them. I'm taking Heretics.
He's going Heretics.
For him.
I'm going with Hook. It's Optic Texas. Madrid, make some noise if you're ready for this best of 5. Let's get it started on the stage.
Yo, we're going with the final match of the day. And what a match we have. Ready to rumble with these amazing teams. Y es el momento de recordar lo que es la historia del Call of Duty en España. Tenemos 3 leyendas que están escritas como Method, Legend y Tohor. Hoy es el día de escribir una nueva página en la historia y que nuevos nombres se sigan registrando en ella. Así que from the southeast of Florida to the center of Madrid, get ready with that. llegado el gran momento. Hay que darle la bienvenida a casa a Miami Heretics. Lucky, Metal, Real y Record. Y por último y no menos importante, que entre con nosotros, Bicul. Creo además que Bicul tiene unas palabras especiales que dedicar. ¿Qué les quieres decir a la audiencia en el día de hoy?
I just want to say, I lived 2 great years in the league. I love all of you, even the Greenwall fans, you know. Love all of you. We make COD so much special. It's so nice to have it aquí en España. Vamos a todos, hola a las familias. Vamos Heretics!
Thank you. Puedes reunirte con el equipo. Muchas gracias por pasarte por aquí. And now we're ready to face them. We have to see how they're doing because the green wall is ready to rumble. Let's give a warm welcome to Optic, Texas! Dashi, Q, Kenny, and Shotzi!
I mean, you can just hear the crowd. It doesn't matter where the green wall goes. They are in an uproar. You know them, and you most likely love them. It is going to be Optic Texas, and the most dominant start we have ever seen from this lineup in a couple of years. Looking to maybe take it all. They got to go against what could be a home crowd. Let's get this final match of the day started.
Mevin, Mert, I hope you're ready because this is a completely banger. Let's go.
Let's get it. Yeah, no, I'm hoping this is a banger. I'm hoping this is the crowds going back and forth. I wasn't sure what to expect. You know, you think with the Spanish team and the Spanish crowd, I know even though it's an ultra home event, I'm hoping they're going to be popping off for them. You heard it from both, but still, I think Optic a little bit louder.
Yeah, I mean, that's just, Greenwall travels, right? No doubt about it. But yeah, I mean, for Heretics, this is obviously a big deal for them. Being in Spain, being in Madrid, they're going to want to do it. It's just a very tough matchup for them.
Well, I know, like, as soon as you saw the Vault Map 1, you're like, oh, God. Like, you know, they're 5-0 on it, talking about Optic. But it's like, what do you play? You ban Protocol instead. Optic are 3-0 there. I mean, that's what's so difficult when a team is so good at one mode. Like, it becomes hard to target them.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the only thing with Vault is it can get a little messy. I mean, this Miami, a little mixy. Yeah. This Miami team, they're scrimming, right? I mean, they're obviously young with what they think is the strength of theirs, what has been maybe the last couple of days.
Yeah.
What you're improving on in your practice here at LAN.
Listen, you've got reps, if anything, if you're Miami. Yeah, outside the 3 over Falcons, you went 5 over and over again. So you have grinded to get here. You're blessed to be in at 2-5. Part of that's obviously going to be just your map win percentage. The fact you go to so many game 5s, but like, you won 2, so expectations can't be high for you. Even though you're playing in Spain for the first time, you won 2 online matches.
Yeah, I mean, not too high. Yeah, not at all. I mean, you're going up against the #1 seed, and in Optic right now, they're just flowing. They are. I mean, Shotzi and Dashi have just been unreal since the start, since that, and then Hook's, doing Hook things, right? It just feels like he is finally starting to get very comfortable on this roster.
And you probably just with maybe Hook's issues in the past, or just the fact that he was coming up for challenges, maybe you thought that it would be a little bump in the road, but it really hasn't been, right? Like, they just brought him in, car kept moving.
No, not at all. I mean, if there was going to be question marks, it was going to be in deep tournament runs, right? When they start to go up.
So your questions are here, like Sunday.
Well, yeah, like Saturday, Sunday, right? Obviously, you look at the minor, they weren't able to win that. So, like, there is, it hasn't been the perfect year for this Optic team, but it's been pretty darn close.
Well, it feels like everybody's had a bump. When you talk about the top teams, I mean, Ultra looks so good, you have the bump at the minor, right? Optic, the bump, like the start of the year, obviously against Breach, but then, you don't win the minor. FaZe starts so slow, they're able to win the minor. Thieves look really good, then we're like, I don't know what the hell they're doing after the break. Like, everyone's had their moments, right? No one's looked unbeatable. Everyone has a chink in the armor. We'll see where people are going to be able to pounce, but this is hardpoint overall this season. You can see how big of an edge you have if you're the Optic side. Hoop hardpoint this month, 1.42. #1 KD rank of Ashati, how he's been statistically. You have heavy hitters in those positions. You are going to be nasty, but let's go. Map 1 now, Miami Heretics, Optic Texas, ready to battle. It's Kenny with a double early. It's Ranker on an island just trying to fight for himself mid. I mean, he takes down 2, and maybe that's an opening at least for the troops to get back in.
Yeah, one more stat that we saw. Obviously, it's 8-7 for Miami Heretics, but their plus minus
it's minus 3.7, right? So all of their hard points are very, very tight. So we'll see what they can do here on this vault. It was a good start, but Miami Heretics, they're going to rebound here. 3 in a row for Real. Rentor's up to 3-0. And I mean, the family is in the building. Again, these guys, the adrenaline is pumping. They're going to try to get flown here, going towards this P2.
Now Real will see if he can keep this streak going on 4 straight. Starting out 4-1. Things looking good for the boys. They've got that P2 rotation. With 5 seconds left, trying to hold on to that. With the next hard point ready to pop, we'll see what they can turn this into time-wise. I mean, this has been, you know, one you can soak up and get a lot of time, or one that once you get like one break, it's just back and forth. Chaos happens with the back spawns and stuff goes wild. But I just got a note from a producer. We might be backing out of this one and restarting. So it was a good start there. Good thought for Heretics. Somebody having issues, though. As soon as we know more, we'll let you know. But at least it happens early in this game.
Yeah, I saw Kenny just not moving.
Yeah,
so
okay,
I think that's what it was about. Something with Ken setup maybe, but hopefully get to that quickly.
Yeah, I mean, he came out, thought he was okay. Came out, like, popped 2 or 3, was looking okay. And then
I think he died 5 times in a row.
Yeah, so that may be the problem and why Heretics seeing so much success through into that P1, into the P2. But we'll look at the hardpoint leaderboard as we were just showing. Hoop stats, great.
Well, look at 2 and 3.
And then you've got 2 and 3 with Shotzi and Dashi. No, that is a hell of a statistic. These guys have been insane. I mean, really in hardpoint, really only ones that have been there, like percentage-wise, like FaZe are right up there with them too. They've had a hell of a start in hardpoint, but, well, I mean, Thieves after that series, they might be a real threat as well.
Yeah, I mean, we had so many question marks maybe coming into the event, right? Just as you said, like it felt like everybody was having a bit of a weird moment. And then maybe when it's all said and done here today, you have the top 4 right in winners round 2, but we'll see how this match goes. But I think that sort of the big question mark, obviously, with who taking Pred's spot was sort of, I mean, Pred is he was very good statistically last year, but you just love to see that 1, 2, and 3. That is hardpoint dominance.
No, it's unbelievable, and it also works out that this has become such a sub-heavy game versus last year. I mean, Pred was pulling out MCW so often. Like, that was a very different title when you just talk about weapons we had on the map throughout the course of the year. So this is at a pace you want to play if you're Hook. When you're wanting Shotzi and Hook to get loose on the map, the guys have been clicking. Optic gaming feeling good. As soon as we resolve the issues, we'll get right back into it with this best of 5. But no, it stinks. Like the crowd's ramped up. You got fans roaring on either side, and then it's a reset immediately. So what's this like as a player? Like when you're on stage, I'm sure the blood's pumping, the blood's flowing, everybody's hyped up. You're finally on the main stage, and then it just sort of kills it.
Honestly, in some ways, it could be a good thing, right?
Yeah.
Because you kind of got those first gunfights out of the way, the jitters out of the way. You know, but yeah, I mean, it was a good start there for Miami. You had that B2 rotation. But yeah, you're just going to forget about it and lock back in.
Yeah, you brush it off. It's fake, right?
Maybe make an adjustment to your break off, right? They go 3 down. So make a little adjustment and try to play for it.
You can see all gold, everything. Hardpoint this season for Optic. First in record, first in plus minus, first in hold percentage, first in map 1s. And the map 1s can be massive. I mean, we talked about that stat a lot, like in years past, like historically, it was close to like little over, little under, like a 90% win rate when you won map 1s. Like, it was huge. So when you're coming out like that, that's great. Also, we're talking about an Optic team and organization where yes, in the past, like we're going back years and years, but really just like historically, they've struggled sometimes to come out a little bit flat, come out slow on map 1s, and have to bring it back. To start like that, and that's great.
You know how many reverse sweeps they had last year? Like, they had a number of reverse sweeps. They would go down 0-2, and then something would just click. They would fire up. So yeah, to start off,
which is great, but you don't.
No, you don't. You
want to do that.
You can't do that. Just on a consistent basis. But yeah, much different start here throughout this year.
And Dashi, I mean, he's playing with some confidence. I mean, this is a guy that you just looked at his ability. When you think about going into last year and the amount of wins on his resume, I mean, he was one of the, like, for his skill, one of the least accomplished players we've seen, but then you just turn that on its head. You get the event win last year, then you win champs, and suddenly that conversation's over. And I feel like, I don't know if it weighed on him that much, I'm not really sure, but I feel like it had to some degree. Like, getting that champs win just has to make you play with such confidence. Like, no matter what anyone says to you, you're like, all right, whatever, dude, I want champs.
I have the ring now,
yes, exactly.
And I think for him, you can just see it in his gameplay. He is very comfortable in this title. He looks insane. But yeah, it sounds like we are very close to getting back into it. But yeah, I think for him, big deal last year, and
it's got to be.
Starting to put a lot more confidence.
It's got to be. Because, I mean, it was just like, you're talking about trophies, like, it's coming up just talking about him being overrated. We just talk about wins, and then you get a ring, and it's something like, I don't care, I got my ring. And now you got maybe more dubs to follow it up this year, even with the chaos that was the Pred and Hook situation, or the Hook for Pred situation. But it's going to be a full replay. So we're starting fresh here, obviously. We were barely into that one, only to the P2, and Kenny was having issues almost immediately. So
We get ready to rip it again. Thank you for your patience in the venue and at home. We're ready to rip and roar. A reminder of how this best of 5 will break down. There'll be a red card to follow this up when we get to the search and destroy, but whoever come out swinging this map 1 could be massive. And for Optic, you just gotta know, these guys will go deep in series. You talk about Heretics, they have gone to map 5 over and over and over again. Can they put them out of their misery earlier? Let's see if the breakoffs change at all as we get into the mix here at P1. Pretty much traded back and forth. You'll have, what, 1-man advantage for Heretics, and they'll be able to get that final kill. So pretty good start there. Remember, Real got out to that 4-on-1 start. He was really in a groove early. Kind of gets right back to that. Shotzzy, the only one with a kill so far for Optic Texas until Kenny gets involved.
Yeah, I mean, a much better break there for Miami. The problem is, though, they flip spawn. So that took me a 3 dead. You saw Real. He started off 3-0, up to 4-2 now. But yeah, spawns flipped early due to the positions on the map. So now, Dashy's going to lock down top catwalk with that AR. He's in the position. All of Optic are here now at P1, and now with 10 seconds left, they're already thinking about the transition over towards the second kill.
It's just kill after kill. You've got them spawning out so deep. 2 are going to be poolside. You'll have 1 working top. They'll be Lucky's POV if we're watching for now, but that was just a flurry of kills for Optic Texas to secure the tail end of that time and also set up for the P2. Now you try to hit this up the gut if you can. Shotzzy holding from back palm. The teammates got the ARs on the cross. That is a clean sweep. You really just lose 1 player in that. And 6 straight now for Dashy. Big Brucey and the boys popping off early.
Yeah, you're trying to get Shotzzy out. Obviously, he's starting to, we're trying to work for this Hellstorm. Does he take you down? So immediate pressure towards the front of the hill here from Heretics. Lucky able to find the player on the hill. So Shotzzy now going to try to get active, but a great kills from Lucky just watching over the teammates.
It was, what, a really good break at P1 for Optic Texas after the opener for Miami. Now a great break for Heretics as they get in pretty early in the P2 and battle. And this is kind of what you were talking about with a map like this. Like, it can just be mixy, it can be highly contested. It's tough to get those kind of perfect holds. I mean, I was thinking anytime you're like 45 seconds plus, that's like when you're a really good hold. It's tough to do here, Todd.
No, it can be, yeah, you know, especially, yeah, looking at the first 3 hills, obviously the thing we sort of talk about is P4. But Real, again, I mean, he is the one playing with so much confidence right now. You see the other 3 teammates, you're just hoping they start to step up. They have a bit of a lead, but he's 10-5.
I mean, they asked on the desk, like, who they thought would step up, right? Like, who would maybe upgrade on land? That's what Ant said. He's like, he's a dog. He's the guy that's going to really turn it on, and he has. They find a nice sequence of kills there to lock down this P3. Hook is trying to make a play through mid-map, maybe open things up on the flank. You were getting some really solid time if you were the Heretics to push open a 20-second lead, but now the threat is coming. Metals is going to be in trouble. One's trying to work underneath. He's going to be in between everybody, though. The timing doesn't work out for Hoop.
Yeah, and on that rotation, I mean, they just played it very safe. Metals was making sure nothing was working the flank, especially that guy in Shotzzy. So 20 seconds left. They're already thinking about P4, just trying to control the spawns on the left side of the mini-map. Rentor with a nice double. Now going to put pressure maybe on Ol, but have to be careful here. You're going to see number 2 in Shotzzy start to get aggressive. Maybe a chance to flip the spawns. That does not come through. So P4 going to be in control here early on for Heretics.
Yeah, you look to be in a good position. Real continues to go off. Now up to 13. It's a close side spawn there, pull side. They're going to get across quickly. Trying to exchange gunfire as well. One gets through, but I think the nade's actually what connects. And then the car as well. That sequence, very unfortunate for Optic Texas. I thought one got through, but, well, the environment shut it down.
And again, it is just Real right now. 14-6, another 3 spree. Lucky's locking down the left side of the map, just watching this rotation as the Optic players start to cross. Dashy with some great shots, but the numbers gonna be here for Miami. They're just gonna flood on through.
Nobody in the hard point for now, though. Kenny trying to say hello. Hoop following it up. Nade out and some damage to finish 1 as Hoop gets 2, but still the hard point retention, it's there for our Heretics. Looking to eclipse the 100-point mark and build up this lead. Shotzzy just blown to smithereens again. Is nothing working there.
I mean, I feel like we've seen a lot of team nades throughout this title already, and already 2 on this map.
Well, it's just we also have titles that's like all syntax, right? You don't see a lot of frags. As soon as frags come into play, you're going to see a whole hell of a lot more than that. But I feel like people have died to frags in every single possible way already this year. It's been absurd.
I mean, this is the start you kind of wanted, though. I mean, you got Real going off. You started to control the game over towards P3 and P4. If you are Miami, you didn't allow Shotzzy really to get to his home. On those couple of hills, top art, it just feels like that's where he does so much damage. Not a lot of time being earned for either side here at this P1.
Yeah, like 90 seconds or so off the play clock. Shotzi looking for an opening again, and they're not going to give it to him. But this is one of those situations, true, if you're Heretics, like, you can't get too high on. Like, listen, you're up about 40, you're feeling good, but you know Optic are going to have a run. They are. They can be a very streaky team, and when they take control, they don't look back. You know they're going to throw a punch.
I don't know if anyone is streaking more than this guy right now. Another 5 spree for Real. Heretics with a 40-point lead. Let's go to a listen with Heretics.
Que se abre la derecha, la derecha, ¿vale? Voy a esto, ¿vale? Voy a esto. Yo estoy bloqueando. No, no hace nada. No hace nada.
Vale, tengo las palmeras. Solo pueden ir del medio y de cara.
Vale, tengo dos derechas. Tú vas al medio. La derecha está donde está.
Tengo medio.
Yo estoy en medio.
Vale, quédate medio, Ricky, si no.
Ya es lo único.
Voy a mirarlo yo. Sí, sí.
Tengo uno casi y otro de cara a Moni.
Bola, tío, Santi, absoluto. Bola ha salido.
Uno bot y dos medio. Uno bot y dos medio. Vale,
bajo el cuchillo.
No toma la ruta. ¿Está en lobby?
No,
aguanta el cuchillo.
El de punto medio. Tocado punto y tocado blanco. Son dos blancos y uno entre medias.
Entre medias, estoy para la derecha.
Tengo dos medios. Dobles y no está lobby club. Shotty, cuidado con Shotty, ¿vale?
Se puede llevar. Una piba conmigo. Piba Hugh.
Sí, es Shotty.
Piba Hugh, puede ir a Hugh, lobby.
Sí,
lobby, sacó la
Frontier. Vale, solo
Sí, voy a pillar medio. Falta derecha.
Tú ten, vale. Tengo arriba,
Otro en las palmeras, entonces te lo
si fue secret.
Estoy por el stun, mano. Sigue ahí, hace chal por la ventana. Había uno, tiene que haber uno Gucci, bro. Lanza mal. Lanza en blanco.
Well, before we headed to the Heretics, listen, I was kind of talking about a moment like that where Optic Texas start to click, make a little bit of a run. They what, 60-point swing. They take an advantage now in this, and they have a foot in the front door at this P4. They weren't really able to break in last time. We'll see if they can do it here. Some nice shots from Rankar, shutting it down, though, as he hits and gets the 4 straight. One more player inside they're trying to track down. It's going to be Rankar on hunting duty as you get lost. If you are Hook up top, and they're just going to kind of leave him for now and focus on everything else, a team kill's not going to help you, though.
I mean, you invested so much of this on the rotation, you just had to take down Hook, and he just stays alive for so long. A wall bank comes on through, Rentor gets taken down, and well, you end up getting broken. It could have been worse, I guess, if you were Miami, but it could have been much better. And that is all due to the Hook play, just staying alive up top, waiting for his teammates, forcing them to have to worry about really just his position. And now you have a great lead if you are Optic.
Yeah, I mean, you don't really get much of the plus to minus department about that despite the early rotation. And Real, he's on 30, and he's continuing to just pick them apart, but he's going to need some help from Metals, Rankar, really start to get it going. I mean, Rankar's leading the way in the hardpoint time, though. He's got a minute and a half, so he's been doing it with the objective, but we get back to mid-map. We get back to battle, and this guy, I'll tell you what, he is shooting back. If you worry about maybe a talent gap in this matchup, well, Real's bringing the thunder on one side.
Yeah, but as you say, just gonna need a little bit of help, right, if you are him. Still, 30-point deficit to have control of the right side of the map for P2. Just cannot lose those spawns through the middle, and well, maybe they're just going to, and they will. You see number 4 pop up, and that's just due to that Hook play. He's able to find a double push on through, spawns up Kenny, and they're gonna get some of this P1 time.
15 seconds left before we head over to the P2. We'll see if Optic continue to hold the spawns with 2 dead. You have a chance to push up, and that's exactly what they'll do. Rankar will push up. They'll spawn Real there. You already had Lucky, whose POV we're on. He was poolside, and he got pushed out, so that's a flip exactly when you want it, late in that P1. Now, what can you do with it? You already lost a player. You got a trophy up for coverage. Here comes the green wall, and they are sending everybody forward, trying to fly. The water not going to protect you. Shotzi is in, but quickly traded. They deal with the first push.
Yeah, I mean, just a great play. I mean, Metals gets taken down, but you can see they're trying to play so aggressive. Rentor able to take down 2. over towards Real now, just not allowing some forward pressure from Optic, just making sure they always have someone disrupting the front lines. They're doing a great job so far. A much better P2 here than last time through for Miami Heretics, keeping numbers on their side. Kenny trying to do what he can. You do see the back spawns are there though. So now it's on the Metals to have to stay alive. 20 seconds left, the lead changes in. A 3 in a row there for Metals.
Yeah, you got the lead change and you got a big hold here. Even with the back spawns now, it's not the end of the world. Like, all right, if they're gonna get these final 10 to 15 seconds taken, but are they? Because Real is a shooter. He's up to 38 in this one. Absolutely destroying, but still just 10 points between them. The P3 now up, and Kenny, you can see he's kind of an ISO man right now, not really near the rest of the squad. He's trying to pinch on the other end of it. He's got 2 players to focus on him. How long can you distract them? Does it allow an opening for his teammates to get on in? They haven't been able to do it on the other side yet either.
And this is the one thing Miami have done very well on this map, is they have played so safe on this rotation. Right, they have not allowed anyone really to get in towards Art. It was just that hook play on the last P4. They have controlled the P4 spawns time and time again. If they're able to do it correctly this time, they can win the map.
Can they do it? They'll have an opportunity to do it. As much of this P3 time as you can get is glorious. I mean, usually when you're heavily rotating for P4, you're going to have to give up some of this time, but they've given nothing to Optic. They've held this 50-yard line, and they've done such a great job. Number 3, though, about to get under Art. That's going to be Hook. Maybe the guy that can make a play again, and he's doing just that. Able to pick up Rancor. We'll keep it on the spawns. It's still going to be out. I know maybe he'd sneak one into the back, but that's not going to be the play as the new hardpoint hadn't popped.
And how many times have we seen like Shotzi who make a play here online? Just not happening throughout this map. Shotzi taken down again. You see the setup here for Heretics, 20 points away from taking map number 1 in Madrid.
Yeah, I mean, if you can't make some chaos, if you're Shotzi or Hook, it becomes so difficult. They're struggling to fight it straight up. They're just getting put in an absolute body bag. 10 now for the win. Miami Heretics so close to striking first. Real up over 40. Real maybe the guy to seal the deal. More in front, but he's got some half. That will be the map. No one can get close. Heretics, get it done.
And I'll be honest with you, maybe my favorite thing throughout all of that, after they win that map, they all stay very composed, right? I feel like adrenaline could be going. Yeah, they just know it's one map. We are staying focused, but man, was Real looking good throughout that map.
Yeah, he was frying, absolutely frying. Now, I think you nailed it though. Like, where you find a lot of success if you were an SMG player like Hook or Shotzi, it is getting a kill, getting lost, being a nuisance, getting behind enemy lines. They didn't really allow it to happen. And typically where players like Shotzi and Hook struggle is when you just have to hit from the front over and over again. When you're not creating chaos, when you're not finding gaps, they got absolutely shut down. Real, nearly 5,000 damage, 41 put up. Beautiful stuff out of him. And honestly, you know, we also talked about the fact that some of the other players are gonna have to like step it up to kind of help him out. And you had some of his team were like double negative or like, you know, not in a good spot early on. They really stepped it up, kind of got back even.
No, they did. You know, Lucky's a guy who's been struggling. We talked about sort of the ARs, but he steps up big time, gets right around a 1. Rancor, I mean, he can do it with both weapons. He has been just great to watch for this team. It just feels like he can do whatever the heck they need him to. But you've needed sort of your 2 vets in Lucky and Metals to get a little bit more comfortable throughout this title. And well, they stepped it up there towards the back half of that game. But I just think you're going to go back and watch that, just the way they played P3 and P4. They just made sure nobody snuck through ever, right? I'm sure they were just talking about names, who's coming up off spawn, making sure they had art control. They just made sure they did not get flipped so they could control this hill.
Because online, this hill has been chaotic at times. Like, this should be like Yonder Year Money Hill or the P2, where you can really spawn them out deep, find separation, and accrue some time. But they did such a good job. You nailed it. Just that rotation was paying off. How often do we see people give up like 30 points at P3 because they're trying to get that early rotation? They're focusing so much on it, they get broken like instantly.
Well, like Shotzi's up top, just like wasting so much time.
Yeah.
But you see the game flow here. Maybe the biggest moment, the critical moment, is that last P2. You see they're down 187 to 152. Optics going on a run. And then, I mean, they're just able to make the play. Metals finds a double or triple, and you just sort of a flat line there for Optic.
Through that whole rotation, that third set of rotations, bro, just a flat line from like the P4 on. Well, sorry, the P1 on. Once we got into that third set, they just could not do anything. So they clutch up late.
It's their first vault loss on the year.
Yeah, the first vault loss
Optic, the best hardpoint team in the game. You talk about them being the best map 1 team in the game at 8-2. Well, it's 8-3 now, and the hardpoint record got a little bit worse with the first loss on Vault. Heretics able to strike. And like, listen, Heretics, even though they are 2-5, and obviously we don't favor them in the series, like they have gone to map 5 every single series outside against Falcons, and they're going to push you. They're going to push you deep. You don't expect them to maybe strike first like this, but now we got a chance to go deeper in the series, that's for sure.
Well, and you just knew, like, jumping into this, like, I mean, again, we're in Madrid for the first time, and they're going to play with a lot of passion. They're bringing it there in that map 1.
No, they are. And, you know, you heard the fans getting rowdy on both sides of this. Letting the Heretics players hear it, letting the Optic players hear it. But, yeah, you said also, just speaking of, like, the Shiloh players now, just don't. There's nothing to celebrate yet. Like, big map 1 win, but nobody on their feet kind of roaring, talking trash to the other side of the stage, just staying focused, staying locked in. Now you focus on this search where, you know, you talk about this team last year a little bit different. When Real came in, I mean, he had some solid respawns, but really his impact on their search and destroy game was immediately felt. He really helped this team get comfortable. They haven't found that same level of success in search and destroy this year. But the second they do, like, if they do, they become a threat. Like,
it's gotten better over the last 3 series. You know, the Cloud9 one, they won, you know, 2 search and destroys, so they looked a little bit better, but then you lose a couple more game 5s, but it's getting closer to 50-50. But yeah, still a lot of improvement needed there in the search and destroy.
Yeah, I just wonder there might need to be a little bit better than that, but that's step 1. But yeah, step 1, getting to 50-50. But now we get to red card. Optic try to answer back. The overall S&D on the season, you see it at 9-6 for Optic. 5-9 for Heretics, and part of why they've had these struggles in these game 5s and maybe not be able to close it out. Shotzzy, I mean, you could put up any mode this season. The guy has been absolutely godlike. Best player in the world so far in this title. But honestly, nothing really matters till this weekend. Like, you've been so good, but you gotta show up this weekend, right?
Yeah, that's it. Again, yeah, you just kind of lose in our single limb tournament online. But you get the first seed here for the major. You go 1-for-1 early in this round. As things slow down, but a lot of just sort of mid-map pressure here from Kenny. Rentor just trying to get the shots in. He's gonna have a little help from Shotzzy. And maybe just sort of a bait. We've seen this set up earlier from Boston, just trying to set that player up. But Metal's just trying to work behind enemy lines.
Metals, oh, he works it. He'll be able to drop Kenny.
Shotzzy's just still lurking.
He's trying to shoot his toast, trying to hit the shots. Lucky not able to connect, but Rancor will finish him off. Now Hoop, 1 versus 3. Bomb working its way over towards A. What kind of timing is Hook going to get as he looks to pounce? He's able to spot one. Nice little wall bang. This becomes a lot more interesting now because the pressure to get this bomb planted in. We got 20 seconds remaining. Hook trying to hit the shots. The chow there, I thought a risky one, but you win the gunfight, and that's all that matters.
Yeah, I mean, Metals was trying to wait for his teammate, but still a couple of steps behind. Maybe there was a chance if Hook wins that gunfight, but Metals there with the Jackal, able to find 2.
Oh, that's clean.
Just hits the slide, hits the shots. And yeah, I mean, just able to isolate Kenny, and then Shotzzy, as soon as Kenny goes down, is sort of like, do I push, do I stay? Not exactly sure what's open on the map. Ends up getting caught, and really just, I mean, 3 players were shooting at him.
What was going on there? It's like 10 pieces of paper just on the back of the desk, someone drawing routes, bro. Probably the admins or something, I don't know. There's a whole notebook torn apart there, Joe. But nice start from Heretics. Nice round from Metals and Rancor as they get all 4. Now what can Optic do on the other side as they get to offense? Dashy, we'll see his POV, kind of spots over towards B. Hook, some damage in, and a pick and first blood for him. So not able to clutch, but able to get them off to the right foot here in the round.
Yeah, that's kind of 2 early deaths for Real. Again, he's just sort of a guy that he loves to take certain routes and try to just make plays, but early on here, he has been shut down.
Yeah, he's also probably just heart still pumping from that 40 bomb.
Yeah, he's just ready to take fights.
Just take a breath. Yeah, he wants to send it, just get a one-on-one, but so far not working out. That number 3 still lurking, and Hook on the other side of it. He's able to get another. Hook is just picking them apart. Finally, that'll get traded out, but you'll take the 3v2. Bomb getting planted. You know where the other 2 players are. Do all the information that Hook was able to get. So you see number 1, he's kind of looking for the push through. 4's kind of checking both sides, and Shotzi's just got eyes.
Yeah, it's just all about info. It's all about crosses, right? That's what you have. You have Shotzzy on one side, Kenny on the other, and now Kenny gonna turn around. And well, nice little pop-up, able to take the head off of Lucky.
Yeah, it looks a little bit like the Hacienda clutch, right? Like, gets ripped, pop and chow, we'll see you later. Nice answer there from Optic, but I mean, Hook, just so much info and so much damage just done with the kills early on.
Yeah, I mean, gets the first blood on the Real, and then is really the only player that lurks over towards the B site and just kind of waits for that rotation. The fact that he can find one is massive in that scenario. Not only the first blood, but also the second. Does a great job, and again, we'll just see, you know, how Real adjusts throughout this map.
Yeah, he's going to need to. If he's still going to get involved. Kind of chain that map one into this one, but yeah, he can be an impact player early. So far, not able to do it. Will this be the round that he can get something going? He's going to be that island guy. You'll see at number 5. On the other side of the map, you try. You think you maybe have an opener there, and suddenly the door gets shut. And Shotzi is able to pounce, help out his teammate Kenny. Rancor, I thought, has the angle, and Shotzi absolutely fries him.
Yeah, I mean, just a nice little crossfire setup there from Optic. Still though, 2 versus 3. Shotzi, he's gonna get active. Does get spotted, backs on down. You don't have bomb though, but you're into a 2-on-2, so numbers diminished. 45 seconds left, still a winnable round here for Real and Lucky.
To the 2v2 with 40 to go.
They don't know bomb's down, so Optic's still just trying to find info.
Time dwindling. Shot of the bomb there in the picture-in-picture.
Yeah, they gotta go.
Some shots exchanged, but nothing yet. Time to rally across. Real thought he spotted him, but he doesn't. Kenny then able to put him down to 17 HP. Best of luck with that gunfight. Gonna be Lucky now by himself. Can he finish Kenny? Not gonna be able to do it. He's worried about the second chow as well. He's got the Jeep, he's got the gunny. Kenny coming up big to close that one out.
Yeah, I mean, maybe, you know, a bit of a messier round than you would want if you are Optic, right in the 4 versus 2. Miami able to bring it back, but bomb is just dropped across the map. And you just did not play the clock well, and you're hoping that Real's able to spot Kenny, but there's just so much in front of you. Not able to dial it in, and Kenny with a big round.
The fans letting Optic here in the venue. And the boos from the other side, from the Heretics fans. 2 rounds here for Optic as they take the edge on offense. We'll see their look, but Kenny 3-1, 3 straight out of him. Kenny looking for the angle. Great damage through, tries to get the wallbang in, but the stun over the top gonna help bail out their teammates. So they're gonna double chow the edge. The trade is in. Shotzi able to get one, but Kenny, who's been the hot hand, he'll be out of it for now.
I mean, the key really in these rounds have been a lot of these mid-map setups. You have another one where Metals is able to get active, able to get pushed on up, and now you have another player lurking here. Oh, that's going to be Real. He's able to find one, but just quickly traded to another 2-on-2 scenario.
Yeah, you've had the body to trade each time. Another one through. Now going to be 1 versus 1. Ranker, Shotzi, do the dance with 45 seconds left. We stop to check out the menu here. Raykar looks to reposition. 30 or so to go. Bomb in hand for Shotzi, so we'll see how he opts to play this.
And really the trend throughout the day is kind of just been waiting as long as you can to plant this bomb. Finally going to go down now. Rencor just going to try to maybe catch an angle, but he's going on a full flank. And Shotzi's going to be happy with his position.
Yeah, he's got a good position. He's got a sub in hand. Rankar is going to have a crazy one to win this with the AR. The wallbang's coming through. Into 13 HP. There's a plant my way. Shotzi through the kitchen and out. Oh my God, just one more bullet and he's dead. Shotzi continues to toy with him though. He's able to stay alive. Nade backing him up. 20 seconds now to go. Rankar has got to hunt for this, but as Shotzi just bought enough time. He's done enough at this point. It'd have to be perfect. Shotzi gets the movement, stays alive, firing, toying with the food still, and he'll clutch up now the 1 versus 1. Rankar needs another bullet early in that one. The one chance he really had, maybe where he was at advantage with the AR, just couldn't put him down.
Yeah, I mean, had your shot. You had your shot. Did it to the 1 versus 1, and then doesn't really hunt. Tries to play around the bomb, but 20 seconds left. Shotzi just so good in those moments, but here is that trade on the Lucky, then just sort of plays the bomb and just gets in that and plays it, uses his movement, plays for the info, and yeah, puts a couple of extra shots in.
Just nearly catch him.
But now 5 straight for Shotzzy. Nice little clutch. 3-1 edge for Optic Texas. So kind of brushed off that map 1. You're starting to get into a groove a little bit. Confidence is building and trying to silence the crowd. And you get a first blood off of Big Brucey. Rialdo's trying to get aggressive. See if he can find a timing.
I mean, this is what he does, but the problem is now it's a 2 versus 4. And I think Dashy, does he spot him? I think he does, but he does not have a Jackal.
Yeah, unfortunately for him, no Jackal there, but it's going to be all on Real. He'd have to pull off the ace.
I mean, that's one. I mean, you got to work across the map.
Yeah, it's pretty far, Joe.
Yeah.
just to get there and get the plant down without any gunfights is going to be difficult enough. But he's got both weapons to work with. Shots are straight, just a little high, so not able to catch Kenny yet. Oh, as the car explodes, he keeps shooting for a second more. Maybe he gets that one, but it's Hoop holding the angle. It's another round Optic Texas in control in this search and destroy.
I mean, they're just dominating early rounds. Like, we're 10, 20 seconds into the round, and it feels like they're up 2 every single time. First bloods going their way. And not only is it the first blood, it's usually like a 4 versus 2. So you're just not getting in sort of your comfort rounds if you are Heretics.
Yeah, I feel like the one first blood you have for Heretics is when, Optic like traded out so efficiently. It was like the Shotzzy clutch round, right? So outside of that, the other 4 first bloods go the way of Optic. You've absolutely dictated the pace and numbers early in these rounds. Shotzi's streak continues. He maybe didn't have a takeover map 1 that we're used to, but he's taken over now on map 2. Someone needs to breathe some life into the other side of the stage with Heretics. And Shotzi just kind of knife out, just waiting for some of the utility to be exhausted in his direction. You just hear all the stuns going off as Shotzzy moves up the map. And you played this real passive. Like, you're deep right now if you are Heretics, so there's a lot of openings.
Yeah, I mean, bomb's already planted. Really, all you did was show Dashy towards B. He put some shots in, Miami rotate. So 4-on-4 retake. You have a lot of map to work with if you are Optic.
They're able to swing, though. They get a first blood. Does it turn anything? Again, though, it's traded for Optic Texas. In time, it's just ticking. I mean, it's moving. You get that free plant down. Kenny wins a big one. Real able to do it on the other side to a 2 versus 2. We go with 20 seconds, but you've got so much to do and so little time to do it. Shotzi's able to pounce.
He's here. He's here.
1v1 again. Just trying to get across with the movement. Spots him, chows him. Is there time? Not going to be able to get there. Optic Texas doing up, and, well, that's the advantage to get into quick plant. That's why I was worried about the 2v2 at 25 or so to go. Like, even if it's clean, which that was relatively clean, I mean, Shotzi didn't have to do that much of a finesse.
And we saw from Shotzi's point of view early in the round. Again, all Optic did is show some presence towards that B site. And all of Miami just start to rotate. They backed off at A. And we saw it. I mean, bomb just gets down. And, yeah, you had to work the entire map if you are Miami within 45 seconds. Just not going to be easy.
Yeah, and you said really it's just some shots from Dashy, right?
That's it.
Kind of suck it 2 over towards B, and then best of luck with that. Heretics, they've given up, 5 straight, 4 straight, whatever it is. They have not had an answer for Optic and Search and Destroy, and this has been one of the pain points for Miami Heretics. The first blood actually goes to Hoop, and he's able to get 2. The trade eventually comes in onto the second, though, so once again, we're into a 2 versus 2. Kenny and Shotzi working their way over, up against Ranker and Metals, and we kind of pause here for a second. A car's going to get called in now.
Uh-oh.
Ranker's just getting out and hunting. He wants to take the fight here onto Kenny. Well, he loses his teammate, though. It's going to be a 1 versus 2. The reposition for Kenny is there, and Optic Texas. 2 strong in the search and destroy. They brush off the map 1 win, and that looked impressive.
Well, that's a check for the video card, RCXD kill right there, so that comes in. But yeah, I mean, you can see what they were trying to do. They were trying to isolate Kenny while Shotzi was in the car. Just doesn't happen. Rancor just not able to find the shots. But yeah, you can see the struggle's still there in search and destroy for Miami. Just early round struggles really the key here. I mean, first bloods. Well, it end up being, 6 to 2, 5 to 1, whatever it is, but like, just very much one-sided.
5-2 is what it ended up being. But yeah, I mean, you're just down in numbers so often, and it seemed like even when Optic Texas, those couple of rounds they still were able to turn it around because it wasn't like the clean type of first bloods. You were into a 3v3 basically instantly. The trade game was strong for Optic Texas. It's 8-2 out of Shotzi, 8 from Hook as well. And that's just a dominant effort on red card. That's still what you have to improve for your Heretics. So that is still a big pain point.
Yeah, no, I mean, a great bounce back after map number 1 if you are Optics, right? Again, just sort of playing in maybe a more hostile arena than what you're used to. A strong game out of Real, and they just stick to their game plan and they bounce back here.
Yeah, so it's what? It's 6 straight that it ends up being. Like, you get that round 1, and then it is just domination from Optic. Shotzi really hits another gear, being a playmaker on the map like we expected to be. Some clutch shots from Kenny early in this one, but they just never had an answer. Never had an answer. Never were in a good position to win rounds.
I mean, how many 2v2s, 1v1s did it come down to? And I mean, Shotzi had a couple of them where it just comes down to time. So a good, just great plays in those 2v2 scenarios out of Optic, and yeah, able to take this one 6-1.
So as we're tied up 1-1, I mean, now we start to think about the control. Yeah, okay, you're not hearing me because I'm not hearing you at all. Okay, I was hearing myself louder than, I was like fumbling over words because I was hearing myself through the stadium louder than I was talking. I've been going through it, Joe, but hopefully I haven't sounded too stupid. But then suddenly I wasn't hearing you. I was like, uh-oh, well, that's a problem. That's all right, we'll get through it, you know? We've been doing this a long time, long time. But instead of popping over to the desk like we normally do, we're getting some stuff resolved here, maybe on the audio side as we continue deeper into this series. We are tied up 1-1. We'll get to the hostility and the control as soon as we can after this quick break.
Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League. Upgrade your game with the SCUF, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Just push you out, push you up.
To your right. Oh my god. He jumped right in front of you, my boy.
That was unlucky.
He literally jumped in front of you.
That's him.
Bro.
Down to 3 for either side. This is going to be it. Last ditch attempt. Flying on the point. Joe Thieves gets his. But 3 seconds to go. You've got to get on the zone, lad. Fresh mag. Send it. Wins it. Oh my god. It's a 2v1. Diamond Con. Can you do it? The boys are on the capture. It's now a 1v1. What a round of control. Diamond Con, if you win this! God damn, what a round!
we got Fame here. Fame, how you feeling, man?
I'm feeling good. Happy to be here.
Fantastic interview as always from Fame. Wonderful lad. Behind enemy lines.
He's getting loose early every round. Like,
do a little dance, make a little love. Who's dead tonight?
They're trying to drive me mid. At their hill.
Mid.
Raws on mid, guys. Oh my god. Mid. Him.
It's your boy Shotzi, man, with the ace. Little ace, man.
Tied up 1-1. The series now continues. I can hear Joe now, so I think we're going to be good to go. We're about to have some fun. But a dominant search and destroy there from Optic Texas. You look so good in the search. As we get forward to the control, we'll see. I'm looking forward to a battle that respawns. I mean, Heretics can turn it on anytime. You get another map like Real had, who the hell knows?
Yeah, we're going to Hacienda and Control, right? We just saw it in last series, 5 offensive round wins. You know, for the Heretics side, it's a map you've been trying to get better at, but sitting at 0-3. On the other side for Optic, 1-1. So there's some reps here. But if you're Miami, you're just hoping that, like, you know, through some of these losses, you can fix those mistakes. You've been working on it time and time again. But you can see both teams are struggling here in Control. 2 losses in a row for Optic, 4 in a row for Heretics.
When you talk about Heretics Control, you said like they're 0-3 on this, like they're 4-4 in Control. So it's really, they could get this figured out to help a lot. But that's what happens early in the title. Team looks good in one control. It's like, all right, not seeing that again. You gotta have at least 2, right? You have to have 2 that work, and that has been the struggle for Heretics. But as you said, you get rep after rep, you find some improvements. It's gonna be tough against this Optic Texas team. Offense first for Heretics. We'll see the opening push over towards B. Nice little catch there from Rancor as he's able to get the wall bang through. But now we'll have a flurry of fights, and so far numbers over to Optic Texas. Not the easiest shots there for Metals. Good luck.
No, I mean, just so tough to work this B zone when you lose top hall's control. That window just gonna allow that crossfire to come in, and now the pressure is on. As who's going to find that last one. And really what we've seen from teams is start to work top control, then push over towards balcony, and then jump to B. Just like Real's doing right now. Great movement, but Shotzi going to hunt him down.
Oh, you're right. It's been so much that hall control, and then just a slide and a hop over. We'll see if they can continue to deal with it. Metals, his turn to hop over. Wins the fight. Dashy snaps, but really just gets a bullet in before that one was done. You got a fight going on the other side, and we'll take a look at that. It was Pook trying to apply pressure towards the offensive spawn of Heretics. But as he gets shut down, they start to push it forward. They'll stop the clock at 39 seconds, and first tick, done. How much progress can they get here? They'll lose one in Real, who is trying to maybe make a play towards that open door and balcony, but he can't do it. A head gets plugged off. Metals is stunned to hell and just starts shooting because he's hoping somebody slides in front of him. A really nice collapse there from Optic.
Yeah, great little retake there from Optic, and really what they do is they had top hall's control, and then both players jumped down low. So Rentor is just waiting top hall, but 2 players already pushed on through under him, right? So you had this big collapse. 25 seconds left, still pretty close in lives, but it's really the time here. The problem going to be for Heretics. They're on the A point to pause it for now, but another crossfire is in from the opposite side of the map.
But we have seen some crazy stretches where you look like you're out of it on this map, and you just get a body onto A, a body onto B, a body onto A, chaos ensues, and somehow you get a minute extension. So it's not quite out of the question yet. Kenny, though, trying to disrupt this push. He does shut down one. Ranker, though, he'll be the next up to maybe get onto it and stop the clock, but he's going to actually twist it out towards A. Yeah, he's going to bring it out towards A. He's just back and forth. Somebody's got to hop onto this.
Oh, he's got to win this gunfight as well. Second take does come through. Able to win. Oh, I thought he was going to win the first one. Does get some help from teammates, though. They're on towards the 8-point. Metals here. That's going to be all 4 dead for Optic.
Oh, okay, what did I just say? It's like, this is just how it goes sometimes on Hacienda.
You're going to get multiple players on it, though. Still down 4 lives, though. If you are, well, make it 5. A great nade. Who's going to make it 6? So you get the minute extension. You find the ticks, but it's going to be difficult to win now.
No, I swear you're just never out of that. Like, you're never out of it, at least when it comes to getting that extra minute of progress. But quickly, no respawns remaining. They've shut it down if you are Optic when it comes to lives. Real trying to maybe open things up. A little free fire from Dashy trying to be through on the trade, but he can't connect. Real still being a nuisance. How much can Real get done?
Really, I mean, Kenny was trying to work the flank, but you were able to spot it, and it's really just 3 players left. You're going to try to get multiple on this point. Maybe you should trade it on out, put pressure on the objective. That's what they're going for. 1 player remains. They do get 5 ticks, though, but Optic win a defense.
Yeah, you'll take the 5 ticks considering how it looked early, but at least you don't panic late. If you're Optic, you don't let that one get away from you. No real hero play. But yeah, I mean, 5 ticks considering how it looked up. You'll take that all day. Now look at our best play. It's Metals kind of popping off. Trying to set them up for success around the objective, but we'll now switch sides and see what the success rate looks like for Optic now on SND and Control.
Yeah, I think the big thing there was just early on, just the Optic retakes over towards B were on point. They just had a great idea what they were doing, controlling top halls, and it came down to 1 second left when they got that time extension.
And Metals, I mean, he leads the way on that side at 9 and 6, but he also, he doubles everyone on his team's damage as well. He puts up 1,300, so he had a monster round 1, was big for them. Who can be that hero on offense now, maybe for Optic Texas? Kenny able to turn Metals right back to work as he gets 2 out of the opener. Shotzi busting through the doors and nearly taking a second name with him. Thought Kenny got awkward timing, but with sub in hand, he's able to get gun up quickly again. And they'll just pause the clock for now. Look to take fights here in Garage, and nice movement there from Big Ken. Nice slide across, and Chow, he's still alive somehow. Finally, he's gonna get dropped, but Hook able to get here with the reinforcement.
Yeah, Kenny, no problem using both weapons. That guy, he has done it with both, and now over to Dashy, got him in a bit of a spawn trap. It's really just Metals in a position maybe to stop this B point from being captured. Nate's coming from over the top. Here comes maybe the last retake over towards B if you are Heretics. But you're already down in lives. You're about to be down at a point. Hook is snapping. Trade's going their way.
Oh, that is clean. But he's really the only one here. They spawn all the way out towards Lambo, so he'll be the only one. They'll shut that down. We got a minute left to go. Shotzi taking a route, and you have the luxury of that because you've fought on the objective so much. You still got a decent chunk of time remaining here. But if they pick up this route...
They have an idea, yeah. Lucky spots it. The problem is, though, is they die from the front side, so it's going to be 3 dead. And now Lucky's trying to pick it up. He does get the punch off, but it doesn't matter. B already gone. And yeah, because you had teammates die towards the front, they couldn't turn. And now you're down 9 lives, back in a trap.
Yeah, no, you were in a trap, and this might be a quick little switch over to A, or not. You win 2 gunfights to get out. You're able to shut down Hook as well before he does any damage. Shotzi, though, still alive and well towards Boathouse, but that'll get cleaned up as well. You need like a couple perfect sequences, though, if you are Heretics, because just under 90 to go and only 9 lives to go. You can kind of take your time a bit here if you were Optic Texas. Just trade efficiently and maybe eventually bleed them out.
Yeah, that's really it. You just have to trade if you are Optic. On the other side, if you're Heretics, you need to play together. 7 lives now. Well, they're trying to make individual plays, and they're just getting caught now. Cut down to 6. Still a minute to go. There's number 7 in Lucky trying to take a long route. But the rest of his teammates coming off spawn.
Yeah, what will the situation be by the time he actually gets here off of this long route? Shotzi with another nade, I swear. Rock side, he's just hitting some teardrops. Back over to Boathouse, he will go and try to be a thorn on their side. The rest of his teammates are dropping, though. Now time becomes a little bit more of a question mark, and that's the stretch you needed. You bring it within 5, you just have no respawns remaining. So Optic's still in an okay position, but now you actually have to get towards the objective, right? You've been able to just kind of play, fight wherever you wanted. Now it's got to be towards this objective. Stun slows down the push for a second. That's a big win there from Hook. You thin their numbers out, you slide out and Chow together. When you need to come up with clutch kills, you're able to do it. It's going to be only Rancor and Metals that are left. Metals eyes on one. Hop up should shut it down, and that will do it. So, I mean, really, they had the clock pause so much in that early game. That round just felt like it was forever.
Yeah, I mean, whether it was Kenny who found a multi-kill over towards B, if it was then Hook afterwards, they only had 1 player on it. So, yeah, I mean, it was just these individual plays from Optic. Kept the clock pause, kept them on that B point. Then they got the time extension, and yeah, it's like even when you got that 4 dead, it was a 9 versus 4. You're just hoping there was like 15 seconds left. There was still 40.
Yeah. Kind of getting it done both ways there, or Optic. And they'll take a commanding lead 2-0 now in this map 3 as they look for the edge in the series. Shotzzy maybe not leading in the kills department, but he's got the most damage on the team, so he's putting in work with his teammates. It's just surprising to see him negative sometimes. This year he's been a lock for like a 1-2. It's been absurd. But Heretics are going to have to rip off 3 straight rounds. They're going to have to win a whole lot of offense. If they're going to do this, it starts with this offensive push, and so far it's being thwarted.
Yeah, just not a great break here. And now Real is just trying to find an angle. Again, just not an easy shot with the sub. Dashy just locked it down balcony, and you're, again, just not pausing the clock, which means 30 seconds is already off the round, and, well, you got to fight through your base.
Okay, well, they're at least doing that part pretty efficiently. But still, Hook is lurking. We'll see Hook ups the pounce. Now lulls them to sleep, and then Chalice does exactly that, so they'll be staggered for a second. Real will drop. You see Rankar's instantly like, what do I make a play? Do I go back and deal with it? Do I push forward? He has to worry about both sides of this. He kind of just groups up with his teammate Metals, so get Trophy on the point. And now try to at least pause this clock for a while. And the corner I thought worked out for him as he slid by, but they're able to shut it down. Metals goes through for the trade. Trade nothing there for him. Now Lucky left by himself. They've been pretty staggered throughout every push.
Yeah, I mean, maybe you're thinking that corner is a great corner, but as soon as you throw that stun, Dashy knows where you are. But there we go. You're going to get 4 dead. Here is your chance for Heretics. You're up in lives. Should get done with this B point. You don't have too many players on it. Metals gets taken down top office, so maybe a retake. But now it's 3 players on B.
It's moving quick. 3rd point just about to be done. Kenny not going to get there in time, but he might be able to disrupt the transition across, or will the rest of his teammates just get it done? They will. So Kenny's flank not going to end up mattering. Metals just headshot choke shots, it looks like. And then Hook doing the same thing on the other end, but you're all out rock side now. These Heretics just trying to push it here. Keep an eye on number 1 and Kenny as he'll be maybe working the flank, but all the battles going down the other side.
Yeah, I mean, Kenny's just pretty much telling them, hey guys, they are all on this side of the map, so this is where I'm spawning them. I'm not seeing nothing. I can lock down the A point if I need to. We're tied in lives. And while the AR is starting to find some kills. Nice stun from Lucky to try to get top halls control, but there's always one more. Is Dashy leading the way, 24 and 13.
It just feels like there's always an extra body from Optic Texas, so whenever you need a multi-kill, somebody is able to step it up. That time it'll be Shotzzy. Kenny's got multiple around him. I thought he was going to get traded out instantly by the other player, but he was in a 1v1 of his own. So Kenny's just going to get right back to it, take out another. He's like, all right, 3rd player ran away from me. Dashy's able to pick that up. 20 or so seconds to go, and feels like it's been a bit of TDM. As Optic Texas had the advantage there. Heretics low in lives. No success so far for them on this map. It looks like they're going to be out to, what, an 0-4 start on this particular combination. Dashy is shooting straight. Is that 6 straight for Big Brucey? Up to 27 and 13. Optic Texas looking good. They'll take control of the series. They'll be up 2-1. And maybe this hasn't been like a great map necessarily for Optic, but it's just so far kind of been a dud for the other side.
Well, it's going to be an important map for the tournament, right? When we're talking about SND and Control. So a great look there, and honestly, just winning 2 defenses the way they did. They just didn't allow, if there was ever a player like Top Office, it felt like there was an immediate trade. They had top halls controlled constantly, just never felt like they really had, were in a trap on the defensive side.
No, absolutely. And now we get back to a hard point where, I mean, obviously Heretics were able to win that map 1. They look good in that particular mode. Maybe you're able to take 2 hard points off the best hard point team in the game. Maybe you're able to do that. But then, yes, okay, you've done that all year. You've been able to get to map 5. It's just been whether or not you're going to be able to win the map 5. And is there anything that really stands out for you on the stats side of things looking through it?
I mean, it's just a very balanced effort. I mean, obviously, Dashy and Hook leading the way, but even like map 1 with Optic losing it, like all 4 players were contributing, right? There wasn't like one player really sticking out. So that's a good thing to me. It just feels like the teamwork's on point right now for Optic. On the other side, again, you get Metals maybe going a bit. Real slows down, but yeah, just a tough map there for Heretics.
Well, we'll see if the hard points can swing things back into their favor as we just take a look at some of the highlights here quickly from the map 3. You just didn't have a whole lot of positive momentum ever really in this if you were Heretics. I mean, I guess we can talk about nearly that late run in the round 1 where you're able to get the minute extension. You had, a moment where you got that 4 down on a defense. You thought maybe they have a chance, but you're in a 4v10. Like, it just felt like whenever they had like a play, it was just a little bit too late in the round.
Yeah, and it just felt very individual on the side of Heretics.
Yeah,
where the other side, it just felt like there's a very clear-cut plan for Optic and how they wanted to execute on both zones. Or sort of retakes, but yeah, just a great game there. But as you said, you win that map 1, now you get to Skyline, where, I mean, if you are Heretics, I mean, you're 3-1 on this map. Probably your best hardpoint is the map you choose, so we'll see if they can get going. But a map like Skyline, you just need the guns to come out hot.
Yeah, Real needs to get back to work like the map 1. Crowd needs to get behind them. They've got to turn it up, but you just, I mean, it's just one of those things. When you cast Heretics this year, when you cast a rocker, you just assume you're going to 5 maps. Based on how today's gone, though, and just being back to land,
totally different.
People have been getting put in body bags. I did not think this would go to 5, just based on how today has gone, but still an opportunity to do it. Like you said, Skyline. This is one the Heretics feel very comfortable on. They certainly have a chance to extend this to a Hacienda Search and Destroy, and then even if you don't feel great about the Search and Destroy for the side of Heretics, it's still a map 5. Like, anything can happen.
Yeah, I mean, if they're able to get there, I think, yeah, momentum may be shifting their way. I mean, you would imagine winning a Skyline, yeah, that just means you're shooting well. But after that map 3, it's going to be tough to have some confidence in them.
Yeah, but you say that, but it's like Real drops 40 and then can't get anything going in the Search. Like, that's the beauty kind of our esport. Like, just the difference in modes. Like, you'll have just everything is clicking for you in map 1. You're feeling so good. You bring that kind of speed and momentum and just want to take fights, and suddenly you're just getting slapped in a Search and Destroy. And you're like, all right, I gotta slow the pace down a little bit. Got to figure things out, work with the team to try and get a big 2-0 edge. They weren't quite able to do that, but can they take both controls off this hot Optic Texas team? Fist bumps out, trying to keep the vibes up if you're Heretics. A rough map 3 there. Map 2, you won 1 round, and then it was just, I mean, you've won 1 round of Search, 0 rounds of Control. I guess this has been a tough stretch over 2 and 3. You just somehow have to brush it off now.
Yeah, but map 1, we had this guy.
That's right, that's right.
Map 1, we had
keep
this guy.
thinking about that.
Yeah, you need him to get back into that zone. The adrenaline that he was kind of flowing within the map 1, 41 and 25. Gonna get to another map on Skyline where you're gonna have a lot of engagements. And this is one where, again, you have to just keep your eye on Shotzi and Hook. Those flanks and those pinches are gonna come in.
And usually a map that's tough to blow people out, unless you're Thieves in Carolina.
Yeah.
Carolina nearly don't score a point their entire rotation on this map, which is mind-blowing to me, but it almost happened. So you could absolutely lock it down here on Skyline, apparently, based off that last series. But here we go. Map 4, the big one to get to a map 5. It looks good for Optic out the gate. They go 3 for 1, make it 4 for 1. Then Kenny, well, he's fallen off the map, and you still got numbers in position if you are Optic Texas. It's going to be Shotzi kind of playing from the point for now. Taking a route that will be Rancor. We'll see if he can set this up and work the flip. He might have, yeah. Honestly, when I got eyes on him, I looked at the minimap, I thought he just took a route on him, but yeah, he made it spawn behind him.
No, I think he spawns behind him.
Perfect.
And yeah, he's able to find a couple of kills. So the splits come in, and that helps Heretics. Now they're the ones in control. And well, 20 seconds left.
Yeah, that makes sense, because that would have been the quickest route ever. Right?
Yeah,
like
ever.
They just died. Yeah.
But they're able to pick up on those pinches. That was Real. He's able to find one more, so that Kenny's going to get him off the time. But you're in a pretty good spot here, 4P2 if you are Heretics.
Sometimes those 4 dead situations, though, where spawns can get a little wonky on a central hard point. Trying to wrap back and control things will be Shotzi. He'll be kind of the rotation man. 2 spawn out deep for Heretics, and now due to Shotzi's position, this might be real clean for Optic Texas, and it is. They're down 10, but all the breathing room in the world right now at this P2, and they are locking it up. Dashy just being Mr. Mid-map right now, shutting things down, centering on point. One more wants him. I thought he might win that. Honestly, I believed in him. Somehow Lucky turns that into 2, though.
Well, now it's just sort of like a Shotzi play we were talking about, right? Takes the underground route, able to win a gunfight. And then really it's just his position that influences the spawns. Has a teammate push through, that causes the splits. Kenny now on 5 in a row, and what looks so good for Heretics with P2 control, just as soon as that hill pops, goes the way of Optic.
Well, that'll be the streak ending for Kenny. Shotzi looking to have maybe a takeover respawn. Hasn't really had that kind of, bomb type map that he's capable of. Maybe this will be the one with a nice start at 5 and 3. Well, hell, if he's going to be the route guy that's setting them up for rotations, he can do that as well. You know how impactful he can be doing everything. Thought the timing was going to be pretty good, but not going to be the case as Metal's able to pick it up. And now, for Heretics, your turn to answer. So you're set up here at P3. Obviously, you want to flip this eventually. Hook taking a long route. He's going to get spotted, so nothing going for him. towards the point in battling, though, it's going to be Shotzi. He's looking to try and chow, but a nade comes in. He's going to get dropped. And what I thought looked okay for Heretics there for a moment is suddenly 3 dead in all the positions and spawns in the world for Optic Texas.
Yeah, I mean, P3 we know could just be so tough. They did a good job early, right? I mean, Metals recognizes the spawn. He's able to pick up Shotzi. They find Hook. But yeah, they're going to need a break here. So Optic now with a 30-point lead. Metals, though, was the one player who had a pretty solid map number 3 for them. 10 seconds left. And while Hoot just wins a nasty gunfight with the slide, allows his teammates to get comfortable at this P4, and you see the map control go Optic's way.
Yeah, no, what a great time for a 4 dead.
But again, just look at the scoreboard for Optic. This is like just what they've been doing. All 4 players contributing.
Everything you want. You've had a nice streak from Shotzi. Kenny went on like 6 in a row. Dashy went on 6 in a row. Big gunfight wins from Hoop. You love to see when it's a full team effort. Heretics, despite spawning out early in this one, they are able to get in. Apply pressure here. Good eyes on Shotzi, who's streaking right now on 11 and 5. And despite the fact that it's felt like Optic Texas have really had the upper hand at all times, with this time here, you're right back in this game. You're trailing by 15. You're still battling if you're Heretics. And you're what? -5 for Real, -6 for Ranker, -4 for Lucky, what, -1 for Metals. Like, you're getting kind of slammed in this lane, but you're within 10.
Yeah, I mean, that was just, I think it was Real just kind of runs to the front, found a couple of kills, and I think a split comes in, so allows them to find some of that time, at least split the time. Yeah, to keep this very much a game, but you are wrong. Yeah, another spree here for Kenny. He's up to 16. Shotzi was close to the streak. Don't think that comes through, but on rotation, it's just Shotzi keeps finding the plays, and while he's going to flip the spawns, at least allow Hoot to spawn on that side of the map exactly where they want to be.
Yeah, and Hoot able to stay up and win 1, so that'll spawn in 2 of his teammates. You kind of get that parallel for Lucky, so maybe he's got a chance, depending on his timing, to pick apart this back line of Optic Texas, but as Dashy is kind of sitting here inside a gym, trying to use this corner and finesse as long as he can. He'll eventually drop. The last guy is going to be Hoot.
They all turn, though. They think they have the spawn, so as soon as 5 spawns in Real, they all kind of turn, so there's a chance for Hoot to make you play, but they're trying to hunt him down, and they do just that. And well, they're finding the time while they're doing this. So again, very similar to the start of the game, where they're getting a good amount of time here at this P1, but 15 seconds left. Now, can they deal with this push from Optic?
Yeah, because this push, it can just kind of shut down everything you've done to set up for this next point at P2. This time seems to be much better. Real, want him to bring it here after the big map 1. He's really starting to erupt. That massive slaying advantage you had kind of going into that point really flips on its head. Now we're looking at a lead change. P2 set up here, lead over to Heretics. A fantastic stretch here from them.
Got great shots out of Lucky. But the immediate pressure through Top Cat, and well, it's gonna be Shotzi on the zip, just going back and forth. Here comes the pressure from Optic. 40 seconds left here towards this P2. And watch number 4 and Dashy, him and Hook are through towards the back stairs. Lucky just can't see it through the grenade smoke. And well, this is where the chaos ensues.
Now that looked insane. He just gets his head peeled. I thought Real had a free B, but that's not going to be the case. They're trying to send it towards the back. The pistol, good enough for Dashy. He nearly takes down another. Rancor nearly gets popped. Down to 22, but stays up. So you deal with that insane sequence if you're Heretics. You continue to push open this lead. Now Rancor's trying to just get this across. And you see it getting picked up by number 4. It's going to be Dashy. He's reading this, and he's getting the kill. Nice stuff there. With a win on the other side, we'll hop out to the sky cam, take a look here through kitchen. Dashy, Shotzi connecting mid.
Yeah, but what a P1 and P2? I mean, now you have a 40-point lead if you are Heretics. Shotzi gonna try to take that route, but he gets taken down. Optic down 30, trying to close out this series. Let's go to a listen with Optic Texas.
Fire.
I got it. One stone late.
Fire. Watch out, Lucky.
One of me white.
Watch out, Lucky.
So far. Alright, low white, one shot.
Watch out. Pass my behind him.
Nice, that's one white.
Tell me, look at I'm blocking zone.
Here, Kelly. There's one white, there's one white.
Blocking zone.
I'll sit down.
Zone, watch out.
I know you, Bruce. Out. And look at this, watch out. That's the middle. We're real. I just
Flip.
Record 1 EP.
I have it.
He's so one left.
I'll pick it right now. Yo, they give me top.
Yo,
Two top mid.
I think he's gonna get they're in the hole.
I'm holding some.
I'm still top mid. I'm playing the ground. Let you down.
You shot. He's down 2 stuns here. 2 stuns.
One shot.
What's from bed?
Low you. I think they're
There's two auto.
Come in.
Go left ranker weak.
Sure, son? Yeah, I get it. In top.
Two jumping long. One more long.
Oh, yeah.
He's long going lookage. Okay. He got me. Alright, low you, Rancor.
One shot,
Alright,
Rancor.
I have you. Take a time.
Rancor.
Spawn. One spawn
In the back of me, Meadows.
And one's you.
Yeah, in the back, Meadows.
Low gym, low gym, wait, get time. Low gym for time.
Back right.
Nice,
one.
Okay, I'll spawn stone. I'm alright.
So hit the right.
Play the back, yeah.
He naded me. He's challenging me. Real.
He right. Stone. One more time,
What's up, Tevin?
back right.
Who's going above you guys, Stone?
Looking at it. He did challenge stone.
Meadows.
I'm able to
That's
shit.
top.
Yeah, he's top stone.
Yo, P1.
Alright, stone stairs too.
We're good.
Alright, all good, let's go.
You can push this from front, maybe. I'm gonna wrap left.
One spawn out piano, I think, Chris. He's gonna be P1.
Yeah, go piano on him.
Back left for real.
Where's that?
Back right now. The lead is up.
Yo, P1 again, Models. P1, and one guy's on me on the right.
Right here.
Right
Hey, what's up, new? Absolute new, Meadows. Absolute new.
I'm trying to hit.
I'll see him. And low bed. They can spawn behind us.
Weak.
I think it's behind us.
He's still a little bit.
Should be found, it should be
He's
found.
still low bed.
Still a little bit.
Right. Really low catch. Really, he's
I
fine.
can get the guy.
Bottom bed.
I'm in the top.
I think he had. No, he's bottom dead.
I'm on top.
They're short.
They're short? Yeah, top short. Weak, top short, Rancor. It's twice, top short.
No, on the right. Absolutely on the right. Real.
Yeah, other guy's
Real,
still top short. He's on top.
He's in you now. In you now.
Watch out, right.
Alright, on top and low bed.
One shot on me. One shot Real.
We are out of the list now. Talking about Dashy's POV was making me feel some kind of way. That man shot is clean. That snap onto the player in kitchen just looked disgusting. Dealing with Chalice over the top from short. And you're still, though, you are down 60.
Yeah, as soon as we got to the listening, it was an early break at P4 for Heretics, and they cashed in again. So, I mean, we just kind of saw it. Some frustrations maybe on the Optic side, but yeah, as good as the POV was, you were down a lot of points. A chance to make the jump back here with P2 control. But Heretics in control.
Yeah, I'm like gas and dashing. I'm like, yeah, but that was a tough stretch. That was a real tough stretch.
It looked good.
Yeah, it did. His POV is nuts, but now you really gotta hold this down. Just 21 needed for the win for Heretics. Real, well, checks one corner. He is in the other. Wallbang finishes off one, but you go 3 for 1 if you're Optic Texas.
We left him.
I like this. I
love it.
I like this. Lucky sneaking through. Finding players, setting them up for the break, and you gotta love the high IQ play there. Beautiful stuff out of Lucky and Heretics, and that break could seal it. Now, 10 needed for the win. Just seconds away from taking 2 hard points off the best hard point team in the game. 5 to go for the dub. Last push for Optic Texas are trying to get in. Lucky on a 5 streak here at the tail end of it. Shotzzy, though, doing just enough to keep them up and keep them fighting. He's doing everything. He's wiping them off the board. And he's kept them alive to this point. At least we'll see another rotation, but you just need 2 seconds.
Yeah, well, they're going to find a couple of kills on rotation. Genito does take him down. Only 2 needed here at Kitchen. Numbers should be, I mean, well, it's here for Optic. You get the close spawns, but Real is peeling heads. But it doesn't matter. There's just always one more player here in green, finding kills, staying alive.
You got to be perfect if you're Optic Texas. So far, so good. We're going deep into this one. Dashy leading the way at 33. And yeah, you're starting to sweat right now. If you are Miami Heretics, you are feeling the pressure. A loss here, you lose the series, you're into the loser's bracket. But can you get it to a map 5?
Just gotta hit a stun, right? That's really it.
Can they connect on something? The green wall not giving it up. Hoop trying to take out 2. He somehow stayed up. Now just taking the win for Optic. Somehow, are they gonna do this from the depths? Optic are up. They're looking to take the map. They're looking to close the series. He may be enough. The tick not there. Oh, it is. I thought he contested, but instantly drops. Heretics. Wow. Just barely able to take it and get us to the map 5. Insanity on Skyline.
I mean, I know we saw some perfect hardpoint earlier on a Thieves. You don't see it often at the P3, but Optic, they were doing it. There was always one more player. They had the close spawns. And I mean, yeah, you could just tell that maybe you're just staggered a little bit if you were Miami.
Well, I think it happens like you're like, we need 2.
We need 2.
We need 2. Like, you're just calm, like, go, hit it.
Yeah, they're weak.
Like you said, like, hit a stun, hit an aid. Like, one opener and you're good, but like, you nailed it. Like, there was always one more player. There was always one more body that was able to step up for Optic. But at the end of the day, the fact is, you needed 2 seconds if you were Heretics. They were finally able to burst through. What a comeback that would have been from Optic Texas. Nearly just picture perfect down the stretch, but you kind of deserve a map 5 after that one.
I mean, what a game. I mean, yeah, just pretty much even across the board. Maybe you're slaying a little bit, but just looking at the game flow, It's really the P2. I mean, you're right in the middle of the map and you start to take that lead. As soon as we got to that listen, you flatline a little bit if you are Optic.
The play from Lucky late was great. I mean, that type of stuff happens pretty often. We just don't always necessarily see it like live from their POV, but it was just awesome. Just watching him run by, bides his time, ends up going on 5 straight in that stretch, and well, every second of that matters, obviously.
Yeah, no doubt about it.
Holy hell. A wild, wild finish. Heretics taking 2 hard points off, the top hard point team in the game. I mean, after this, I mean, hell, FaZe might have the highest win percentage now in hardpoint after losing these 2.
I mean,
who else is up there? Like, this has been unbelievable from Heretics. Like,
yeah, I mean, again, like
2 and 3, they were asked.
Yeah, I mean,
but
like,
1 and 4, they're turning up.
Again, their plus minus was like -3. Like, they played everybody tough. Again, Skyline has been their best map, but they did it to a game 5. It has plagued them all year long.
Yeah, we showed it at the beginning of this. Like, they start out with a 3-0, and then it has just been 5, 5, 5, 5 across the board. There has not been a short series at all for Heretics. If they're going to get it done, it's here in the map 5. If Optic are to continue on winners, it's here in the map 5. Who will get the upper hand? Who will continue on at winners? We'll find out after this quick break. Do not go anywhere.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League. Upgrade your game with the SCUF, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Oh no, oh no, oh no, 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 I'm dead. I'm dead. No way.
You buy self-revive?
Nope. Honestly, it works out. I'm starving. Marissa calls these my old man ship. Go out and Jell, I eat a bunch of tacos. Did you win? How do I have the same amount of eliminations as you?
Yeah, that's some horseshit there. There's no way that's true.
We're good.
Take it on the chin. Get ready for the next round.
Wow. Okay. Well, something to note. Never f***ing dive off that ever again. Wow. Okay.
What do they have to give yourself a fighting chance here in the series? Real, ruthless aggression. Another upstairs, can't get it. It's Kremp with 2. It's now down to Lucky. And will he be that in this 1v2 situation? Here they come. Finds the first. Oh my God! Lucky! Dios mío, how has he done that?
Se ha pegado.
No deberían.
¿Qué ahora en izquierda, tío?
Me dio una en izquierda, no ahora, están por medio.
Pícalo.
Wait, that's unbelievable. We just showed this, I think, at home and a venue of like Bickle with a stick in the back of the head right before map 5. That's diabolical.
That is.
That's actually diabolical. Like, I'm sure that was just unfortunate timing, but that is absolutely diabolical. But the fans ramping it up on both sides of this. The venue has been nuts. We hope you're enjoying the show. I mean, it started, to be honest, like, I was falling asleep in the green room at one point because people were just getting belted today. Like, just bent over and all day. Well, some people might like that. I think in this scenario, probably not, though, Joe.
Probably not, no.
Probably
not.
not.
A good time. Not a good time.
But some do.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. But this series has been everything we hoped for. I mean, okay, 2 and 3 were not great. Optic handled business. They absolutely fried. But the hard point, that last one was a banger. That's kind of what we've been looking forward to for this weekend. And now it all comes down to this last search and destroy. And for Heretics, this has been your kryptonite. Like, you are 2 and 5 in the league. You're at least just league matches. Take the minor out 6 straight game 5s you've had.
But it builds you up for this, right? I mean, honestly. I mean, how many times have you been in this scenario? You're hoping.
But like usually when you win some, it helps.
Yeah, you're not wrong. But like, what else could you really ask for, right?
Yeah.
You start 2 and 5, you get a winner start. If I could tell you we're going to go to a game 5 winners round 1, you'll probably take that 100 out of 100 times.
Yeah, true. Like, they've been tested. And that's what I said to Cross. They have had reps, bro. Like, you go that deep in series over and over and over and over and over again. You hope there will be some improvement. Well, this is where you got to show on. I mean, you're here in the map 3. You got slammed in control, but we changed the pace. We get to search and destroy, and we've seen some different play styles this particular map. They want to shut down Dashy. The fact he gets 1, big for him before he gets dropped, because they really try to ISO him big time. Bomb now going down as well as Kenny is getting that in. Try to get him after the plant. Nice little shots there for Metals.
Yeah, great shots there. Yeah, Kenny's just hoping to get away with bomb planted, but you set your teammates up maybe to clutch this out. 2 versus 3. Time on the side of Miami Heretics, and you pick up Shotzi trying to take a route. Metals looking for the ace in round number 1.
Give it to him.
He's got the stun as well. And I like this. Again, just staying calm, waiting for him to slide out. The nade hits, but the time on his side. He's got the defuse. He's got the ace. What a round 1 for Metals.
That is disgusting from Metals. He was really the one guy going off in the map 3 when the rest of them needed to step up. You know, in map 1, we were talking about Real and his monumental map. The rest of the team needed to come in, support him. Somebody needed to get hot and build some confidence. Metals is coming in this one, just pulling it out and waving it around right now because he is on 4-0 with the ace. Diffusing as well, just disgusting there to kick us off.
Yeah, and this is just kind of it, right? You've been just battle tested through these game 5s time and time again. Hopefully, you're hoping that those reps start to pay off.
Well, it did at least for Metals. My God. We'll see how far he can push this streak. It's going to be a quick hit up towards A. Metals just buying his time from that low arch. Real, you know, he's going to be the one that wants to look for openers, wants to get active on the map. The other 3 just slowly kind of working their way up. Playing what top window? That's going to be Dashy, who's looking to absolutely beam from that spot. He can shift around quickly while he hits some shots, and he hits a nade. So first blood there to Dashy. Metals, though, is still alive, and well, that's as free as they come.
Yeah, I mean, bottom middle is just wide open.
Can you wrap this out?
Yeah, they might, but bottom middle is just wide open, right? Who's got no idea that they're pushing through that way, and while Shotzi tries to make a move.
That's a big
But it is a 2-on-2, though. Bomb is dropped. And again, these situations went the way of Optic time and time again in map number 2.
And they're just thinking, we lost Hoop, they're going to wrap this out. And Kenny just instantly applies pressure. The fact he catches him.
With Dashy as well. I mean, just feels like Dashy's waiting to help out his teammate. And it might come down to a 1 versus 1. He might catch him before he plants.
Dashy is.
Oh, he doesn't see him on the bomb.
He's still got an opportunity to do it. He gets zapped though, but still pops and wins the fight.
Oh man, he doesn't finish the plant. I think he. Metals is going to go for it.
Gets it down. Dashy just holding it. Damage is in, and Dashy add another clutch to his resume.
And I think if Real just sticks it.
I'll be honest with you, I thought he finished it in the moment.
No, he hops off it.
Yeah, I thought he finished it and then chowed the first time.
So Metals finds the kill back in, and then he hops off the bomb. Maybe just like, hey, I can't help you. He might be top window. Maybe they saw him. But he gets off the bomb. Dashy had no idea they were working the plant, but able to clutch up in the 1 versus 1.
Yeah, never count this man out. I don't care how many are alive in the other team, what map we're on, what round we're in, what title we're on. He's had the ice from day 1. So now what? You have a clean ace for Metals, where they get the round 1 win. Now Dashy clutches up. Both teams throwing punches. You get up to 6 already if your Metals. The problem is you basically had every kill for your team. I guess the same kind of for Dashy on the other side of it. These two are going to go back and forth over the course of this map 5, but it's a defensive stack over towards B, so you're thinking retake here if you are Heretics. Or is it just a quick hit through top mid too.
And watch number 2. Watch Shotzzy, right? When is he going to make a play through the flank? It looks like he's going. Metals is watching that cross though. And well, that is maybe just VOD prep, whatever it is. Metal has an idea, and he's having a map, able to find that first blood.
And that's, I mean, Shotzzy hasn't really had his way this series. They've really done a good job making sure he can't get to his playmaking spots. And yeah, you're probably right. VOD prepper. I mean, when you're a player like Shotzzy, you're looking for timing. Sometimes they just don't go your way. It can also be the case. But as he gets picked, you have the 4v3 now. You got to work this retake. The problem for you is Dashy is still alive, and at any moment he can take over the round for a clutch. You clear the trophy, the timing for Lucky. The second he starts to sprint, Kenny slides in, headshot is true. 3 versus 3 now. Real though on the hunt. A little bit of damage in, goes vertical, can't get it done. Caught going over the fence, or so I thought. He holds the pre-aim, he wins the fight. I thought Real was going to chow another, but it's all down to Kenny now.
It's not planted for him. It's not planted for him. He's going to have to wide peek this. Able to win it. Oh no, Redcore wins it. And while you can see where it's planted, Real sticks to the fuse.
Bro, he looks so awkward there, how he's lying just on his side, dude. Oh my God.
I thought Ken had it. I thought he hit the first bullet.
So did I. Bro, what are these last 3 rounds? This is great. Sometimes, you know, you have this kind of series and the map 5's like a dud, it's like a 6-0. So these rounds have been insane so far. We're picking up right where we left off after that wild skyline. Got everything you could want already. Clutches, aces. What else will we get as we get deeper in this? You see Real chatting back and forth with the squad. They got to be fired up. Just keep it together. Keep the comms on point. Don't let the moment get to you. It's just a round 1. We got plenty of tournament to come. Metal's still leading the way on 7. Real. I thought maybe snapping back, but it's Dashy with 2 to open it. They'll take numbers jump. Not for long, though.
Well, it should be another just 2 versus 2. We've had plenty throughout this match. We're going to have another one. Bomb is down, though. Optic, they just go for a top open, kind of 4-man hit through B. Well, Miami just lucky to trade this out. But now just trying to find the info from the other side. So bomb is down, but Rencore is able to find it. He finds the info on the pinch there from Shotzzy. Hook's going to have a sub in his hand.
Yeah, Shotzzy just has not been able to find the openings he wants whatsoever.
No, yeah, 0-4 right now, and yeah, just that's it. They are shutting him down.
But he's been shut down on this map and suddenly gone nuts, so we'll see if that changes over the course of it. On Hook.
Well, what is this timing going to be like? What is it going to be like for Hook? And well, Metals, he has had his number on this map, and he does it again.
It's just like, can you continue? Can you continue to shut down Hook and Shotzzy? The further we go in this map 5, but we'll see it from Metals. It's an awkward kind of chest bump, kind of drags Hook's aim to the ground. Metals pops and shuts it down, and he looks like a man that is locked for a map 5. 3-1 Heretics now.
I mean, there was a chance there for Hook, right? He had the read on them rotating back to that bomb. But Metals, instead of sliding through the doorway, just kind of hits the corner. That allows him then to use the hip fire, hit the shots.
He's on 9 through 4 rounds. And what's tough is, like, Dashy has 3 first bloods, bro. He has 3 of the 4 first bloods in this. And you're still up 3-1. That's got to be a tough one to swallow as well, because you got to think that improves for Heretics, maybe even more of an advantage. They're grouped up here. The one person's Dashy's playing deep, kind of watching that flank through Statue.
They want to plant this bomb. Have the trophy down. But Metals is here throwing nades, and working the flank will be Real and Rencore. It's just what can they find on Dashy, and there will be that first blood. Bomb planted, though. The retakes have gone Miami's way throughout this. Lucky's going to find another one. And well, now it is just down to Hook again. Does find one, now has to get out, and well, they're trying to chase him, 16 HP. And this is winnable now for Hook.
Well, their only round wins a 1v2. Dashy was able to pull off. Hook going to be in a similar type of position. Just wants to go, not able to find the opening. Heretics, they get the opening pick on Dashy on the flank. And after that, you just see the green arrows. Everyone has to reposition after that opening pick. Kenny can't get to the Lambo in time to really get anything clean. You know, I mean, I sort of spoke that into existence. Like, they've proven the first bloods. How much better can it get? They get a nice first blood there, and they just take it away from there. Now a 4-1 lead. They only won 1 round on that map 2 as well.
Yeah, just great retakes here from Miami. You're getting the bombs planted if you are Optic. Just not executing on either side. This time B doesn't go their way, but Miami back on attack.
One of those rounds you feel you just have got to win. Granted, Optic Texas have had some crazy comebacks, and on this particular map, Joe,
yeah,
we
well,
have seen
5-1?
Another first blood for Dashy. That's his 4th. And yeah, it was a 5-1 comeback they were able to pull off, so maybe they're pushing for that. See if they can pull some magic again. That all came down to that insane Kenny 1v2 against Thieves. Real, though. Timing is getting picked up. You see at number 3 going back. We're gonna have a one-on-one here, and Real's able to win it. Dashy gets another, though. He's putting the team on his back. He's at 9-4, 1,200 damage. Rest of his squad's got like 300. Why not? Out the map. Shotzi's like, that's my playground. Rancor now. His opportunity to 1 versus 2. Bomb in hand, no chance to get anything done there. Optic Texas needed one, they get it.
Yeah, again, just the opening. Take top close, that's all Dashy. He's able to find the first 2. And as soon as Real is going on that flank, in the one-on-one, he wins it. But the problem is he's making that play. Metals gets taken down again by Dashy. So yeah, Big Bruce stepping up here in this map 5.
No, he's been incredible. He's like, guys, I got this. I'll put the map on my back. I'll get us a little bit deeper in this one, but at some point you guys are gonna need to turn on the jets. I mean, he has literally like as much damage as the rest of the 3 combined. Like, he has been shooting. Same for the kills. Back to attack go, Optic Texas now. Well, we're watching Dashy because he's been the first blood Reaper. He's got 4 out of 6 so far. All first bloods for Optic. Kind of look at the mid halls there from Hook's POV. We get right back to Dashy and Ken. You can kind of see their setup here in window. Kenny, I thought nearly caught, but he's still all right at 65.
And it's Optic with top halls control. Miami just kind of playing low. And again, they're just opting to say, if you plan B, we're going to play the retake, but Metals is going to find the first blood. He's in the double digits. Trey trying to jump on through. Hook almost takes down 2. But Real from mid-connector does take him down. So 3 versus 2, and Bomb is down. And well, there is a read. Metals on the Shotzi, but Shotzi somehow wins that with the headshot.
We swap there. It's real awkward. I don't know how he won that. Oh yeah, the headshot probably is how he won that. Another 2 versus 2. Bomb plant in. Dashy gets dropped immediately, though. It's all going to be on Shotzi. Hello, pops up. The fact Real gets away is massive. You think the trade will be there, but it is not there because he's still playing.
It's so long. He might not expect this. Now looking to get a pounce, and he wins the one-on-one. The headshot comes through, and yeah, I think Shotzi's like, where is the trade?
I was thinking that. Like, I'm thinking like insta-trade. He's still top hole. And yeah, no, I think you're right. He's not expecting that and just gets his dome clipped. It's just an awkward time in there. He's 100% ready to take that next fight. 1 round away now is Heretics, and their fans are fired up. They have been desperately waiting for this event in Spain. May not technically be a home event. You know, Toronto's putting it on, but it might.
It's a home event.
It feels like one for Heretics, that's for sure. They can close it out here. Or is it another miracle on Hacienda for Optic? They've ripped off 5 straight against Thieves. They have to be 4 straight here. Car out and searching for info over towards B. Skycam, well, shows it getting blown away there by Dashy.
Look what this does, right? You have 1 player in Real all the way pushed up top office, Bomb being planted over towards A. So you show the car B side, it keeps them honest towards B. 4-on-4 retake, and maybe the key player will be that number 5. When does Real decide to go?
This likely everything. If he finds the opener, he can't quite finish the kill, but Rancor is able to get one. Hook's gonna drop. Shotzi somehow gets away. 2 versus 2 now, but time is dwindling. 20 seconds to go. Rancor is able to pick up Shotzi. It's all gonna be on Dashy. Not this time! No 1v2 through. Heretics light it up! And after the plague that has been map 5 for them all season long, it's a map 5 victory here at the Major. This is where it counts, and this is where they get it done in front of the home crowd here in Spain.
And well, Game 5s have haunted them all
year.
Major qualifier long.
Yeah, it's crazy, like all year. I mean, it's one qualifier, but like it's literally been their entire qualifier. It's just been map 5s. You are now a 2-5 team that's in round 2 winners. All right, I'm not sure how many times we've had that in the history of the CDL, CWL, MLG. Like it's.
I don't think much at all.
No. That is something special, something outrageous, but it's rep after rep, deep series after deep series. And you said before going into map 5, like you've been tested so many times. Like, map 5's been your home. Why not finally get it done at the time it matters most? And I say that with it, well, it's going to matter much more on Saturday in round 2 if they get to another one. But we take a look through the stats, and although Metals kind of cooled off a bit, man, he is the reason they got out to that early advantage, put the pressure on Optic. And Gashi, I mean, you have 4 first bloods. You have the only first bloods for your team. You're thinking he buys you time to get deeper into this one. The others just never activate. I mean, Shotzzy never found the openings he was looking for on the map. Same can be said for Hoop, where they can be such a threat. That's where this team, when you think even back to years ago when they were together, when those openings weren't there in any mode, when they were getting shut down, that's when the team struggled. They did.
Yeah,
the timing's just a bit off.
Maybe the biggest surprise here, they lose 2 hardpoints, right? They've been such a good hardpoint team throughout the year. They just, I mean, props to Real in map number 1, really the whole team in map 4. It's close. They almost have an incredible comeback at that P3 on Skyline, but map 5 was all Heretics. I mean, their retakes were on point, the teamwork, but it was Metals early on.
We had some duds to start the day, but a banger of a series to close it out. That's day 1 for you, but we have Real, who dropped 41 in map 1. He's got to be fired up. He's on stage. Take it away with the interview.
What an absolute banger we had right now. First of all, breathe in, breathe off, calm down. What a complete banger. I mean, if we talk about, I have to ask you, what's going on the 4th map? They were so close to make the comeback, but you managed to save it and to finally get the 4th map and going to do SND. How you felt at the moment?
I mean, it was like a really hard moment, but I think like Lucky made like a hero play like on the last P2. He let like Kenny play like go through P3. He got behind him and like he got a 2-piece and then we broke it. So I don't know.
And how you feel right now? I mean, it's been amazing. You get to win 2 hard points against one of the toughest teams to play against, and also you managed to win on SND. This has been one of the hardest maps for you. So how you feel right now? Well, hold on. Wanger is making all the people getting crazy. Do you want to say something to the Spanish crowd?
Quiero deciros que muchas gracias a todos los que habéis venido, a mi familia, los que apoyáis Heretics y ¡vamos Heretics!
And how you feel right now after winning Optic Texas?
I mean, I absolutely feel amazing. You know, like we went through like a really hard time, like in the online match, like through the online matches. So like it feels good, like to win 2 hardpoints and like win last map too. So I don't know. I just feel insane right now.
You're ready on the next round. Let's hope to see you soon here on the stage playing the next match. Thank you so much for the interview. Y una vez más, amigos, un fuerte aplauso para Real, que ha hecho un auténtico partidazo, y para también del equipo. And with all said, it's time to go back with Bucket.
Incredible stuff from Miami Heretics tonight. The Spaniards getting a win in Spain. What better way to start the tournament? You can't get better than this, right, Chance?
You called it. Yeah, the perfect culmination for the team. The first time playing on their home soil in years. I can't imagine the feeling, not just for the players, but for the coach, Method Sick as well. These guys had to have been fiending for it, and because it was a Game 5 fashion, they lost against so many on their run, and yes, against Optic they get it done. It's got to be the best feeling on earth, and that's just the start of their tournament.
Metals is not going to pay for a drink his entire trip here in Madrid.
What is so crazy about that to me is he had such a slow game number 1 too. So a huge turnaround for Metals for the fact that they even get to the Game 5 and that he is the reason they got such an early lead. And SND was such a pain point for Miami Heretics for the longest time at the beginning of this season. And then the last couple of series, they're starting to go to a lot of round 9s, a lot of round 10s, a lot of round 11s. And now we're seeing all that hard work into fruition and just unreal storylines, unreal work out of Miami Heretics. I can't wait to see what they do for the rest of the weekend.
Yeah, they did a great job, especially in their retakes. I mean, watching that Game 5, like Metals was everywhere. You know, we're back in the green room, and we're talking about this roster and what we like about it. And Study out of nowhere just goes, you know, Metals sometimes kind of reminds me of a Beezy. Me and Chance looked at each other. We're like, okay, let's pump the brakes a little bit. We come out here, and Metals is just going crazy off the rib. Started 8-2, winning huge rounds, had an ace early on. This team, man, Heretics, surprising everybody, winning a Game 5 finally. It's got to feel so good.
What did you say, Chance? That Abizi is the American medals?
Okay, I was trolling when I said that.
Very fitting. Very fitting. That's how we're going to end the night.
Okay, there. I was just going to say, I want them to carry the momentum, though, right?
Yeah.
Like, Optic Texas are going to get back in the mix. We know they're a force in the losers bracket. Heretics, you finally have Game 5 ice. You need that confidence for the rest of the year.
I'm worried about Optic, though, after that series.
Yeah?
I mean, they lost 2 hard points, and they hard trolled at the end of the Skyline. They were 9-1 across those 2 HPs in the series.
Did the crowd affect them?
I mean,
it was still a home crowd for Optic.
Yeah,
it was still more for Optic.
It might be louder tomorrow because they have to face off against LAG. We'll get to that in a moment. But first, it's your Scuff play of the game. He goes by the name of Real, and he dropped 41 and 25 in our opening hardpoint.
Can't believe the guy, like, I mean, he just got off to a tear right from the jump, and he never slowed down. One of the best performances we've seen from him, and honestly, I am just continually impressed. The guy's a superstar. He has performances like this consistently.
And I have to be so honest, like if Real doesn't perform like this, like Miami Heretics do not win naps in series. So with the amount of pressure he has to do that consistently time and time again, Real has been unreal.
Time and time again, huh, Al?
Yep.
Oh, do I count? I'm not a caster.
Bingo!
I'm not a caster. Do I count?
We got some updates for tomorrow. Incredible stuff, though. Nameless, as we look back on the day, let's start at the top. What did you learn?
I mean, yeah, the first 2 series, just absolute 3-0s, right? We come into today and we're like, all right, maybe this first series could be a banger. We got Boston Breach, who have, went Game 5 a lot. They looked pretty solid in all the game modes. Well, Atlanta FaZe absolutely smoking them, and Boston had 2 of their better maps in red card for Games 1 and 2. Atlanta FaZe, man, that series was too fast.
This may be the best time to be an editor in Call of Duty history. So many multi-kills. You're seeing just a few samples of them. Boston Breach. Are they frauds, Chance? They came in with a top 3 seed. They have to fight for their lives in elimination tomorrow.
Yeah, they are not frauds. Atlanta FaZe is quite literally built different. We saw the matchup in the qualifiers. It was the same type of result. I mean, they had fights in the SND. They fought Atlanta once on the hard point before, but like, yeah, Atlanta built different. What are you going to say? So I think Boston are still the real deal. They play incredibly Call of Duty, but when the Tiny Terrors are doing Tiny Terror-related things, they're unstoppable.
Heretics fans will be happy to know that Abizi and Simp are on the other side of the bracket. Look at the Tiny Terrors and the work they've done here in Spain, Allie.
They are just unreal. You put these 2 on a Treyarch title, and it is disgusting. I always talk about it. Black Ops 4 is my first game title, and these 2 are all anybody could talk about.
Well, Miami is full of a Spanish lineup. Toronto is the host here in Madrid, and the home team came out with the win. Let's talk about Joe Thieves and the performance from the rest of the squad. Bouncing back after a loss to Optic in the last qualifier.
And I'm digging the gameplay, too, because I know I've been watching Kleenex for years be absolutely gross, but occasionally he's got the, quote, more objective-minded SMGs next to him. And Jodeci is that, but the dude has been popping pieces and showing up on LAN as well. I'm so excited for these SMGs, or the SMGs, excuse me, to continue. They're so good.
Both. They're S&D and the SMG.
I mean, to your point, like Kleenex, he was 35 and 19 map 1 at 114 seconds. Like, the guy is doing the objective work as well. Fries the first 2 maps, then we get to Game 3, and it's Joe Thieves taking over.
I have a crazy take. I feel like this dynamic is much more similar to like the Simp and Abizi dynamic, where like both of them can definitely have moments where they're going to make the right play, but they're also going to continuously get all these multi-kills, get all these high engagements, get all these high KDs, and that's going to be an interesting matchup should we ever get Toronto-Atlanta.
Kleenex treating Vancouver like a Tesla, taking them to the trash. Let's go over to Carolina versus LA Thieves, 4 versus 5. It's political, don't worry about it, LA Thieves, they were the super team. This was the team everyone was hyped about at the start of the year. Showcasing their talents today. They boppity-bopped Carolina. It was disgusting looking at the hardpoint scores.
Yeah, they looked unbelievably clean. They addressed every answer you're looking for. They did lose the S&D, but Hydra's starting to get some first bloods, showing off some creative strats. But I just know my heart goes out to Carolina. Vivid also, or obviously struggling with Yai. Salty for Brian. Sane might be dealing with a stash infection.
Yeah,
so
going
shout
to
out
the
to
ER tonight.
but not the U.S. healthcare system, so he might be taken care of.
Great call.
Yeah, hopefully he gets better. And not only did they dominate, it was 2 maps that they haven't played a ton in their map pool. And when they did, they were losing them in Skyline and Hacienda. So that makes Thieves look that much scarier. And then even the Control now. They have 2 maps they can go to at any point in any series. Thieves are going to be tough to deal with.
I think without a doubt, the fans are behind Hydra as well, no matter what jersey he's wearing. But the best news if you're an LA Thieves fan, Envoy's land stats. Look what he did today, because we had question marks about this player just 2 weeks ago.
We did. Envoy has these moments sometimes where he can have small dips during qualifiers, but man, he shows up when he's needed. And it's crazy that we almost saw them break the KD. Not only in map number 1, Scrap did it, but he almost did it again, map number 4 for Envoy.
LA Thieves getting the best of Carolina. Where did Envoy land on our KD leaderboard? He's at number 4. Number 1, though, his teammate Scrap, a 1.54. Abizi right behind him with Kleenex, a 1.41.
It's a lot of red on that screen. It's all LA Thieves and Atlanta FaZe players, and the lone Kleenex sitting at number 3. Unbelievable.
LA Thieves putting up those numbers against Carolina. Atlanta against Boston today, and you will see Carolina and Boston in the losers bracket tomorrow. What a great day. And we got 3 more days of action coming your way. Nameless, when you go back and you think about the games tonight, what VOD would you rewatch?
I'm watching Heretics and Optic once again. I mean, that series was absolutely electric. You look back at that, the end of the skyline came down to literally moments, and then that search and destroy, epic plays, epic clutches, was a banger.
Chance, if you could give a day 1 MVP, we had a lot of stars perform for their squads. Who was the brightest?
I mean, look, Scrap was probably top-notch for individual performance, but the fact that Heretics pull off the upset, I think I'll tip it to Real.
Allie, our bracket is set. What's the best match kicking off the elimination tomorrow?
Absolutely, Optic Texas versus the LA Gorillas, mate. I cannot wait to hear how loud this venue is going to get tomorrow for that matchup.
We got Royal Ravens taking on the Falcons. Surge will fall to face off against Rocker in what should be a Game 5, and Breach take on Cloud9. With Allie right, is Cloud9 the real deal? Or is Boston a true threat? And Nameless is right.
I mean, they're both on Fraud Watch at the moment, right? So that match actually could get real interesting.
I didn't want to say it. I'm glad you did. It all begins tomorrow, 2:30 p.m. CET. Join us 15 minutes earlier for headquarters. We'll see you then.
De las calles a las oficinas, de las calles a las oficinas. Agárrense que ahora es el día que peleamos para mejor vida. De las calles a las oficinas, ahora es el día para mejor vida. De las calles a las oficinas, ahora es el día para mejor vida. ¿Qué te digo? No te miro, eres un enemigo. Tú no quieres a mi gente, encarcelaron a mi amigo. Óyeme, yo lo sé, no los quieren ver, viviendo una vida buena, disfrutando de un café, mamá. Por eso trabajo como papá, esclavo del dinero, yo no paro de jalar. Ay, Dios mío, ay, Dios mío. Tomarme un descanso, yo lo digo sin sentido. De las calles a las oficinas, de las calles a las oficinas. Agárrense que ahora es el día que peleamos para mejor vida. De las calles a las oficinas, ahora es el día para mejor vida. De las calles a las oficinas, ahora es el día para mejor vida. Para mí, para ti, debe de ser para mí. Claro que sí, tiene que trabajar, pero al fin nada de lo bueno me ha venido gratis. Lo mismo que lo bueno nunca viene fácil. Abre tus dos ojos, luz verde, no en rojo. Ándale, dale todo con la fuerza de un toro. La vida tira